Chapter 401. Embarrassed Lin Mo. The stadium hummed with the restless energy of the crowd. Down on the court, the players rested during the break before the second half. The four boys from class 112 sat slumped, shrouded in depression and listlessness. They had failed to score a single point in the first half. A big fat zero sat on the scoreboard, a mocking reminder of their performance. To make matters worse, the opposing side had two girls who barely knew how to play. It was practically a 5-on-3 advantage, yet class 112 played so poorly it was painful to watch. If it weren't for the spirit of competition, they would have surrendered long ago. There is still the second half. We have a chance to win, Lin Mo muttered, feeling a sense of relief as he watched the clock. During the first half, he had studied Wang Haoran's technique, dissecting his style of play. Lin Mo was confident that his own skill was no worse. Though the current score was one-sided, Wang Haoran was weighed down by two girls who were completely incapable of playing basketball. As long as they didn't get in the way, they were non-factors. In a 5-on-3 situation, Lin Mo felt his chances of victory were still high. Even if they lost by some stroke of bad luck, it wouldn't be an embarrassing defeat. He would still earn the recognition he craved. No matter how he calculated the odds, this was a steady profit. Yu Shiking is walking over here with a bottle of water. Who is it for? One of the boys from class 112 asked, nudging the classmate next to him. I touched the ball the most and performed the best. It must be for me, another replied, puffing out his chest. What does touching the ball matter? Did you actually score? Don't make me laugh. I think it's for me. After all, she used to have that birthmark on her face, and I was the only one who didn't tease her back in the day. Give it a rest. I'm the most handsome, so it's definitely for me. The boys bickered back and forth, their eyes glued to the girl. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mo turned to see Yu Shiking walking straight toward him. Mr. Lin, thank you for your contribution to our class, Yu Shiking said, her voice filled with gratitude. No thanks needed, really, Lin Mo replied, feeling flattered as he waved his hand dismissively. The four boys beside him deflated instantly, their faces masks of disappointment. This bottle of water is for you. Keep it up, Yu Shiking encouraged him. Class 112 will win, you just have to stay positive. Lin Mo took the water with excitement. He unscrewed the cap and downed half the bottle in one go. He clutched the remaining half like a precious treasure, shielding it as if someone might try to snatch it away. Yu Shiking turned and walked back to her seat by the court. Lin Mo and the four boys watched her leave, their focus completely hijacked by her departure. Across the way, Qin Yunhan and Sum Weian shared a suspicious glance. Seeing Yu Shiking deliver water specifically to Lin Mo raised some red flags. The idea that Yu Shiking's boyfriend might be the assistant teacher was a sensitive matter. If word got out, it would cause a massive scandal on campus. Yu Shiking clearly wanted to keep things quiet to avoid the drama. Why are you two looking at me like that? Yu Shiking asked as she sat down, noticing their intense scrutiny. Qin Yunhan and Sum Weian quickly shook their heads, signaling it was nothing. If Yu Shiking wanted to keep her secret, they weren't going to be the ones to break it. A system prompt chimed in Wang Haoran's mind. The host manipulated events behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Lin Mo to lose his virility. Gained 2,000 villain points. Lin Mo's protagonist Halo -100, host's villain Halo +100. Wang Haoran strolled onto the court, a slow smile spreading across his face as he looked toward Lin Mo. The assistant teacher was still cradling that half-empty bottle of water like a newborn baby, completely oblivious to his fate. Wang Haoran had added two specific ingredients to that water, one to strip Lin Mo of his manhood, and another to ensure his technical display failed to gain him any recognition. Suddenly, Yue blew the whistle. She signaled for the players to take their positions for the second half. Both sides lined up, ready to fight for the ball. But as the referee prepared to toss it, Lin Mo's face contorted. He reached down, clutching his lower abdomen. The ball soared high into the air. Players leaped, reaching for the leather. Lin Mo, standing right at the front, didn't even attempt to jump. A violent tumult erupted in his stomach. It felt as if a frantic pressure was searching for an immediate exit. As long as he stood perfectly still, he could barely manage it, but any sudden movement threatened a total disaster. Oh. Lin Mo remained frozen for several long seconds. Wang Haoran seized the opportunity, snatched the ball, and drove to the hoop. He scored easily, drawing a burst of cheers from the spectators. The four players from class 112 shot glares at Lin Mo. It had been a perfect opportunity to grab the ball, yet he hadn't even budged. His reaction time was non-existent. Still, the half had just begun, and since he was an assistant teacher, they kept their complaints to themselves for the moment. The game pressed on. On the court, Lin Mo moved with the agonizing speed of a turtle. He was performing worse than the two girls on the opposing team. Point after point racked up for class 113. Class 112 remained stuck at 0. Laughter began to ripple through the stands. The fans had seen many campus games, but never a disaster quite like this. The four boys of class 112 wished the floor would open up and swallow them whole. Finally, their patience snapped. Assistant Lin, are you here to play, or just taking a stroll? My god, I almost believed you when you said we'd win. As Wang Haoran scored yet another goal, the team's complaints turned into an open chorus of frustration. Lin Mo had talked a big game, acting like a champion in the locker room, but on the court, he had turned into a soft-footed shrimp. Lin Mo's face turned a sickly shade of pale. He couldn't explain the reality of his situation to them. Instead, he raised a trembling hand to the referee. Yue blew the whistle to pause the game and walked over to him, noting his pained expression. "What's the matter? Did you sprain your foot too?" she asked. Several substitutes had already gone down with injuries, so she naturally assumed the worst. "Yes," Lin Mo grunted, the response forced through gritted teeth. His stomach was a war zone, but with the game in progress, he couldn't exactly ask for a bathroom break. He had tried to hold it in, hoping the feeling would pass, but the intensity was only increasing. He realized he couldn't play. When Yue offered the excuse of an injury, he took it immediately, desperate to leave the court, before the situation became public. With the substitutes already exhausted and Lin Mo now injured, Yue made a quick executive decision. She called the game and declared Class 113 the winners by forfeit. The crowd didn't mind. It was obvious to everyone that Class 112 had no path to victory. Another prompt flashed. The host manipulated the scene, preventing the protagonist Lin Mo from showing off. Gained 1,000 villain points. Lin Mo's protagonist Halo -50, host's villain Halo +50. Lin Mo didn't care about the points or the loss. He had one singular focus, finding a toilet. He clamped his legs together, hunched his shoulders, and began taking tiny, frantic steps toward the exit. Wang Haoran watched him go with a playful smirk. He leaned in and whispered a quick instruction to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded sharply and took off, running straight toward the retreating Lin Mo. Chapter 402. By. Lin Mo felt the turbulence in his stomach reach a breaking point. Every muscle in his body tightened, straining to hold back the inevitable. He moved with agonizing care, keeping his gait narrow and stiff. One step too wide, one sudden jolt, and the floodgates would open. Heavy footsteps pounded the pavement behind him. They were closing in fast. "Hey, assistant teacher Lin." Before Lin Mo could even begin to turn, a hand slapped his backside with jarring force. The sudden impact shattered his remaining resolve. The pressure he had fought so hard to contain surged forward, uncontrollable and frantic. A wet, muffled sound echoed through the air. Lu Ming recoiled instantly as a foul stench hit him. He gagged and instinctively covered his nose. He had only been following Wang Haoran's instructions to give the teacher a friendly pat on the rear, but he never expected this. Lin Mo was actually losing it, right there in his pants. Disgust twisted Lu Ming's features. He scrambled back several meters, desperate to put distance between himself and the mess. Lin Mo hadn't even cleared the stadium yet. Hundreds of eyes shifted toward the source of the sound and the smell. The realization hit the crowd like a wave. No wonder Lin Mo had moved like a turtle on the court. No wonder his entire body looked like a coiled spring. He wasn't injured, he was just fighting a losing battle with his bowels. Laughter erupted from the stands, a cruel, piercing sound. Several students fumbled for their phones, eager to capture the humiliation in high definition. Ding. The host manipulated events behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Lin Mo to make a fool of himself in public, earning 1,100 villain points. Lin Mo's protagonist Halo -55, host's villain Halo +55. Humiliation burned hotter than the physical discomfort. Lin Mo glared at Lu Ming with murderous rage, wishing he could strike the boy down on the spot. But there was no time for revenge. He could only accelerate his awkward, rhythmic trot toward the exit, accompanied by the wet sounds of his own disgrace. Students scattered as he passed, clutching their noses and fleeing as if he carried the plague. Finally, buried under a mountain of mockery, Lin Mo escaped the arena. The excitement of the game eventually faded, and the crowd began to thin. With the next class approaching, students filtered back toward the main buildings. Wang Haoran walked alongside Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing. "You're amazing at basketball," Mu Zhaozhao chirped, her eyes bright with admiration. "Especially your dribbling. You look so elegant and handsome out there." "You weren't so bad yourself," Wang Haoran replied, offering a smooth smile. Mu Zhaozhao's face fell. "Everyone laughed at me. They said I couldn't play, but they forced me to go out there anyway." She sighed, thinking of how she had spent the entire game running in circles without ever touching the ball. "I'm serious, I think you're incredible. Look at me, I can only dribble one ball at a time. But you can dribble too. That's a real talent." Mu Zhaozhao blinked, her mind momentarily blank as she processed the words. It took seeing Wen Jing ducking her head to hide a snicker for the double meaning to land. "I hate you," Mu Zhaozhao cried, her face flushing crimson as she playfully swatted at Wang Haoran's arm. That afternoon, at Qingling Airport, "Move, quickly." A dozen men in sharp black suits marched toward the arrivals gate. They formed a rigid line, their expressions stern and unreadable. Nearby passengers took one look at the grim formation and gave them a wide berth, whispering about what kind of powerful figure could command such a welcome. A man in a heavy black trench coat stepped out from the terminal. He moved with a commanding aura, his facial features sharp and rugged, carved like granite. He looked every bit the masculine powerhouse. The men in suits bowed in unison, clearing a path toward an extended Rolls-Royce waiting at the curb. The luxury caravan pulled away, flanked by security vehicles, and glided into the city traffic. Inside the Rolls-Royce, a subordinate handed a stack of papers and photographs to the man in the trench coat. His name was Bai, a titan of the criminal underworld. Bai remained silent, ignoring the text on the documents. His focus was entirely on the photos. They featured a strikingly beautiful girl, captured in candid, secret shots. An unreadable expression flickered across his stern face. The girl's appearance had matured, but her eyes were exactly as he remembered. Years ago, they had been classmates. Bai was the rebellious boy who hated school, and she was the untouchable rich girl. He had been obsessed with her, pursuing her relentlessly until her patience snapped. She told her parents. The memory of the beating that followed still stung. Her family's hired thugs had nearly killed him, leaving him in the dirt with a warning to stay away. Bai had left the school that day with a heart full of bitterness. Now, after years of climbing through the ranks of the underworld, he was back. His goal was simple: to take her, to fulfill the obsession of his youth, and to vent the years of stored resentment. Where is she now? Bai asked, his voice a low, indifferent rumble. She's at Qingling Normal University. Her family fell on hard times recently. She's no longer the wealthy princess she once was. Dealing with her will be easy, brother Mu. Does she have a boyfriend? No, the subordinate replied. He hesitated, then added, however, she's been close with a certain boy lately. They were seen walking together on campus. Many students noticed. A cold, predatory light flashed in Bai's eyes. Who is he? We don't have his identity yet, the man stammered, feeling the sudden drop in temperature. I want to know in 3 hours. Yes, sir. Bai stared out the window, his gaze icy. She belonged to him. He would allow no one else to touch what was his. If anyone dared, they would die. To a man like Bai, such things were merely part of the routine. Across town, in the Chinese department building of Qingling Normal University, Yue sat in her classroom. The professor's voice was a dull drone in the background. She couldn't focus on the lecture. Why hasn't Wang Haoran contacted me? She wondered, a hint of melancholy touching her face. It wasn't that she had fallen for him yet. She simply missed the thrill of a handsome man revolving around her. But if he wasn't reaching out, what could she do? She was too proud to be the one to initiate. She pulled out her phone and scrolled to her social media feed. She quickly posted a new update. Happy birthday to me. If he doesn't reach out after seeing this, she thought firmly, I'll just block him and move on. No boy is worth being humble for. Chapter 403. Yure's birthday. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the classroom windows. Wang Haoran sat through the lecture with casual indifference until a vibration rattled against his leg. He pulled out his phone. It was an alert from Yure's social media feed. During their last conversation, Wang Haoran had added her as a contact. To keep a close eye on her movements, he had enabled notifications for her updates. He tapped the screen and a new post appeared. Today was Yure's birthday. Wang Haoran studied the message for a moment, then looked away. He had no immediate desire to offer a hollow congratulations. As a female lead, Yue was someone he preferred to avoid unless it was absolutely necessary. Besides, her intention behind the post was transparent. She was fishing. By broadcasting her birthday to her entire circle of friends, she was casting a wide net. There were undoubtedly dozens of boys in her contacts list ready to play the role of the devoted admirer, flooding her with blessings and expensive gifts. Wang Haoran had no interest in joining that desperate crowd. Her birthday was her own business. He slid the phone back into his pocket, but it buzzed again only seconds later. He frowned, expecting another update from Yue, but the screen displayed a private message from Xiao Wanwan instead. Someone came to the university asking questions about Yue. They even managed to steal some photos. Xiao Wanwan was currently undercover as a graduate student at Qingling Normal University. Her sole mission was to monitor Yure's movements. Sensing something unusual, she had reported in immediately. Do you know who it is? Wang Haoran typed back quickly. You told me to watch her, so I didn't want to act rashly, Xiao Wanwan replied. I haven't confronted the stalker yet. Keep watching. Report any specific developments to me. Wang Haoran pocketed the phone and began to piece the puzzle together. Liu Beige, a minor rival, held a grudge against Yue. He had once tricked her into joining his film company, which meant he already possessed all the information he needed. There would be no reason for him to send a scout now. Yue was a unique protagonist. Her storyline required a catalyst, usually a moment where she was pushed into a corner by a powerful figure. Often in these narratives, a male character would force his way into her life, eventually transitioning from an antagonist to the primary male lead. However, Liu Beige had been stripped of his masculinity. He was incapable of fulfilling that role. He was a broken character, likely reduced to a villain motivated by nothing but pure revenge. The person inquiring about her had to be someone else, someone triggering a new branch of the plot. Whether they were a supporting male lead or a villain, the outcome was the same: they were a threat to his control of the narrative. In many web novels, the line between a villain and a hero was thin, often bridged by a whitewashing arc. If he didn't intervene, Yure's main storyline would likely begin with her being forced into a compromising situation tonight. As the ultimate villain, Wang Haoran had no intention of letting the heroine fall into someone else's hands. Beyond that, stopping her plot progression meant earning massive reward points. It was a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. He opened his chat with Yue and began typing. Happy birthday. Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you to dinner. He waited. 1 minute passed. Then 10. 30 minutes later, her reply finally arrived. I'm busy. I'm afraid dinner won't work. I already have an appointment with my classmates. Wang Haoran wondered if she was genuinely occupied with other admirers, or if she was simply making him wait to assert her dominance. He didn't let it bother him. What about after dinner? I'll take you to a movie. There's always time for that. I'll be with my classmates after dinner too. It'll be late, she replied. So, you aren't free at all tonight? You could always come to my birthday party, Yue suggested. That seems inconvenient, Wang Haoran replied. We don't know each other that well. I'd feel out of place. It's fine, just come. It'll be lively with so many people. Lively? He knew what she really wanted. She wanted him to join the pack of boys competing for her attention, feeding her vanity in front of a crowd. He sighed, but the necessity of stopping her plot outweighed his irritation. All right, send me the address. I haven't decided on the location yet. I'll let you know when the time comes. By the way, don't worry about a gift. Just show up. Wang Haoran found her request strange. Mentioning gifts specifically usually meant the exact opposite. In a sprawling mansion across the city, Yue.Will sliced through the water of his private pool. His powerful physique moved with rhythmic precision, muscles rippling under the surface. A subordinate waited at the edge of the water until Yue.Will reached the side and climbed out. The man stepped forward, respectfully offering a thick towel. Brother Mu, I have the information. The boy seen with Yue.Will is a wealthy heir named Wang Haoran. He's the son of the Wang Group's chairman. Yue.Will began wiping the water from his skin. A rich second-generation brat? The Wang Group is worth billions, but that means nothing to me. His voice held a sharp edge of disdain. As a king of the underground, he commanded men who feared no amount of money. Brother Mu, Yue.Will is celebrating her birthday today. She's going to a restaurant with her classmates tonight. Her birthday. A dark, intriguing smile spread across Yue.Will's face. That's perfect. I think I'll give her a present myself. Should I go out and buy something? The subordinate asked. The gift is already on me. No need to prepare anything, Yue.Will laughed. The subordinate looked confused. Yue.Will was wearing nothing but a towel. How could he have a gift on him? Then, a realization dawned on the man. He suppressed a grin, wondering if Brother Mu intended to deliver a very personal gift to Yue.Will tonight. As evening fell, Wang Haoran received the location from Yue.Will. The party was being held at a restaurant near the university. He walked to his garage and climbed into the Pagani. The car had originally belonged to Lin Chen. After Lin Chen's downfall, it had sat in storage. Following a particularly pleasant day with Bian Su-wen, she had decided to give the car to Wang Haoran as a gesture of gratitude, and to make up for the Bugatti he had lost helping her. The engine roared to life, and the sleek machine pulled out into the night. Chapter 404. Are you jealous? Wang Haoran piloted the Pagani toward the restaurant Yue.Will had designated. After securing a parking spot, he made his way to the private box. A small crowd of students had already gathered inside. Several boys were in the process of presenting Yue.Will with wrapped gifts. When Wang Haoran stepped through the door, the room fell silent as every eye tracked his entrance. The girls leaned in, their expressions bordering on starstruck, while the boys bristled with immediate hostility. You're here, Yue.Will said. She stood with a mountain of presents cradled in her arms, her smile bright until her gaze dropped to his empty hands. A flicker of genuine displeasure crossed her face. He really hadn't brought anything. Wang Haoran caught the subtle shift in her expression, and felt a surge of private amusement. She had explicitly told him not to bring a gift, yet showing up empty-handed clearly wounded her ego. Women were often duplicitous creatures. He hadn't come here to play the part of the devoted admirer. He was scanning the room for the catalyst, the male character destined to trigger Yue.Will's primary plot. His disappointment mounted as he looked from face to face. In these types of stories, even the minor villains were usually striking. These boys were unremarkable, little more than background noise to be ignored. Yue, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. A girl whispered loudly, her eyes locked on Wang Haoran. Don't get the wrong idea. We're just ordinary friends, Yue replied. Her tone was sharp, and she stepped away to create distance. Since Wang Haoran hadn't bothered with a gift, she decided he didn't deserve her attention for the evening. Left to his own devices, Wang Haoran stood apart from the group. He knew no one else, and with the birthday girl snubbing him, he appeared quite isolated. Once the rest of the guests arrived, Yue rang the service bell to summon a waiter. Instead of a server, the door swung open to reveal a tall, cold-faced man. Wow, he's gorgeous. The girls in the room whispered and swooned. Wang Haoran's eyes narrowed. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Who are you? Yue asked, her brow furrowing as she studied the stranger. The man stared at her with an intensity that bordered on predatory. Deep within him, the memory of the beating he had taken years ago burned like a brand. Hatred simmered beneath his skin, but he kept his mask perfectly in place. You don't recognize me? He asked. I'm sorry, should I? Yue, he replied. Recognition hit Yue like a physical blow. Panic and surprise fought for dominance on her face. She remembered the harassment in high school, and the way her father had hired men to break him before having him expelled. It was a dark, messy grudge, but the man standing before her was unrecognizable from the delinquent she remembered. Gone was the long, unwashed hair that had hidden his face. He was clean-cut, his features sharp and dangerously charming. What? Am I not welcome? Yue asked, breaking the long silence. Please, take a seat, Yue said politely. She was wary, but his newfound good looks earned him a reprieve. Wang Haoran watched the newcomer closely. Using his perspective ability, he noticed something abnormal. Yue wasn't just looking at Yue. He was physically reacting to her presence. The man was already reaching a state of extreme arousal just by being in the room with her. Wang Haoran recognized the pattern. Yue likely shared the same intent as Liu Beige, to claim Yue through force. In this genre of fiction, a single aggressive act could bypass months of character development and promote a villain to the role of a devoted, obsessive male lead. Once the deed was done, the aggressor would transform into a loyal protector, forsaking all other women. I don't like the way you're looking at me, Yue said. He stopped halfway to his seat, glaring at Wang Haoran with a warning in his eyes. Wang Haoran chuckled. The arrogance of these archetypes was truly something to behold. I don't particularly like the tone of your voice, either. Are you looking for a grave? A cold light flashed in Mubai's eyes. Wang Haoran stood up slowly, his posture relaxed but ready. Stop it, both of you. Yue rushed between them, holding up her hands to keep them apart. The surrounding girls watched with envy, convinced these two handsome men were on the verge of a fistfight over Yure's affections. I'll let it slide for now, Mubai muttered. He was here for the girl, and didn't want to jeopardize his plan by causing a scene too early. He decided he would deal with this stranger later. Wang Haoran wasn't intimidated, but he was certainly ready to see this man dead. Wang Haoran, sit back down. Mubai, you sit here. Yue pointed to a chair, positioning herself as a buffer between the two rivals. Wang Haoran sat, feeling a strange sense of displacement. Somehow, he had been dragged into a supporting role in a drama designed to elevate Yue. His name is Wang Haoran? Mubai asked, his voice low. Yes. Is there a problem? Yue asked. No problem at all, Mubai smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. The waiter arrived, and the tension shifted toward the menu. Yue ordered for the table, making sure to include both men in the conversation. Wang Haoran watched her play the role of the perfect heroine. She was erratic, her loyalties shifting with the wind, a classic trait before a main male lead is officially established. In this world, Yure's plot was centered on a dark paradox. No matter how much she was bullied or mistreated, she would never go to the police. Instead, the abuse would eventually lead her to fall in love with her tormentor. It was a narrative built on suffering and twisted devotion. A sudden, daring thought occurred to Wang Haoran. Yue possessed a massive protagonist aura, 5,800 points, higher than even Yun Churan. Because Liu Beige was incapacitated, her aura had manifested Mubai as a replacement. If Wang Haoran simply killed Mubai, the world would eventually produce another, and another. He would be stuck in an endless loop of protecting her from obsessed lunatics. But what if he faked the trigger? What if he staged a scenario that convinced the narrative her destiny had already been fulfilled? If she believed she had already found her hero, her aura might stabilize, and she would become a faithful partner, rather than a magnet for predators. He had successfully used this type of deception on Yun Churan before. He still had the necessary supplies to stage a convincing crime scene. Whether he could successfully masquerade as her destined match was up to fate, but he was willing to take the risk. Dinner was served, and the group began to eat. Yue finished several drinks in quick succession before standing up and hurrying out of the room. A few moments later, Mubai excused himself as well. Wang Haoran stood up and followed at a distance. Through his perspective vision, he could see Mubai's excitement reaching a fever pitch. The predator was moving in for the kill. Chapter 405. The mantis catches the cicada. Yue stepped out of the private box and headed down the corridor to find the restroom. To her frustration, the nearby facilities were blocked off for maintenance. With a sigh of annoyance, she headed upstairs to the next floor. The upper level was lined with identical private dining rooms, but the hallway remained eerily silent. The lack of customers created a ghost town atmosphere. Wang Haoran followed at a distance, observing the scene through his perspective vision. He couldn't help but marvel at the uncanny power of a protagonist's aura. Mubai was trailing her like a predator, and the world had conveniently emptied an entire floor to provide the perfect stage for a dark plot twist. Yue hurried into a bathroom to compose herself. Outside, Mubai leaned against the doorframe, a twisted smile playing on his lips as he prepared his birthday present. He never heard Wang Haoran approach. Before Yue could emerge, a sharp, precise blow struck the back of Mubai's neck. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into a heap. The system chimed in Wang Haoran's mind. Host has stunned the male villain Mubai, preventing the primary storyline from triggering. Gained 1,800 villain points. Yure's protagonist Halo -90, host's villain Halo +90. Wang Haoran dragged the unconscious man into an empty dining room. He didn't stop there. With a brutal, calculated kick, he struck Mubai where it hurt most. The system echoed again. Host used violence to strip Mubai of his manhood. Gained 1,000 villain points. Wang Haoran exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. If this weren't a public restaurant, he would have ended the man's life. For now, this permanent punishment would have to suffice. He stepped back out into the corridor just as Yue exited the restroom. He stood directly in her path. You? Why are you up here? Yue gasped. She caught the edge of a sharp smile on his face and took an instinctive step back. What do you want? I didn't bring a gift earlier. Are you still upset? No. I told you it didn't matter. Why would I be angry? She shook her head, though her voice lacked conviction. Really? Then why were you ignoring me all through dinner? You misunderstood, she insisted, trying to sound sincere. I've been thinking about it, and I decided I really should give you something. Follow me. Wang Haoran gestured toward the open door of a vacant room. Yue wasn't stupid. She sensed the danger immediately. She nodded as if complying, but the moment she reached the door, she lunged forward, trying to bolt down the hallway. Wang Haoran was faster. He caught her arm, hauled her into the room, and slammed the door shut. What are you doing? Yure's voice trembled. She retreated until her back hit the corner of the wall. Giving you your present. Wang Haoran closed the distance. Yue opened her mouth to scream, but his palm clamped over her lips, stifling the sound. A handsome face filled her vision, eyes glinting with a strange intensity. Before she could process the fear, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. Her world went black, and she slumped into his arms. The mask of the villain dropped. Wang Haoran's expression turned cold and professional as he began to fake the crime scene. He worked with practiced efficiency, arranging the evidence to suggest a struggle and a completed act. He finished in 5 minutes but hesitated. If she woke up now, the timeline would be too suspicious. No one would believe it only took 5 minutes. To make the ruse convincing, he sat down, pulled out his phone, and messaged Sum Wian. He spent the next hour playing mobile games, letting the clock run. Finally, he stood up, filled a disposable cup with cold water from the dispenser, and splashed it onto Gu Yura's face. She groaned, her eyes fluttering open. As she tried to sit up, a sharp, burning sensation radiated through her body. She winced, nearly crying out from the phantom pain. She looked up at Wang Haoran, who sat before her with a look of smug satisfaction. Satisfied with the gift. The implication hit her like a physical blow. "You bastard. You're not human. You're scum." Gu Yura erupted, hurling every insult she could think of, her voice thick with rage. Wang Haoran watched her, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Since this was all a facade, he worried she might actually call the police. But then, the system notifications flooded his mind. Ding. Host successfully faked the role of the male protagonist. Plot direction heavily altered. Gained 3,200 villain points. Gu Yura's protagonist Halo -160. Host's villain Halo +160. Ding. Gu Yura's favorability has increased by 30. Current total 50. Status, love from the heart. Wang Haoran was stunned. Any normal girl would want him dead, yet her affection for him had skyrocketed. Then he remembered the twisted logic of her character archetype. Gu Yura thrived on suffering and emotional abuse. The trauma of the event had triggered a deep, irrational attachment to her tormentor. Her phone vibrated on the floor. It was a classmate. "Hello?" Gu Yura answered, her voice shaking as she forced herself to sound calm. "Yura, why did it take you so long to pick up? Where are you? Is everything okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Yura lied, her gaze lingering on Wang Haoran. "I'll be back down in a minute." She hung up and struggled to her feet. Despite the insults she had just hurled, her heart had already shifted. She was already protecting the secret of the boy who had bullied her. "Keep this to yourself," Wang Haoran warned, his voice low and threatening. "If word gets out, your life will become a misery." Gu Yura gave him a long, complicated look. He was a powerful heir to a multi-billion-dollar empire. She was a girl from a fallen family, with no status left to her name. She had no way to fight him. She could only accept her fate. Chapter 406. The Master and the Disciples. Wang Haoran left the restaurant immediately after the matter was settled. Inside the private box, the party was winding down, and most of the students had finished their meals. When Gu Yura returned, a few concerned classmates asked where she had been. She lied, claiming she ran into an old acquaintance and lost track of time. The students accepted the excuse without much thought. "Those two handsome guys followed you out one after another. Where are they now?" a female classmate asked, noticing that Mu Bai and Wang Haoran were both missing. "I don't know," Gu Yura replied, shaking her head and pretending to be oblivious. She knew exactly what Wang Haoran had been up to, but Mu Bai's whereabouts were a mystery she didn't care to solve. Her mind was occupied by the memory of Wang Haoran's wicked smile. That lingering, predatory charm made it impossible for her to think about any other boy. According to the original plan, the group was supposed to head to a KTV lounge to sing. However, Gu Yura's thoughts were in a state of chaos. Feeling overwhelmed, she claimed to have a headache and declined to go. Without the birthday girl, the rest of the group lost interest, and the night's festivities were cut short. Gu Yura's friends left the restaurant and headed back to the school dormitory. "Who attacked me from behind?" In an empty private box on a different floor, Mu Bai touched his throbbing neck. He woke in a daze, consciousness slowly returning. Soon, a sharp, agonizing pain radiated from the lower half of his body. Anger surged through him, but his priority shifted from revenge to survival. He struggled to move, his breath hitching with every twitch. Fumbling for his phone, he called his subordinates and ordered them to pick him up immediately. The men rushed to the scene and transported Mu Bai to the nearest hospital. After an emergency examination, the doctor delivered a grim verdict. Mu Bai's groin had sustained irreversible trauma from a physical blow. He was completely emasculated. A close subordinate assisting with the errands was stunned. Didn't Brother Mu usually give people several hundred million in his pursuits? How could he have lost his tools of the trade so suddenly? The subordinate kept the thought to himself, not daring to ask. A volcanic rage erupted in Mu Bai's heart. He glared at his men and barked an order. "Go to that restaurant. Check everything. I want to know exactly who attacked me." Given his status and the nature of his business, he couldn't involve the police. He intended to settle this debt personally. Midnight approached in a remote, nameless mountain range. "Master, why are you driving me away?" Tantai Yaoyue stood quietly inside a humble shack, looking blankly at a man in his 30s. "I have taught you everything there is to know about ancient martial arts," the man said, his voice carrying a seasoned, heavy authority. "Now that you are skilled, it is time for you to descend the mountain." "But it's so late. I wanted to leave at dawn," she protested. Tantai Yaoyue had known this day would come. Her master had mentioned it many times, but the suddenness of the midnight eviction puzzled her. "Are you disobeying my instructions?" The man's tone sharpened, turning rushed and serious. Tantai Yaoyue respected her master too much to argue further. "I understand, master. I'm leaving now." She slowly backed out of the house. Having lived there for 3 years, she felt a pang of reluctance, but her master was firm. After taking a moment to steady her emotions, her eyes brightened as she considered her destination. "I haven't seen them for 3 years. I wonder how my sisters and Xiaochen are doing, she whispered to herself, looking up at the night sky. The moonlight was dim, casting long, pale shadows over the steep, winding mountain paths. To an ordinary person, navigating these cliffs at night would be a death sentence. However, Tantai Yaoyue's training in ancient martial arts gave her superior vision. The darkness was no different from the day. She leaped, her body appearing to defy gravity, as she landed on the crown of a distant tree. She stepped lightly across the leaves, using them as platforms to propel herself forward. The foliage didn't even quiver under her weight. Her silhouette blurred, covering hundreds of meters in seconds before vanishing into the vast night. Back inside the shack, a wild, manic cry shattered the silence. Ah, it's been 10 years. 10 years. I'm finally free. The man, Qin Fan, had completely lost his dignified, master-like composure. He danced on the spot, his face flushed with excitement. Qin Fan was a traveler from another world, equipped with the standard apprenticeship system. At the start of his journey, the system had granted him countless magical abilities, but there was a catch. He was forced to remain in these mountains for a decade, to train 99 powerful apprentices who would change the world. Failure meant total erasure. He had no choice but to teach. Over the years, wanderers would occasionally stumble into the valley. Qin Fan would display a fraction of his power, leaving them awestruck and desperate to become his disciples. Among his students, some became divine physicians, others mastered the arts of face reading or wealth creation, and some became world-class assassins. Ancient martial arts were the most difficult of his teachings, and Tantai Yaoyue was his final, most gifted student in that field. Today marked the exact end of the 10-year sentence. With Tantai Yaoyue's training complete, the mission was finished. He had urged her to leave immediately because if she were still there after midnight, the system might have judged the mission a failure. A prompt flickered in his mind, task complete. Oops, I was so impatient that I forgot to ask where Yaoyue was going. Qin Fan slapped his thigh in sudden remorse. Of his 99 apprentices, many were young, beautiful women, but Tantai Yaoyue was the pinnacle. She possessed the kind of beauty that could topple kingdoms. Qin Fan had often been distracted while teaching her, but the system had strictly forbidden any physical contact or romantic pursuit. He had to maintain the persona of a cold, distant master. He had been suffocating under those restrictions for years. Now that he was free, he could do as he pleased, and his first choice would have been his beautiful disciple. Whatever, Qin Fan sighed, his mood quickly rebounding. There will be a chance to meet again. After 10 years of isolation, the world was finally open to him. Qin Fan stayed up all night, fueled by pure, restless anticipation. Chapter 407. The Master's Return. The next morning, the silence of the peaks was shattered. Qin Fan set fire to the collection of humble shacks he had called home for a decade. As the dry wood crackled and black smoke rose into the mountain air, he made a silent vow. He would never return to this ghost place. He descended the trail, reaching the foot of the mountain in record time. On the dusty path below, an old man walked alongside a younger man, who moved with a vacant, foolish gait. The elder stared toward the deep mountain peaks, hesitating as if debating whether to attempt the climb. Qin Fan didn't wait. He blurred into motion, appearing suddenly before them. Master. The old man didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and knelt in the dirt at Qin Fan's feet. Xiao Xiao, Qin Fan said, recognizing his former student. This man had been one of Qin Fan's earliest apprentices. He had studied the divine arts of medicine, and had since become a peerless doctor, whose name carried weight across the country. Yaifeng, come here. Salute the master. The old man beckoned to the younger man. The youth didn't respond. He merely watched a butterfly flutter past his nose with a wide, mindless smirk. Fly, 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 he muttered, completely lost in his own world. Qin Fan frowned, his gaze shifting to the old doctor. This is my descendant, Xiao Yaifeng, the elder explained, his voice thick with grief. A few months ago, he was sent to protect the daughter of a wealthy family. Someone attacked him. His face was destroyed, his brain was damaged, and he became like this. I've tried everything, but I couldn't save his mind. I had no choice but to beg master to take action. Qin Fan moved with a ghost-like flicker, appearing instantly at the young man's side. He pressed his fingers to Xiao Yaifeng's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper. Master, even you can't. The old man's voice trembled with panic. It's not incurable, Qin Fan interrupted, but it requires rare medicinal materials. Relief washed over the old man's face. He listened intently as Qin Fan listed the necessary ingredients one by one. The list was daunting, filled with items that were nearly extinct, but the doctor bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, master. Once I find them, where should I bring them to you? Qin Fan looked toward the horizon. I'm heading to Qingling first. If you can't find me there directly, seek out a man named Ma Hongsheng. I'll leave my contact information with him. Ma Hongsheng was another of Qin Fan's apprentices, a man who had mastered the art of wealth. According to a letter sent 6 months ago, Ma was now the richest man in Qingling with assets exceeding 100 billion. Qin Fan didn't have a penny to his name. Entering secular life required capital, and he planned to spend a few $100 million of his students' money to get settled. Qingling. The disciple understands, the old man promised. He knew the city well. It was where he had found Xiao Yaifeng living among beggars after the attack. Back in the city, the morning sun hit the windows of the villa. Since it was a holiday, Wang Haoran remained in bed. Usually, his discipline and his centuries' worth of internal energy meant he only needed an hour or two of rest to feel fully refreshed. However, last night had been an exception. Bien Su-wen had tasted the freshness for the first time, and her enthusiasm had been boundless. She had called him out late in the evening, and he hadn't returned to the villa until dawn. He was exhausted. Just as he began to drift off, a firm knock echoed at the door. "Haoran, are you awake? I have something to tell you." Feng Suensa's voice was clear and persistent. "What is it?" Wang Haoran grumbled, pulling the pillow over his head. "Can I come in?" Before he could answer, she pushed the door open. Wang Haoran sighed. Why ask if she was already halfway across the room? Feng Suensa walked to the edge of the bed. She didn't speak immediately. Instead, she stood there with bright, shimmering eyes, staring at him. Wang Haoran pulled the quilt up to his chin, leaving only his head exposed. "What's the matter?" he repeated. "Sister Rao invited me to dinner at the Yan mansion," Feng Suensa said, her tone shifting into a soft, uncharacteristic whine. "She wants me to bring you along. It's inconvenient. I don't think I should go." The thought of Feng Rao gave Wang Haoran a lingering headache. "What's inconvenient about it? Just come." Feng Suensa reached down and shook his arm, acting like a spoiled child. In public, she was a cold, untouchable beauty. Here, in the privacy of the bedroom with the man she considered her husband, she was entirely different. Wang Haoran felt his resolve melting. Her charm was a dangerous weapon. He hesitated, a thought crossing his mind. "Did you want to take me? Or was this Feng Rao's idea?" If it was just Feng Suensa wanting to introduce him to her family, that was one thing. But if Feng Rao had specifically requested him, that was a red flag. "I wanted to bring you," Feng Suensa replied, "but Sister Rao also emphasized several times that I must bring you." "Several times?" Wang Haoran took a deep breath. Ever since they left the hospital, Feng Rao had bombarded him with messages and invitations. He had dodged every single one. Using Feng Suensa to lure him to dinner was a calculated move. He knew he couldn't beat Feng Rao in a fight yet. If that woman lost her mind and became aggressive, he would be in trouble. He preferred his current strategy with Feng Rao, start the fire, but never help put it out. "Please come with me?" Feng Suensa pleaded again, shaking his arm. "Go out for a minute," Wang Haoran said, relenting slightly. "Let me get dressed. I'll give you an answer in a moment." Feng Suensa gave him a lingering, resentful look, but she obeyed, quietly closing the door behind her. As soon as she was gone, Wang Haoran grabbed his phone and dialed a familiar number. "Yuning, is Yun Yuntian still in the hospital, or is he back at the mansion?" "He's at the mansion, young master." Yuning's voice was crisp. The little Dr. Xian Bien Su-wen suggested treatment, but Yan Fipeng felt the hospital was unnecessary now. "He's been moved back." "And Yun Churan?" "She's there as well. But she's been in a trance all day. She's acting quite strange." Wang Haoran hung up, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. Calculations flashed through his mind. The medicine he had given Yun Churan to simulate morning sickness and false pregnancy symptoms should be in full effect by now. Yin Yuntian had finally started to recover from the last mental blow. It was the perfect time to give him another heart attack. Chapter 408. Morning Sickness. Yin Yuntian lay in a quiet bedroom tucked away in the backyard of the mansion. The suffocating layers of bandages that once made him look like a mummy had been thinned out, exposing more of his skin to the cool air. Although his body remained a motionless weight on the mattress, the agonizing fire in his nerves had finally begun to simmer down. A faint, healthy rose returned to his pale cheeks, a sight he hadn't seen in what felt like an eternity. All of this was the handiwork of the medicine prescribed by Bien Su-wen. Without her intervention, it would have been impossible for him to show such progress in less than half a month. Of course, the recovery came with a staggering price tag. Yan Fipeng had already handed over the majority of the hundreds of billions promised for the treatment. The final installment would only be paid once Yuntian could stand on his own 2 feet again. The rhythmic click of footsteps echoed from the hallway. Yin Yuntian shifted his eyes toward the door as the young and charming Yun Churan stepped into the room. A spark of joy flickered in his chest, but it died just as quickly as it had appeared. In his current state, her beauty was nothing more than a cruel reminder of what he could no longer touch. He knew his fiancée was on the verge of leaving him. She wasn't just some helpless girl, she was the daughter of a sect whose power rivaled Fenzi Mountain itself. Even if she wanted to stay, her elders would never allow her to remain tied to a broken man. Despite the inevitable, he still felt a deep affection for her. He noticed the heavy melancholy weighing down her beautiful eyebrows and the haggard look in her eyes. "It's already happened. Don't be sad for me," Yin Yuntian said, his voice cracking with emotion. "Seeing you like this makes me feel terrible too." Yun Churan's eyes widened in brief amazement. Her mood had indeed been abysmal lately, but it had absolutely nothing to do with Yin Yuntian or his recovery. However, she couldn't dare speak the truth. She leaned into the misunderstanding instead. "We had a marriage contract. After all," she lied, looking away. "I really feel bad seeing you like this." The words moved him. He wanted to reach out and pull her into a comforting embrace, but his limbs refused to obey. He let out a ragged sigh and sank back into the pillows. "The marriage contract," Yun Churan began, her voice trailing off. She wasn't here for small talk. She looked up, her expression shifting as she prepared to deliver the blow. "I understand," Yin Yuntian interrupted, his heart sinking. He didn't have the dignity left to beg her to stay. "I won't hold you back. I agree to cancel the engagement." Yun Churan's shoulders slumped with visible relief. "I'm glad you don't have an objection. I'll go back and explain the situation to the elders. Then, I'll speak with Aunt Rao to officially terminate the arrangement." "Just please," Yuntian added, a flash of panic crossing his face, keep the details of my injury confidential. He couldn't bear the thought of the world knowing about his emasculation. If the secret got out, he would be the laughingstock of the hidden world for the rest of his life. I'll tell the public our personalities weren't compatible. You can rest assured, she promised. Thank you. I truly appreciate. He was cut off by a sudden, violent sound. Yun Churan clutched her chest, her face turning a sickly shade of green as she began to retch. After a few agonizing moments, she straightened up, her heart racing with terror. She had retched like this once before when she woke up this morning, but she had dismissed it as a fluke. Now, the repetition of the symptom forced a terrifying thought to the front of her mind. Yin Yuntian stared at her, confused. Are you all right? Why are you feeling sick? I caught a cold after resting last night, she said, her eyes darting around the room, as she searched for a plausible lie. I felt a little off this morning. It's nothing serious. Is it really just a cold? Yuntian asked. Something about her frantic energy felt wrong. She forced a tight, artificial smile. Of course. What else could it be? Yin Yuntian gave her a long, searching look. For a split second, the thought of pregnancy crossed his mind, but he dismissed it as nonsense. This was the daughter of a prestigious sect leader. She had been raised under the strictest etiquette. She kept her distance from men. There was no way she could be involved in a secret affair. Suddenly, another wave hit her. She doubled over, retching again. This time, Yuntian didn't suspect her. He only felt worry. The little medical fairy should be stopping by soon. You should ask her to check on you. Even with your cultivation, a doctor's touch will make you recover faster. Yun Churan waited for her stomach to settle before nodding. I'll look for her later. Inside, she was spiraling. She needed to know. Bian Su-wen was famous for her ethics and discretion. If she truly was pregnant, perhaps the genius doctor would keep the secret. And if it was just a stomach bug, she could put this nightmare behind her. Get some rest, she said politely, making a quick exit from the room. Shortly after she left, Yin Yuntian watched through the open door as the room opposite his own swung open. Feng Rao stepped out, and the sight left him stunned. She wore high heels and an elegant red dress that accentuated every curve of her body. Her makeup was flawless, and her long black hair cascaded over one shoulder. She looked regal, radiant, and utterly noble. Resentment burned in Yuntian's chest. He was lying here broken, and his own mother hadn't even come to see him. Instead of being moved to tears by his plight, she was dressing up and even wearing a smile. He wanted to scream at her, but he feared her temper and her strength. He remained silent. In the hallway, Feng Rao didn't even glance toward her son's room. She paced back and forth, getting used to the feel of the heels. Back at Fengzi Mountain, she only wore traditional robes. This modern attire was entirely new to her. He lives in the secular world, she whispered to herself, her eyes bright with hope. This style must be to his taste. I'll make him notice me today. Wow, wife. You look incredible. The sound of Yin Fipeng's voice broke her reverie. He walked toward her with a wide, foolish grin, a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth. A wave of intense disgust washed over Feng Rao. I always said you'd look good in modern clothes, Fipeng said, his eyes roaming over her. Why the sudden change? Did you dress up just for me? He looked thrilled, convinced that the tension between them was finally over, and that perhaps a younger sibling for Yuntian was on the horizon. He truly believed his wife was finally trying to please her husband. Chapter 409. The Licking Dog's Devotion. Wear it for you. You don't deserve it. Feng Rao sneered, her voice cutting through Yin Fipeng's smug expression without a hint of mercy. Fipeng's grin, born from a decade of wishful thinking, stiffened. He stood frozen for a moment before his face softened into a knowing, paternal smile. I understand, wife. You want to save face. Your heart misses me, but you maintain that cold, distant exterior. It's all right. I won't laugh at you for playing hard to get. Stay far away, Feng Rao snapped, her skin crawling at his touch. Don't be an eyesore. She turned her back on him, the movement sharp and dismissive. To Fipeng, this was merely the reaction of a woman exposed. Rather than feeling the sting of her malice, he grew more cheerful. Fine, fine. I'll get out of your way. He knew the middle of the day was hardly the time for romance. Respecting her space, he retreated toward the backyard and entered Yin Yuntian's bedroom. Even there, he couldn't help himself. He hovered by the window, his gaze fixed on the vibrant red of Feng Rao's dress as she paced the courtyard. Yin Yuntian watched his father from the bed, a deep frown etching into his pale face. Father, don't you think mother has been acting strange recently? Strange? I don't feel it. Fipeng's eyes didn't wander from the window. Don't you think she's indifferent toward her own son? Hasn't she always been like that? Fipeng shrugged. She was never the type for a loving, doting mother. I know that, Yuntian spat, his frustration mounting. But this is beyond her usual coldness. She treats me like an outsider. She looks at me with contempt. Perhaps she's just disappointed in you. She intended for you to inherit Fengzi Mountain, and now. Fipeng let the sentence hang, sighing. Don't blame her. She's still young, and there is plenty of room for maneuver regarding an heir. Look at her today. She's dressed up, which means she's finally looked past the tragedy. She's ready to move forward. You should prepare yourself mentally to be a big brother. The thought made Yuntian's stomach churn, but he couldn't deny the logic. Internal strife had ravaged Fengzi Mountain. The only direct bloodlines left were his mother and his aunt, Feng Yun. His cousin, Qin Yunhan, had lived her life in the secular world without a lick of martial arts training. She was out of the question, and he, the only son, was now a broken branch. His mother was a martial arts genius, a master of Hua Jin at only 36. Her body possessed the vitality of a woman in her early 20s. If she chose to, she could easily bear 10 more children. But Yuntian was far less optimistic than his father. "Father, I think you should pay closer attention to her," Yuntian warned. "Lest you end up with something green on your head, kept in the dark while the world laughs." The brother pig smile vanished from Fipeng's face. He finally turned away from the window, looking at his son with suspicion. "What is that supposed to mean? Don't you see the disgust in her eyes when she looks at you? She has always been indifferent," Fipeng insisted. "There is a vast difference between indifference and disgust. You're a shrewd businessman, father. Don't lose your judgment because you're blinded by her." Fipeng's eyes flickered. Memories surfaced, the way she had blocked his path to her bedroom, the cold warning that she would break his neck if he made another sound. He had dismissed it as a mood swing, but his son's words planted a seed of doubt. "What did you think of?" Yuntian pressed. "A Rao is not that kind of person," Fipeng barked, shaking his head to clear the suspicion. He chose to believe. "Yin Fipeng, be sensible," Yuntian shouted, using his father's full name in his agitation. "Enough. I won't allow irresponsible remarks about her, not even from you." Fipeng turned back to the window, his expression turning dreamy and tragic. "Even if she truly did like someone else, I wouldn't blame her. I don't deserve her. Being married to her and having a son like you is a gift from heaven. If she insists on leaving me for another man, I will only give her my blessing." Yuntian nearly choked. His father was a rational man in every other aspect of life, but when it came to Feng Rao, he was a lost cause. The bedroom fell into a heavy, silent gloom. Outside, a voice broke the tension. "Mountain Master, Miss Suensu has arrived." Yun Suan called out. "Is she alone, or is someone with her?" Feng Rao's voice was high and vibrant with excitement. "Miss Suensu brought a friend," Yun Suan replied. "I'll meet them." Feng Rao practically hurried toward the entrance, the click of her heels fading quickly. Unlike the whispered argument in the bedroom, this exchange had been loud and clear. Fipeng stood by the window, his heart sinking. "The friend Suensu brought, it's that kid, Wang Haoran. Did a Rao dress up like this for him? Impossible." Yuntian snorted, his face contorted with disdain. "He's just some rich second-generation brat. How could mother ever look at him?" Chapter 410. Magical Encounter. Yin Fipeng couldn't bring himself to agree with his son. He paced by the window, his voice heavy with doubt. "You saw it yourself in the hospital, Yuntian. When that wealthy brat goes out, he's practically walking on air. Your mother is extraordinarily tolerant toward him. At the time, I assumed she spared him for Suensu's sake. But now, it's obvious. She favors him." The admission tasted like ash in Fipeng's mouth. Yin Yuntian remained motionless on the bed, his expression a mask of stubborn conviction. "Think logically, father. If mother truly intended to produce an heir, why would she look past you for a man like that? Her primary goal is the future of Fengzi Mountain. Cultivation talent is the only currency that matters to her." "That's true," Fipeng admitted. "Martial skill is everything." "Exactly." Yuntian's head stayed level, his voice cold. "What does that rich second-generation brat bring to the table? Money and a pretty face. Mother has no shortage of wealth. As for his looks, it's absurd to think a noble soul like mother would be swayed by something so superficial." Fipeng nodded slowly, wanting to believe. Then why the smile? She was beaming the moment she heard he was coming. "Politeness for my aunt's sake. You've seen how they are. Even without a blood connection, they are closer than sisters. Mother treats his presence as a courtesy to Suensu. But they are just friends," Fipeng countered, his brow furrowed. Why would she go to such lengths for a friend's acquaintance? A sharp flash of jealousy cut across Yuntian's features. He ground his teeth together, the words coming out in a strained hiss. "There is one thing you don't know, father. One thing I learned recently. Tell me, that rich brat is actually my aunt's husband." Fipeng froze, his eyes bulging. "The number one beauty in the hidden world has a husband?" "Yes. She told me herself." Yuntian stared at the ceiling, his voice flat and robotic. "On her wedding day years ago, the sect was attacked. Aunt was injured, lost her memory, and forgot everything about her marriage. She only recently recovered those memories when they crossed paths again." Fipeng leaned against the wall, stunned. "So, he's the one? The rich boy from the city?" "She didn't name him directly," Yuntian explained, his eyes burning with a dark flame. "She described him as a wealthy son of the secular world. But who else could it be? Why else would she protect him so fiercely, even risking the honor of Fengzi Mountain?" Fipeng exhaled, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. Still, a lingering question bothered him. How did a commoner like him manage to marry someone like Suensu? Her status is that of a princess, and her sect was far more powerful than our own. It makes no sense. Yuntian's face contorted with bitterness. "I asked her the same thing. Years ago, that boy went hiking and wandered into the sect's forbidden territory. He stumbled into the path of a wild beast. He was seconds away from becoming a predator's meal when it passed by. She saved him and fell in love at first sight. She defied her parents and the entire sect just to marry him." Fipeng couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy. To have such a miraculous encounter, to be saved by a goddess and claimed as hers, was a story for the ages. "So," Fipeng summarized, "she told mother about the marriage. Mother loves her like a sister, so she treats the husband like family. That explains the tolerance." "Precisely." Yuntian's voice dripped with hatred. "He's riding on the luck of 10 lifetimes. He thinks he can walk among female sect leaders as an equal because of a lucky marriage. It's pathetic." Fipeng finally let go of his suspicions regarding Feng Rao and the boy. "I know you have a history with him, Yuntian. But if your mother is this fond of him, you must stop your provocations." By seniority, you should technically call him little uncle. We are all on the same side now. Yuntian snorted, turning his head away. Peace was never an option. This man had stolen the woman he desired. He had moved in with Ning Aoxiu and Feng Anna, living under the same roof as his former flames. The humiliation was a knot in his throat he couldn't swallow. Before his injury, Yuntian had hoped to regain his health and reclaim Feng Suensu. He had stayed his hand to avoid her wrath. But now, with his body broken beyond repair, those hopes were dead. If he couldn't have her, no one would. He had already decided Wang Haoran had to die. He just needed time. Under the care of Bian Su-wen, he would be healed within a month. And once he could walk, he would lead the rich brat to his grave. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Yuntian's eyes. Fi Peng noticed the shift and opened his mouth to offer a warning, but the sound of approaching footsteps silenced him. Feng Rao swept into the room, followed by Feng Suansu and Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran stepped toward the bed, his gaze lingering on the patient. An intriguing, knowing smile played on his lips. Recovering well, I see. You look much better than last time. Feng Suensu stood beside him. Despite her growing disdain for Yuntian, because of his rivalry with Haoran, she maintained her poise. Are you feeling better, Yuntian? Yuntian wasn't fooled. He knew her concern was a performance for the sake of appearances, but he forced a polite nod. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Chapter 411. Lively and lively together. Feng Suensu offered a polite, distant greeting to Yan Yuntian before turning away. Let's sit in the living room, Feng Rao said, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. She led the way immediately, her attention focused entirely on Feng Suansu and Wang Haoran. Yan Yuntian watched her back, a bitter coldness settling in his chest. As a mother, she hadn't offered a single word of genuine concern. Her eyes hadn't even brushed past him. Her focus remained elsewhere. Or, more precisely, it remained on Wang Haoran. He tried to push the resentment aside. Perhaps she was simply curious about the stranger. While he brooded, Feng Rao disappeared into the hall with the guests, leaving the room heavy with silence. Yan Fipeng returned a short while later, accompanied by a group of servants carrying a reclining chair. Steady now. Be careful with him, Yan Fipeng instructed, gesturing for the men to lift Yan Yuntian from the bed. Father, what is this? Yan Yuntian asked, his brow furrowed. It is a reunion dinner. How could we have it without you? Feng Rao specifically asked me to bring you to the restaurant, so we can all be lively together, Yan Fipeng explained. Mother said that. Yan Yuntian's brows rose in surprise. Well, it wasn't her idea originally. That young man, the rich heir, brought it up. When your mother heard it, she thought it was reasonable and agreed immediately. Yan Yuntian's frown deepened. Something felt off. Before he could voice his suspicions, the servants moved in to lift him. Stop. I'm not going, Yan Yuntian barked. His injuries had improved, and the splints held his fracture secure. He could move without further damage if he were careful, but he refused to be put on display like a broken toy. Yuntian, let's go, Yan Fipeng urged. That young man likely brought this up to build a bridge with you. Take the olive branch. No, it isn't a choice, son. Your mother said if I can't get you to that table, I'll be kicked out of the house. Yan Fipeng offered a weary, bitter smile, and signaled the servants again. Carefully now. Lift him. Weak and tethered to his recovery, Yan Yuntian could not resist. The servants moved with practiced precision, hoisting him onto the reclining chair and wheeling him toward the dining hall. In a secluded corner of the mansion grounds, Wang Haoran pulled out his phone and dialed Bian Su-wen. The call rang out. He tried again. Still, no one answered. He needed Yan Yuntian at that table to expose Yun Churan's secret, but the revelation required a certain touch. If he did it himself, it would look suspicious. He wasn't a doctor. Claiming she was pregnant just because she looked nauseous would seem far-fetched, perhaps even malicious. Bian Su-wen was the perfect instrument for the job, but after several attempts, her line remained silent. With a frustrated sigh, he dialed Chu Qianwei instead. Dear? What is it? Her voice chirped with excitement. Are you calling to take me to dinner? No, I'm a guest at a friend's house. I simply missed you, so I had to call. I miss you too, she responded, her voice bright. Where is your third sister? Wang Haoran asked, shifting the topic. She didn't come home last night. She only walked through the door this morning and went straight to her room to sleep. It's nearly lunch. Is she still resting? How do you know she's still in bed? Chu Qianwei asked, her tone sharpening with suspicion. Wang Haoran caught himself. Of course he knew. He was exhausted himself. He could only imagine how she felt. But he kept those thoughts tightly locked away. The third sister didn't go to see you last night, did she? No, Wang Haoran lied smoothly. Humph. I'm going to find her and check for myself. I can't help myself, Wang Haoran sighed. He made a sharp, slapping sound against his chest, his voice thick with feigned self-reproach. Don't do that. I don't blame you, Chu Qianwei cried, her suspicion melting into immediate concern. I know the history between you and her. I understand. We've already talked about it, and I'm prepared for this. Please, don't hurt yourself. Wang Haoran suppressed a smile. He had overheard their conversation while pretending to be unconscious previously, but he played his part perfectly. He stopped the self-mutilation and lowered his voice. Really? You aren't lying to me. I'm not. Wei, you are so kind. Having a girlfriend like you is a blessing I must have earned in 10 previous lifetimes. You know how good I am to you? Then show it, she hinted playfully. The night after tomorrow. I'll take you to dinner. No, tonight, she bargained. The night after tomorrow, he insisted. Do you already have a date with her tonight? Wang Haoran feigned shock. How did you guess that? I just said it as a joke. I can't believe I was right. She paused, her voice turning competitive. I'm coming tonight too. I want to eat. Is that a good idea? Actually, forget it, she sighed, her voice softening. I can't make you too tired. I can't make you spend too much money. You just take her. Money isn't an issue, Wang Haoran said, his heart racing at the prospect. Come together. The more people we have, the more fun the meal will be. Okay then. She agreed. Now, what did you need from her? Do you want me to wake her up? No, let her sleep. Just tell her to contact me when she wakes. I will. That's all for now. I'll talk to you soon. The sound of approaching footsteps crunched on the gravel path. Wang Haoran hung up quickly and tucked the phone away, turning back toward the mansion. Chapter 412. The Drunken Dragon. Wang Haoran tucked his phone away, shifting his gaze as Feng Rao approached, her hips swaying with deliberate grace. Her eyes shimmered, fixed on him with an intensity that tracked every inch of his frame. Wang Haoran felt a prickle of unease at the back of his neck, and instinctively stepped back. What? Am I so terrifying? Feng Rao asked, arching a perfectly groomed eyebrow. No, Wang Haoran said, shaking his head. Then why are you so nervous? Looking at someone as dazzling as you makes me feel inadequate. Naturally, I'm a bit tense. The compliment slipped out by habit, a reflex of his usual charm, but the moment the words left his lips, he wanted to bite his tongue. Feng Rao beamed. Clearly, her morning spent dressing up had not been in vain. She drifted closer, closing the distance until she was nearly touching him. Since you think I look so good, I'll let you have a closer look. She leaned forward slightly, her watery eyes locked onto his, unblinking and predatory. Wang Haoran lowered his gaze, only to find himself staring at a proud, sweeping curve that seemed to flaunt its power right in front of him. He didn't dare respond. Dinner should be ready soon. We should go, he said, attempting to sidestep her. No hurry, Feng Rao countered, blocking his path. There's still a moment or two. Wang Haoran groaned internally, trapped in the corner of the garden. Haoran, where are you? Feng Xuance's voice drifted through the air. He nearly shouted for her to save him, but he caught himself, settling for a loud, I'm over here. Feng Xuance rounded the corner of the house, stopping short when she saw the two of them. Feng Rao straightened instantly, the flirtatious smile vanishing as she shot a resentful, lingering glance at Wang Haoran. Sister, you're here too? Feng Xuanzo asked, her voice laced with surprise. What were you two talking about? Xuanzo, I can see that you and this young man are just normal friends. I wanted to ask him in private about the nature of your relationship. Feng Rao's composure was flawless. Her expression didn't flicker as she fabricated the lie, explaining away their private meeting with cool logic. Sister, I'll speak with you about that later, in private. Feng Xuanzo was cautious. She worried that bringing up the past might trigger another of Wang Haoran's debilitating headaches. I'm going to see if the meal is ready, Wang Haoran said, seizing the opportunity to escape. Let's talk then, Feng Rao said, watching him depart. Feng Xuanzo didn't hold back. She told her sister exactly what she had told Yun Churan. The revelation left Feng Rao stunned. She had guessed that her sister harbored feelings for the boy, but she never imagined their bond went so deep. Sister, Haoran didn't mean to offend you last time, Feng Xuanzo said gratefully. Thank you for forgiving him for my sake. We're sisters, Feng Rao said, waving a hand dismissively. Your husband isn't an outsider. There's no need for thanks. Thank you anyway. Feng Xuanzo beamed, her eyes bright with relief. Feng Rao returned the smile, but a heavy sigh echoed in her heart. If it were just a crush, she could compete. She could rely on her own charm and ability. But a husband. Guilt pricked at her. Yet, the feeling didn't last long. Feng Rao wasn't the type to let go of something she wanted. Suppressing her desires felt like a slow death. Why should she retreat? She decided then and there to stick to her plan. If she had to, she would talk about rules and family hierarchy later, perhaps making Feng Xuanzo the elder wife, and taking the junior position herself. In her mind, it was a fair compromise. Lunch was served shortly after. Yun Churan remained in her room, claiming she felt unwell. The rest of the group, Wang Haoran, Feng Xuanzo, Yan Fipeng, and Feng Rao, gathered around the table. Yin Yuntian sat nearby in his reclining chair, being fed by a servant. Yuning and Yun Suan stood by, and at Feng Rao's constant prompting, they kept the wine flowing. Specifically, they kept Wang Haoran's glass full. 10 minutes into the meal, he had already been pressured into 5 glasses. Fortunately, his constitution was far from ordinary. A normal man would have been seeing double. Yuning, fill it up again, Feng Rao commanded. Sister, he's had enough, Feng Xuanzo interjected. He can't drink anymore. It's a happy day. Let him drink. Yin Yuntian cut in between bites of food. He wanted nothing more than to see Wang Haoran dead drunk and humiliated. Wang Haoran squinted at him. Can't the food keep your mouth shut? He had brought Yin Yuntian here to break his spirit with the news about Yun Churan, but since Bian Suwen hadn't arrived, the plan was stalled. Yin Yuntian's petty meddling was starting to grate on his nerves. Yuning, the wine, Feng Rao urged. But the guest has had so much, the servant hesitated, looking at Wang Haoran with concern. Feng Rao didn't want her plan derailed by a servant's pity. She snatched the bottle away, filled Wang Haoran's glass herself, and then topped off her own. A toast to you. She downed the liquid in one daring gulp and signaled for him to follow suit. Yin Yuntian watched with a sneer, silently praying for the alcohol to take its toll. Wang Haoran caught the look. He drained the glass and immediately began to sway, feigning a sudden, heavy intoxication. Haoran, you're drunk, Feng Suensa said, her hand reaching out to steady him. Stop now. I'm not drunk. How could I be, drunk? I can still, oh, look at this pretty lady. He slurred his words, leaning heavily against Feng Suenso, his arm hooked around her shoulder, his hand moving restlessly. Feng Suensa panicked, her first instinct to push him away, but she stopped. Normally, he was so reserved, always keeping her at arm's length. If this was what it took for him to be close to her, she wouldn't stop him. The atmosphere at the table shifted instantly. Yun Yuntian's eyes practically burned with rage. Ding. The host has caused Yun Yuntian's mental state to collapse. Reward 1,300 villain points. Yun Yuntian's protagonist Halo -65. Host's villain Halo +65. Yin Fipeng continued to sip his wine in silence, eyes downcast, pretending he saw nothing. Feng Rao felt a pang of jealousy. Feng Suensa was beautiful, but so was she. Why wasn't he being drunk and crazy with her? Yun Yuntian eventually looked away, his jaw tight. He reminded himself they were married. A drunken husband clinging to his wife was hardly a scandal. Wang Haoran saw the shift in the protagonist's expression. Clinging to Feng Suensa wasn't going to be enough to truly shatter the man's composure. He turned his hazy, drunken gaze toward Feng Rao. Feng Suensa was too flustered, her face flushed deep red, her head down. She didn't see the calculated glint in his eye. Yin Fipeng's glass froze halfway to his lips. Feng Rao's smile widened, her eyes full of dark anticipation. Yin Yuntian felt a sudden, sickening jolt of dread. He opened his mouth to shout, to stop whatever was coming. But he was too late. Wang Haoran lunged. With the accuracy of a hawk, his hands struck out in a decisive, grasping motion, catching Feng Rao firmly. Chapter 413. You have a baby. The originally lively dinner party plunged into a sudden, suffocating silence. No one made a sound. Feng Suenso, puzzled by the stillness, raised her shy head only to freeze at the sight before her. Ding. The host caused the main character Yin Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Reward 1,400 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -70. Host's villain Halo +70. Yin Yuntian's eyes bulged. He ground his teeth so hard a molar nearly cracked under the pressure. Yin Fipeng, who had been content to watch the drama unfold like a bystander, exploded with fury. He slammed his wine glass onto the table, his hand blurring as he struck out at Wang Haoran. The hospital incident had been an accident, but this was blatant. Even if Wang Haoran was drunk, Yin Fipeng didn't care. He wanted blood. Feng Suensa reacted instantly. She flicked her wrist, sending a pair of chopsticks whistling through the air toward Yin Fipeng's face. Infused with true energy, the wooden sticks carried the force of iron bolts. Yin Fipeng gasped and jerked his head aside. His attack on Wang Haoran interrupted. Before he could reset his stance, Feng Rao's voice cut through the tension. Yin Fipeng, sit down. The command wasn't loud, but it carried absolute authority. Yin Fipeng snapped into an upright position, frozen and barely daring to breathe. Feng Suensa hurriedly pulled Wang Haoran away, her hands trembling as she looked at her sister. Sister, he's drunk. His mind is clouded. I apologize to you for his behavior. The silk over Feng Rao's chest was wrinkled, marked by the faint, lingering traces of a palm print. To Feng Suensa's shock, there was no rage in her sister's eyes. Her expression remained indifferent, almost dismissive. It's fine, Feng Rao said, waving a hand. Yin Fipeng opened his mouth to protest, but one sharp glance from Feng Rao silenced him. He sat as quiet as a cicada in winter. Yin Yuntian, however, couldn't contain himself. Mother, you're being too soft. How can you let him off so easily? I toasted him first, Feng Rao countered. My hospitality made him drunk. This is my fault. Why blame him? Do you even know if he's really drunk? Yin Yuntian spat, desperate to expose the charade. He's using the alcohol as a shield to commit an outrage. He did it on purpose. A brilliant spark flashed in Feng Rao's eyes. She actually hoped he was faking it. If he did it on purpose, it meant he desired her. If he were truly blacked out, he wouldn't even remember the sensation, which would be a disappointing waste. The young master has had enough. Take him to a guest room, Feng Rao commanded, ignoring her son's accusations. The servants hoisted Yin Yuntian's reclining chair and began to carry him away. As he passed, he glared at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran met his gaze and offered a slow, deliberate blink. Ding. The host caused Yin Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Reward 600 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. He's pretending. He's faking it. Yin Yuntian roared, pointing a finger. Yin Fipeng remained motionless, cowed by his wife's presence. Feng Rao, meanwhile, felt a surge of secret delight at the confirmation. Once Yin Yuntian was gone, the room settled. Wang Haoran, maintaining the act, slumped forward and let his head rest heavily on the dining table. Yun Suan, Yuning, our guest is incapacitated. Help him to a quiet bedroom to rest, Feng Rao ordered. No need, sister. I'll take him home, Feng Suenso offered. This is your home too, Feng Rao said, catching her sister's hand with affectionate warmth. You've just arrived. Stay for dinner. Besides, he's in no state to be moved. Let him rest here. Feng Suensa couldn't find a way to refuse. Yun Suan and Yuning stepped to Wang Haoran's sides, supporting his weight as they led him to a clean, spacious bedroom. The moment the door clicked shut, the drunken haze vanished from Wang Haoran's face. Young master, you aren't drunk at all, Yun Suan whispered in surprise. He's clearly doing it to toy with Yin Yuntian, Yuning said, a small smile playing on her lips. I actually hoped you were really drunk, Yun Suan teased, recalling his crazy behavior at the table. Yuning nodded in silent agreement, both girls looking at him with expectant, playful smiles. Wang Haoran felt a spark of excitement, but it was interrupted by the vibration of his phone. It was Bian-Su-Wen. "Are you feeling better?" he asked as he answered. "I'm a doctor, Haoran. You don't need to worry about my health," Bian-Su-Wen replied, her voice sweet and light. "Right. Get some dinner, then come to the Yan mansion. I have a task for you. It might make you a little uncomfortable." He remembered how she felt the last time he asked her to deceive a patient. "It doesn't matter, as long as it makes you happy," she said instantly. "You aren't even going to ask what it is?" "There's no need. I'll do whatever you ask." Her voice was sincere, devoid of any hesitation. Wang Haoran felt a wave of relief. He explained the situation and told her he would be waiting. "I'll skip dinner and come now," she said, hanging up before he could argue. True to her word, Bian-Su-Wen appeared at the mansion gates shortly after. Yuning escorted her to Yan Yuntian's bedroom, where Yun Fipeng waited with polite greetings. Yun Churan arrived a moment later, wearing a mask of concern. She watched Bian-Su-Wen work, secretly planning to pull the doctor aside to check her own pulse in private. Wang Haoran watched the scene from the other room through his perspective vision. The show was about to start. He stood up, pretending to be in a clumsy, drunken hurry to find a restroom. Because of their concern, Feng Suansu and Feng Rao followed him. "That's not the way to your room. You're going the wrong way," Feng Suansu cautioned as he stumbled toward the wing where the others were gathered. No, this is definitely where I was resting," Wang Haoran insisted, pushing open the door to Yan Yuntian's room. Inside, Bian-Su-Wen was finishing her diagnosis of Yan Yuntian using a pulse reading wire. She didn't let the interruption distract her. "Your recovery is impressive," she noted. "You'll be fully healed in about 20 days. Yan Yuntian's face lit up. He shot a venomous look at Wang Haoran, thinking 20 more days then you're dead. Yun Churan stepped forward as the doctor packed her kit. "Doctor, I've been feeling a bit unwell. Could you look at me?" Of course, Bian-Su-Wen nodded. Yun Churan meant to lead her away to a private space, but a sudden wave of nausea hit her. Vomit, ugh. She retched violently. Yan Yuntian had seen this before and thought nothing of it. But Yin Fipeng, Feng Rao, and Feng Suansu watched her with growing suspicion. Yun Churan fought to keep her face neutral, despite the panic rising in her chest. The others began to relax. She was the daughter of a prestigious sect leader, well-bred and unmarried. Surely, she wouldn't be so careless. Wang Haoran chose that moment to smirk. Still playing the part of a bumbling drunk, he pointed a finger directly at Yun Churan's stomach. "A treasure, a baby. You have a baby." The words hit like a physical blow. Yun Churan's facade shattered. Guilt and sheer terror flashed across her features. Every eye in the room locked onto her. Even though her panic lasted only a second, it was enough. The evidence was written on her face. Yan Fipeng, Feng Rao, and Feng Suansu instinctively looked at Yan Yuntian, assuming he was the father. But one look at his face changed their minds. Yan Yuntian's expression was as black as the bottom of a scorched pot. Chapter 414. Green to glow. The weight of the room pressed against Yun Churan like a physical burden. She stared at Wang Haoran, her jaw tight with fury. If this drunkard hadn't blurted out that absurdity, she wouldn't have panicked. Now, every eye in the room held a jagged edge of suspicion. She wanted nothing more than to cross the floor and strike the grin off his face, but a much greater fear held her back. Her secret was teetering on the edge of the light. Yun Churan forced her breathing to slow, clinging to a desperate hope. Perhaps she could still bluff her way out. Yan Yuntian studied her, his eyes dark and unreadable. He didn't erupt into anger. Instead, he turned to the doctor, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "Churan is feeling unwell. Expert doctor, please diagnose her pulse." Bian-Su-Wen cast a fleeting glance toward Wang Haoran. She had already coordinated with him. Even if Yan Yuntian hadn't asked, she would have found a way to intervene. "Please, take a seat," she said, gesturing toward a stool. Yun Churan hesitated. To refuse now was a confession of guilt. She sat, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She told herself it was too early. It had been less than 2 weeks since that nightmare in the dark. Surely, a pulse wouldn't betray her so soon. The room fell into a suffocating silence as Bian-Su-Wen reached out, her fingers settling over Churan's pale wrist. Seconds stretched into minutes. Finally, the doctor withdrew her hand. "How is she?" Yan Yuntian demanded. Bian-Su-Wen offered a thin, polite smile. "It is a happy event. Congratulations." She stopped abruptly, her hand flying to her mouth as if in realization of a terrible blunder. "Oh, I am so sorry. I almost forgot. This girl is less than half a month pregnant, and with your current condition. I apologize. Please, forgive my lack of tact." Wang Haoran ducked his head to hide a smirk, silently giving the doctor a thumbs up. He turned his attention back to Yan Yuntian, waiting for the explosion. Yan Yuntian sat frozen. It felt as though 1,000 pounds of lead had dropped onto his head. He looked utterly dumbfounded. Ding. The host manipulated the situation from behind the scenes, damaging Yan Yuntian's mentality. Reward 1,000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist halo -50. Host's villain halo +50. Ding. Yan Yuntian's protagonist halo has dropped below 2,000. The lethal damage rebound halo is now invalid. The system notifications chimed in Wang Haoran's mind like a celebratory chorus. With the protection of the halo gone, the protagonist was finally vulnerable. Who? Yan Yuntian's voice was a ragged whisper that quickly rose to a roar. Who was it? Say it. Who is the father? His face was contorted, a mask of grim fury. When Ning Aoxiu and Feng Anna broke their engagements, he had endured it because his expectations for them were low. But Yun Churan was different. She was supposed to be his first wife, the woman who stood above the others. He had believed she was pure, a cut above the rest. Now, the realization hit him like a physical blow. She wasn't just leaving him, she was carrying another man's child. Yun Churan remained silent. The memory of the assassination attempt and the violation that followed burned in her mind. But she knew Yin Yuntian's character. Whether she had been forced or not would make no difference to him. To a man like him, his lost face was the only thing that mattered. Mother, kill her. Yin Yuntian shrieked, his inability to move fueling his desperation. Kill her now. Feng Rao remained perfectly still, her expression a mask of cool indifference. Churan is young. Perhaps it was a momentary lapse in judgment. It is not a crime that demands her life. She wasn't being merciful. She was calculating. Behind Yun Churan stood a sect with power equal to Fengzi Mountain. To kill the leader's daughter would trigger a blood feud she didn't want. Furthermore, she didn't want to upset Wang Haoran. Helping her son's petty revenge would likely sour the young man's mood. Mother, you. Yin Yuntian choked on his words and turned toward his father. Father, you do it. Kill her. Yin Fipeng's face reddened with irritation. He glared at Yun Churan, his hand twitching toward a hidden weapon. But the moment his killing intent flared, Feng Rao fixed him with a sharp, warning stare. He deflated instantly. He was the husband of the mountain master. Any act he committed would be blamed on the sect. Under his wife's watchful eye, he suddenly became deaf to his son's pleas. Yin Yuntian's rage boiled over into madness, but he was powerless. He vowed silently that once he was healed, he would slaughter Yun Churan himself, consequences be damned. Churan, Feng Rao spoke again, her tone businesslike. I will not investigate the details of this matter, but we must protect the reputation of Fengzi Mountain. I have two options for you. Aunt Rao, thank you for your patience, Yun Churan said, her voice trembling. What would you suggest? First, keep this pregnancy a secret and deal with the child immediately. Or second, break the engagement and marry someone else as quickly as possible. When the child is born, you will have a legitimate reason for it, and the gossip will be kept at bay. Both methods save face for everyone involved. The choice is yours. Yun Churan nodded slowly, recognizing the cold logic. The former option meant killing the life inside her, a life she hated because of how it was conceived, yet a life that was innocent. The latter meant finding a husband while she was already carrying a burden. She hesitated, caught in a bitter dilemma. Chapter 415. Future father? Yun Churan remained silent for a long time. Feng Rao frowned, her patience thinning. What is your choice? She urged. She needed a decision to coordinate the next steps. Struggling with the weight of the moment, Yun Churan subconsciously touched her lower abdomen. She imagined a tiny life interacting with her, and the thought softened her resolve. Her voice was barely a whisper when she finally spoke. I will marry as soon as possible. I won't let Fengzi Mountain suffer shame because of this. The words left her dazed. The decision was made, but the implementation was a nightmare. Who could she marry? Even if she found a suitable candidate, did she tell him the truth? To hide the pregnancy would be a betrayal, yet who would willingly step into such a role? Her eyes drifted across the room, inadvertently landing on Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran maintained his drunken facade, but he felt a flicker of regret. If Yun Churan had chosen to end the pregnancy, Bian Suwen could have simply prescribed a tincture to quietly resolve the issue. The entire scandal would have vanished. Now, she was looking for a scapegoat husband. The irony bit at him. Yun Churan wasn't actually pregnant, she was still perfectly innocent. By seeking a man to take the blame, she was essentially giving herself away for nothing. As a heroine, she was far too valuable to be discarded so carelessly. Aunt Rao, I'll retire first, Yun Churan said, her thoughts a tangled mess. Tell me before you leave Qingling. Feng Rao assumed the girl would seek a husband within the hidden world. I will, Aunt Rao. Yun Churan nodded, departing the room with a heavy heart. The drama concluded. Wang Haoran allowed his head to loll back, feigning total exhaustion. Feng Suansu and Feng Rao stepped forward simultaneously to support him, guiding him back to his bedroom. They settled him against the headboard. Sister, I'll take care of him, Feng Suansu said, sitting by the bed and smoothing the thin quilt over him. You can attend to your business. Watch him well, then. I'll go first. Feng Rao had matters to attend to and didn't argue. She slipped out and closed the door softly. She walked directly to Yan Yuntian's bedroom. Bian Suwen had already departed, leaving only Yan Fipeng and his son. I have something to tell you. Come out, Feng Rao said, her face set in a calm, cold mask. Yan Fipeng glanced at his son's dark expression. There are no outsiders here. If you have something to say it here. Fine. Let's reconcile. The word reconcile was a polite formality for a separation agreement. Yan Fipeng and Yan Yuntian both froze. A look of sharp pain crossed Yan Fipeng's face. Areo, what's wrong? Why are you saying this? Our marriage was a matter of interest from the start, Feng Rao replied. Her tone was dominant, devoid of the hesitation of a young girl. I never held that kind of affection for you. I didn't care before, but now, I have someone I like. Areo, please, don't leave me. Despite his anger, Yan Fipeng's voice was a plea. I am speaking to you calmly now, Feng Rao warned, her patience evaporating. That won't last long. Yan Fipeng struggled with the reality for a moment before sagging. He knew her character. Once Feng Rao determined a path, no one could turn her back. Fine, let's reconcile. I wish you happiness. He knew that by agreeing now, they might remain acquaintances. If he fought her, he would lose everything. Feng Rao produced the divorce documents she had prepared in advance. Yan Fipeng signed with a trembling hand and pressed his thumbprint onto the page. The legal bond was severed. Areo, can I ask who it is? Which great man of the hidden world has captured your heart? It isn't a great man, Feng Rao said, emboldened by his cooperation. Just a rich boy from the world below. Wang Haoran? Yan Fipeng gasped. Feng Rao remained silent, her tacit agreement speaking volumes. That kid. What's good about him? He's just a spoiled brat. Yan Fipeng's pride stung. Losing to a peer was one thing, but losing to a youth was an insult. Even if he is useless, I still like him, Feng Rao warned, her eyes narrowing. Slander him again, and see how I treat you. Yan Fipeng swallowed his remaining insults, quickly changing his tune to soothe her. Areo, if you like him, I can only wish you well. When you marry, remember to invite me to the feast. I hope you're sincere. Do not target him, or we will be enemies. Feng Rao turned her gaze toward her son. And you? I don't care about your petty grievances with Haoran. Show him respect. If you go behind my back to hurt him, I will forget our blood relation. Areo, I won't touch him, Yan Fipeng promised immediately. Feng Rao waited for her son to speak. The silence was broken by the sound of fists hammering against the bed frame. Ah, ah, ah. Yin Yuntian screamed like a madman, ignoring the pain in his body. He would have preferred she chose a beggar over Wang Haoran. If his mother married that man, he would be a generation lower. He would have to call his enemy father. Ding. The host caused Yin Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Reward 1000 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Ding. The host caused Yin Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Reward 1000 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Chapter 416. Mu Bai's grand plan. Mu Bai's identity was far from clean. To avoid unwanted questions, he shunned the hospital and returned to his mansion to recuperate. After treatment by a private doctor, his condition improved slightly, but even the simplest movements kept him pinned to his bed. A sharp knock preceded a subordinate entering the bedroom. The man bowed slightly before reporting. Brother Mu, I have found what you asked for. Speak, Mu Bai said, his voice heavy and solemn. I cross-examined the students from the dinner. Yue left the box that day, and you followed her out. Immediately after, a rich heir named Wang Haoran followed as well. It took an hour before Yue returned. By then, Wang Haoran had disappeared. It's highly probable he is the one who attacked you. Mu Bai replayed the scene in his mind. It fit. He had clashed with the boy during the dinner. A cowardly sneak attack from behind was exactly the sort of thing a privileged brat would do. Still, a question nagged at him. Mu Bai was a seasoned fighter, capable of taking down dozens of thugs single-handedly. Yet, he hadn't heard a single footstep before the world went black. Did the background check mention anything about him being a martial artist? Mu Bai asked. I spoke with his classmates. Aside from his family wealth, Wang Haoran is an ordinary student with a predictable routine. He's dabbled in karate and taekwondo, but according to them, he's the type of person who would go down with a single punch. Mu Bai tightened his grip on the bedsheets. He must have been so focused on Yue that he let his guard down. The humiliation burned. A man of his skill, brought low by a minor character. Send someone, Mu Bai barked, his eyes flashing with rage. Kill him. Yes, brother. The subordinate turned to leave, but Mu Bai's expression shifted. Wait. He held up a hand, his voice dropping to a cold, predatory silk. Don't kill him yet. Bring him to me alive. I want to break him with my own hands. Killing him now wouldn't satisfy this hatred. The subordinate nodded, lingering a moment to ensure no more changes were coming. Anything else, Brother Mu? What is the status of the underground forces in Qingling? A few months ago, the Raven Group held the most power. Something went wrong though, and the authorities dismantled them. Now, the only name that carries weight is Black Peony. She's a woman, but word is she's trying to go legitimate and run a serious business. Mu Bai scoffed. Legitimate? That's just a front. He knew the game well. Whitewashing a reputation was simply a way to hide dirtier business behind a clean curtain. Bring some capable men. Go and invite this Black Peony to meet me. His old base of operations sat right next to Qingling, firmly under his thumb. Expansion had always been part of the plan. Finding Yue was his personal mission, but controlling the Qingling underworld was his professional one. That was why he had purchased this mansion and begun his inquiries early. Right away, Brother Mu. The subordinate hurried out, fueled by the excitement of a new conquest. In a quiet wing of the Yan mansion, Feng Xuanzi kept a vigilant watch. Wang Haoran had taken a nap to restore his mental state, preparing for the long evening ahead. When he slowly opened his eyes, Feng Xuanzi leaned in close. You're awake. Do you feel better? Much better, Wang Haoran replied. There was no longer any need to feign drunkenness. Drinking is terrible for your health, she said, her voice laced with concern as she brushed her hand against his cheek. You should drink less in the future. Actually, it would be best if you didn't drink at all. The warmth of her palm sent a ripple through him. I know. I won't do it again. Feng Xuanzi beamed, her joy overriding her restraint. That's good to hear, husband. Wang Haoran blinked, playing the part of the confused amnesiac. What? A shy blush crept up her neck, but she didn't look away. I really haven't lied to you. You are my husband, and I am your wife. Can you truly remember nothing of us? Wang Haoran shook his head. To be fair, he genuinely had no memory of a life with her. Why don't you tell me? How did we meet? How did we get together? She didn't hide a thing. She recounted their meeting, the way they grew acquainted, the promise they made, and the bitter separation that followed. Separated on the wedding day, Wang Haoran mused. He looked at her, his curiosity piqued by a very specific detail. Was this before the bridal chamber, or after? Feng Xuansu startled, a shy, timid smile touching her lips. We had only just finished the ceremony. We never had time to enter the bridal chamber. Is that so? Wang Haoran's smile turned meaningful. Even if the rituals weren't finished, we stood before the gods. We are officially married. I am your wife, and you are my husband. That is an undeniable fact. If you say so, Wang Haoran said. I just wish I could remember. He wasn't ready to fully commit to the role of the devoted husband yet. Once he acknowledged her, his backyard would likely catch fire with jealousy. Best to let her wait for a while, she wasn't going anywhere. We have a long time ahead of us, Feng Xuansu said softly, deciding to let nature take its course. You will remember one day. I'm feeling better, Wang Haoran said, shifting the subject abruptly. Let's get out of here. All right. Let me go say goodbye to my sister. No, Wang Haoran said, stopping her. Let's just go. He had no intention of facing Feng Rao again. He had seen how much she was drinking at lunch, and he knew exactly what she had in mind for the night. If he stayed, he would be subjected to the same exhaustion he had suffered at the hands of Tang Bingyun and Luo Qingqian. Besides, he had already promised dinner to Bian Su Wen and Chu Qianwei. He couldn't afford to stand them up. Chapter 417. Night falls on the Black Peony. Night. Black Peony Bar. Rhythmic music roars, a wall of sound that vibrates through the floorboards. The air is a thick, restless haze of spilled wine and heavy perfume. On the dance floor, colorful lights cut through the dark in every direction as a sea of bodies sways to the beat. Click. The sound of a heavy gate closing cuts through the noise. The lights vanish. The music dies. For a few heartbeats, there is only the ringing in the ears of the patrons. Then, the lights flicker back to life. Disturbed and disgruntled, the crowd begins to jeer and complain. Amidst the dissatisfaction, a man with a grim, hard face marches toward the bar. He snatches the microphone from the resident singer's hand. Irrelevant people, get out. His voice isn't a request, it is a command. A security guard watching the scene rushes toward the troublemaker. Hey, you think you're... The man doesn't let him finish. A heavy boot connects with the guard's chest, sending him flying several meters away. Seeing the strike, the rest of the security team surges forward, fists and legs swinging. Within 10 seconds, the floor is littered with groaning men. The tall stranger stands alone in the center of the wreckage, his combat effectiveness undisputed. Crocodile, save a few for me, would you? A man leaning against a nearby pillar complains, a cigarette dangling from his lip. Don't worry, old ghost, the tall man, Crocodile, grins. There's more where that came from. We aren't here to play. Another man interrupts. He is the one who helped Mu Bai gather intelligence. Mu Bai's primary lieutenant, Vulture. Mu Bai's inner circle consists of 4 men: Vulture, Crocodile, Old Ghost, and Bison. In the neighboring territory of Qingling, these names are a source of terror. Only 3 of them have come to the Black Peony Bar tonight, but 3 are more than enough. In the monitoring room, the staff sees the carnage and hits the alarm. Dozens of enforcers rush toward the hall, armed and ready for a fight. Chaos erupts. The ordinary patrons realize this isn't a simple technical glitch and scramble for the exits, desperate to avoid the crossfire. Soon, the hall is empty of guests. Vulture, Crocodile, and Old Ghost stand their ground as dozens of bar guards surround them. Sister Chinayo, it's bad. It's really bad. A young waitress bursts into the bar's private office, breathless. Zouchu Chinayo is mid-routine, applying a face mask. Why are you shouting? Chinayo asks, her voice muffled by the mask. Someone is here to smash the place. The girl reports, her hands shaking. Zouchu Chinayo peels the mask off, her eyes wide with surprise. Ever since the crow was captured, things have been quiet. Who are they? How many? I don't know who they are, but there aren't many. Only 3, the waitress says. Only 3? Chinayo's hesitation vanishes. She thought she was facing a small army. They must be tired of living. She rolls up her sleeves and strides out toward the hall. When she arrives, the scene is grim. Her men are scattered across the floor, screaming in pain. Only 3 men remain standing, and she doesn't recognize a single one of them. Chinayo's expression hardens. With her skills, she can handle a dozen ordinary thugs, but the 3 men before her radiate a different level of lethality. She knows she wouldn't stand a chance one-on-one, and if they move together, she is finished. Black Peony? Vulture asks, his eyes tracking her as she approaches. Who are you? What do you want? Chinayo's voice is low and dangerous. Our boss wants to invite you for a trip, Vulture says. Chinayo glances at her broken men on the floor. You call this an invitation? If we hadn't done this, you wouldn't have come out to see us. Vulture smiles, a cold, predatory expression. Who is your boss? You'll find out when you get there. Vulture gestures toward the exit. After you. Chinayo stands her ground, fists clenched. Crocodile and Old Ghost begin to circle her, closing the distance. She weighs her options and slowly relaxes her hands. They are too strong. If she fights and loses, they will likely kill her men just to make a point. She has no choice but to follow. A sense of dread settles in her gut. She thinks of contacting Wang Haoran. He knows how to fight, and he's never met anyone who could truly resist him. But then she shakes the thought away. Wang Haoran is just one person. Even if he could take on 30 men, these people aren't just street brawlers. She works a legitimate business and has no weapons. These men, however, look like the type to carry heat. No matter how good your kung fu is, a bullet ends the conversation. Bringing Wang Haoran into this would just be sending him to his grave. Despite her complicated feelings for him, she remembers his generosity. She won't lead him to his death. I hope for the best, she mutters to herself, resigning to her fate. Wang Haoran drives away from the villa and pulls into the lot of a 5-star hotel. He parks and begins the walk from the underground garage. A van screeches to a halt nearby. The side door slides open. A man levels a weapon directly at him. If you don't want to die, get in. Wang Haoran remains indifferent. A sniper from hundreds of meters away couldn't touch him, this man, and his little toy are no threat at all. Who sent you? Wang Haoran asks, more curious than concerned. The sneak attack you plotted against our brother Mu. Did you think we'd forget? The man sneers. Wang Haoran remembers. Back at the restaurant, he had judged the timing poor and left Mu Bai to his fate. He had been busy since then and pushed the man to the back of his mind. It seems Mu Bai decided to come looking for him instead. Let's go then. Wang Haoran climbs into the van. He has plenty of time tonight. What's another half hour? If Mu Bai wants to see him this badly, he should grant the man's wish. Move out, the armed man tells the driver. The van roars to life. Zhou is escorted into a sprawling mansion. Under the leering gazes of Vulture, Crocodile, and Old Ghost, she is led through the gates and into a master bedroom. Boss, we brought her, Vulture announces. Mu Bai is leaning against the headboard of the bed. He opens his eyes and stares at Zhou. Her beauty is striking, a flash of brilliance in the room. But as he remembers the state of his own body, a bitter sigh escapes him. Qingling will be under my control from now on, Mu Bai says. Do you have any objections? I washed my hands of that life long ago, Chania replies, her tone flat. If you want Qingling, take it. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Bai sneers. Do you really expect me to believe that? Give me a real answer. Are you surrendering or are you disobeying? Chania wants to scream at his insanity, but she sees no way out. Do I even have a choice? I'll take that as a surrender. Mu Bai smiles, though it's a twisted, hollow expression. Chania stays silent. She will play along for now and find a way to deal with this once she is free. Take off your clothes, Mu Bai orders. Chania's temper flares. The retort go see your mother sits on the tip of her tongue, but she swallows it. She has to be patient. Didn't you hear me? If you're surrendering, show me the proper attitude. Mu Bai's smile turns perverted. He can't do anything physically, but he can still watch. Vulture, Crocodile, and Old Ghost step toward her. They don't expect her to be obedient, and they are more than happy to use brute force. They want to see her just as much as their boss does. They've seen plenty of women, but none like Chania. Chania grits her teeth, preparing for a desperate, final stand. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts into the room. Boss, Brother Bison is here. He's captured the rich kid who attacked you. Chapter 418. Locked up. Mu Bai's interest withered at the report. He waved a dismissive hand toward the 3 vultures. They understood the silent command and stepped back, granting Chania a temporary reprieve. She breathed a jagged sigh of relief, though her muscles remained coiled. She had walked straight into a wolf's den. The immediate threat had paused, but it was only a matter of time before the hunger returned. Bring this rich second generation to me, Mu Bai commanded. His voice was shards of ice. Before he finished with Chania, he wanted to break the boy who had crossed him. A subordinate nodded and vanished. Moments later, a tall, dark-skinned brute nicknamed Bison shoved Wang Haoran into the bedroom. Why are you here? Chania's voice cracked in shock. Wang Haoran blinked, surprised to find her in this den of vipers. He took in her rigid stance and the predatory looks of the men surrounding her. It was clear now Chania and Mu Bai were not allies. A frown creased Wang Haoran's forehead. His original plan was simple: eliminate Mu Bai and his brothers, erase every trace of evidence, and vanish into the night. But Chania's presence complicated things. He had counted 20 or 30 men in the nest. Eradicating them was a messy business. Chania was bound to him by poison, but her favorability hovered at a mere 30. There was no guarantee she wouldn't talk once the blood started flowing. Silence was the only certainty, but killing a heroine felt like a waste of resources. He adjusted his strategy on the fly. Why are you here? He asked her. This group of lunatics smashed up the bar and invited me here, Chania spat, the word invited dripping with venom. Wang Haoran's frown deepened. Why didn't you contact me? What good would that do? She pouted, her tone mocking. You got yourself caught, didn't you? Watch your tone, Wang Haoran reminded her. Remember who you're talking to. You can't even protect yourself. Don't try to scare me. Chania squared her shoulders. If you're going to threaten me with the antidote, save your breath. We're going to die together anyway. We'll be equals as ghosts. Why should I be afraid of you? She had reached a point of grim resolution. Even if he offered the cure this second, she wouldn't strip for Mu Bai's amusement just to survive. She would choose death over that humiliation. A flicker of amusement crossed Wang Haoran's face. Watching the two of them bicker as if they were alone in the room, Mu Bai's face darkened. You're the one who attacked me at the restaurant, Mu Bai demanded. Me? Attacked you? Wang Haoran's expression was the picture of innocence. I'm just a well-behaved freshman. I've never even been in a fight. I have excellent grades and a spotless character. Why would I hit someone from behind? I've already done the legwork, Mu Bai countered. Lying won't save you. Then what's the plan? How do you want to die? Mu Bai asked coldly. Pick a method. I wouldn't get too ahead of myself, Wang Haoran said casually. I've already called the police. Mu Bai's eyes snapped to Bison. Impossible. I took his phone the moment he stepped in the van, Bison insisted. He reached into his pockets to produce the device, but his hands came up empty. He patted himself down, confusion mounting. It must have fallen out in the vehicle. A subtle vibration hummed through the air. The sound came directly from Wang Haoran. My third sister and I are here. Where are you? Chu Qianwei's elegant, anxious voice drifted from his pocket. I'll be there as soon as I can. Wait for me, Wang Haoran replied before the call disconnected. Mu Bai's fury shifted toward Bison. Brother Mu, I swear I took it. He must have 2 phones. Bison lunged forward, snatched the second phone from Wang Haoran, killed the power, and shoved it into a bag. Mu Bai's glare remained lethal. Brother Mu, if he really called the cops. Vulture trailed off. Lock them in the secret room, Mu Bai ordered. We'll deal with them once we've cleared out the people the police are tracing. Chania saw the opening. She caught Wang Haoran's eye and winked frantically. Her plan was simple: work together, seize Mu Bai as a hostage, and force the brothers into a standoff until help arrived. But no matter how much she signaled, Wang Haoran remained a statue. Vulture pulled out coils of rope, binding their hands tightly before shoving them into a cold, hidden chamber. The heavy door groaned shut, and the lock clicked into place. What is wrong with you? Chinayo exploded the moment they were alone. Are you slow, or just a coward? That was our chance. We could have taken Mu Bai and waited for the police. I said I called the police, Wang Haoran said, a small smile playing on his lips. Do you actually believe everything you hear? Chinaya's face fell. She slumped to the floor, the weight of their situation crashing down on her. So you lied? It's over. We're dead. You don't want to die? Is that a serious question? I'm not married. I haven't even experienced what it's like to be a real woman yet. Of course I don't want to die. Suppose there's a way to survive, Wang Haoran proposed. But the price is your total loyalty. You'd have to be a rich man's girlfriend. What's the choice? Chania paused, considering. I'd have to see the guy first. Is he handsome? Is he in shape? Like me? Even with his hands bound, Wang Haoran managed to shift his shirt upward, revealing a set of perfectly defined, rock-hard abdominal muscles. Chania's eyes widened. Her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't realized he was hiding a physique like that under his clothes. The sight of those powerful muscles sent a sudden heat flushing through her cheeks. Ding. Heroine Zhou Chania's favorability has increased by 10. Total favorability 40. Very friendly. Chapter 419. What did you just say? Have you seen enough? Hurry up. Choose. Do you want to die, or do you want to be my girlfriend? Wang Haoran's voice snapped Zhou Chaniao out of her trance. She realized she had been staring at him, mesmerized. He didn't have time to waste. He had a dinner appointment to keep. I'm about to die anyway. Does a multiple choice question even matter? Chania snorted, though her eyes lingered on him. You said it yourself. You're dying regardless. Why not pick an option? Fine. Girlfriend, she blurted out. Life was always preferable to death. Besides, the man standing before her was wealthy, strikingly handsome, and in incredible shape. Those 8-pack ABS were hard to ignore. She realized she wasn't exactly the one losing out in this arrangement. She was approaching 25, the age where the peak starts to fade and the slow decline begins. Single life was starting to take its toll. Insomnia, restlessness, and a sense that her internal clock was winding down. She often fantasized about having someone by her side, but she had never found a man who didn't look like a dwarf in her presence. Perfect. You are now officially one of my girlfriends, Wang Haoran announced. You're funny. You act like you can actually save me. Her tone was thick with disdain, but the words died in her throat. With a casual flick of his wrists, Wang Haoran snapped the ropes binding him. Chania's heart leaped. A glimmer of hope pierced the gloom. What now? Are you going to fight our way out? I'm an honors student with a spotless record. Why would I resort to violence? When a citizen encounters a crime, they call the police. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a smartphone. You have 3 phones. Chania's jaw dropped. Wang Haoran offered a silent, knowing smile. Bison had certainly taken a phone, but Wang Haoran had swiped it back before the man even left the room. He powered on the device and dialed. Sister Police Flower, I'd like to report a crime. Is everything hidden? Mu Bai leaned back against his headboard, eyes fixed on his lieutenant. This mansion was a warehouse for prohibited weapons. A single discovery would end his career. Don't worry, Brother Mu. It's all tucked away, Vulture said, his confidence radiating. Even if they search, they won't find a thing. Besides, they can't just barge in. They need a warrant. That rich kid probably just made a frantic call to a local station. They aren't showing up here with a search warrant on a whim. Mu Bai nodded, settling back into the pillows. Silence reclaimed the room for a time. Then, the door burst open. Crocodile stumbled in, his face pale and slick with sweat. Brother Mu. They're here. So they're here. Why are you panicking like a child? Mu Bai barked. How am I supposed to build an empire with a coward like you? There are so many of them, Crocodile stammered. 20 cars. At least 100 officers. Mu Bai bolted upright, ignoring the pain of his injuries. Are you sure? I might not have a degree, but I can count. Crocodile laughed bitterly. Mu Bai took a long, steadying breath. 100 people for a simple tip-off? The scale was absurd. Brother Mu, what do we do? Vulture's composure was beginning to crack. Calm down. We'll be fine. Mu Bai had survived worse storms than this. He forced himself into a state of icy calm. Remember, I am a legitimate businessman. You are my legal bodyguards. We have done nothing wrong. Stay quiet and let them look. The lie seemed to steady the men. They hurried off to brief the rest of the crew, ensuring every story was synchronized. Outside, Su Zeng, father of Sun Weian, took command. He signaled his team to surround the perimeter, sealing every exit. Ling Duanya led the primary assault team. Fully armed and tactical, they stormed the mansion. Inside, they met no resistance. Mu Bai and his men played the role of indignant, law-abiding citizens. Soon, the entire group was rounded up in the main hall. Mu Bai, still recovering, lay on a stretcher in the center of the room. Sister Ling, we have everyone secured, an officer reported. Check the secret room. There are hostages, Ling Duanya commanded. The officer nodded and led a small team deeper into the house. I'm a respectable citizen, Mu Bai called out, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'll be suing for trespassing. You can't just break into a private residence. Do respectable citizens kidnap people? Ling Duanya countered with a sneer. Kidnapping? That's a laugh. Show me a victim. Mu Bai looked like a man with nothing to fear. Ling Duanya's brow furrowed. Minutes stretched into an agonizing wait until her team returned. Where are they? She asked, her voice tight. We can't find a secret room, ma'am. Mu Bai's lips curled into a tiny, hidden smirk. The mansion's panic room was a masterpiece of concealment, entirely soundproof and reinforced. Where are you hiding them? Ling Duanya demanded, her patience snapping. Now, along with trespassing, I'll be adding defamation to the lawsuit. Mu Bai was practically gloating. You bastard. Ling Duanya lunged forward, grabbing Mu Bai by the collar. She pulled back a fist, ready to shatter his smug expression. Sister Ling, don't. It's not worth it. Her colleagues rushed to pull her back. She forced her hand down, breathing hard. Keep looking. Tear the place apart if you have to. Inside the secret room, Wang Haoran watched the scene through the walls using his perspective vision. He checked his watch. The dinner date was drawing closer. Why is nobody coming? Chania paced the small space. They can't find us, can they? She remembered the maze of corridors they had been dragged through. If the police didn't find the mechanism soon, they would be trapped. She turned to see Wang Haoran walking toward the heavy steel door. He raised a foot. That door is solid steel, at least 10 centimeters thick, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You aren't actually naive enough to think you can kick it open, are you? Wang Haoran didn't answer. He focused, his body surging with internal energy. Boom. The sound was deafening. With a single, thunderous strike, the massive iron door was ripped from its hinges. It flew outward, slamming onto the hallway floor with a bone-shaking thud. The entire room trembled. Wang Haoran turned back to the stunned woman. What did you just say? Chapter 420. Halo card. Zouqiu Chania stared at the heavy iron door resting on the floor, her face stung with the phantom pain of a metaphorical slap. She looked at Wang Haoran, completely dumbfounded. Was this guy even human? A steel slab that thick should have required explosives to move, yet he had kicked it away, as if it were made of balsa wood. In her days running the streets, Chania had always advocated for raw power. Even now, while trying to walk the straight and narrow, her heart hadn't changed. A deep sense of admiration for Wang Haoran began to bloom in her chest. Being this guy's girlfriend didn't feel like a loss anymore. It felt like she had just struck gold. With a monster like him as her shield, she could walk through any fire without fear. Ding. Heroine Zouqiu Chania's favorability has increased by 10. Total favorability 50. Love from the heart. Ding. The host has influenced the plot direction. 800 villain points awarded. Wang Haoran felt a surge of silent joy at the system notification. However, now wasn't the time to bask in Chania's budding affection. Rapid footsteps echoed down the corridor. When they ask, just say the door fell off on its own, Wang Haoran whispered, wanting to avoid unnecessary attention. MHM. Chania nodded with rare, frantic obedience, like a chicken pecking at rice. Moments later, Ling Duanya's team rounded the corner. They escorted the pair out of the hidden depths and back into the main hall. When Mu Bai saw them walk out unscathed, his expression soured into something ugly. Ling Duanya's eyes immediately locked onto Wang Haoran. She scanned him from head to toe, checking for blood or bruises. Finding none, she still reached out, her voice tight with lingering worry. How are you? Is anything wrong? I'm fine, Wang Haoran replied with a reassuring smile. The tension left Ling Duanya's shoulders. She turned toward Mu Bai with a cold, sharp sneer. What else do you have to say for yourself? Mu Bai looked like he wanted to spit, but facing a room full of tactical gear and leveled barrels, he held his tongue. I want my lawyer. In his mind, this was just illegal detention. A high-priced lawyer could argue the details and reduce the whole thing to a fine. It was a minor setback, nothing more. Besides the secret room, did you find anything else? Ling Duanya asked her colleague. She had authorized this massive operation because Wang Haoran reported a stockpile of prohibited weapons. Because his previous tips had been flawless, she hadn't hesitated to secure a warrant and bring in the heavy hitters. Without evidence of the weapons, however, the raid would be a bureaucratic nightmare. Nothing yet, the officer replied. Ling Duanya sighed. She was already mentally drafting the apology report she would have to write. Wang Haoran stepped closer, leaning into Ling Duanya's ear. His voice was a low murmur. Sister Police Flower, I know exactly where the weapons are hidden. Really? Lead the way. Wang Haoran nodded and led a small detail through the mansion. Within minutes, they were tearing back false panels and lifting floorboards. One by one, the caches were revealed. The blood drained from Mu Bai's face. He and his men watched in ashen silence, unable to comprehend how their most secret vaults had been compromised. With this many prohibited items, the charges were life-altering. As the leader, Mu Bai was looking at a permanent stay in a cell, or worse. Ling Duanya was practically vibrating with excitement. A bust of this magnitude meant an immediate promotion. You really are my lucky star. Caught up in the adrenaline, she hooked her arm around Wang Haoran's neck and pulled him close, planting a firm, grateful kiss on his cheek. Ding. Heroine Ling Duanya's favorability has increased by 10. Total favorability, 45. Very friendly. The male officers in the room cast looks of pure envy at Wang Haoran. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Zhou Chuchania barked, her eyes flashing with sudden jealousy. Ling Duanya pulled back, looking at the intruder. Haoran, who is this? I'm his girlfriend, Chania snapped, stepping forward and fully embracing her new role. And who are you? Ling Duanya felt a flicker of embarrassment, but she wasn't the type to be intimidated. She crossed her arms. I've already kissed him. What are you going to do about it? Chania wasn't one to back down. She rolled up her sleeves, her eyes narrowing. Ling Duanya didn't flinch, her hands tightening into fists. The air between the two women crackled with sparks. Let's everyone just take a breath. Wang Haoran stepped between them, playing the peacemaker. The women backed off, but they continued to glare at each other like rival predators. Soon, the police began hauling Mu Bai, his subordinates, and the crates of weapons out to the transport vans. I still owe you a lot of money, Chania hinted as the crowd thinned. She hadn't cared about the debt before, but now she wanted an excuse to see him again. Next time, Wang Haoran said. He had nearly forgotten about the cash. Chania's face fell slightly, but she didn't push. Wang Haoran said his goodbyes and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the five-star hotel restaurant. Bian Su Wen and Chu Qianwei were waiting at their table, looking like statues of hope. The moment they spotted him, their anxiety melted into pure joy. They ordered dinner and spent the evening enjoying the hotel's entertainment. By 11 o'clock, they retired to a private suite. Ding. The host has captured heroine Bian Su Wen. 1400 villain points awarded. Bian Su Wen Halo -70. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -70. Host villain Halo plus 140. Ding. The host has captured heroine Chu Qianwei. 1400 villain points awarded. Chu Qianwei Halo -70. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -70. Host villain Halo plus 140. Ding. Congratulations. The host has surpassed 12,000 villain points. System rewards are being calculated. Please wait. Wang Haoran lay back, staring at the ceiling as the messages flashed. The name Qin Fan caught his attention. Last night, when he was with Bian Su Wen, that name hadn't appeared. Now it was linked to both women. It seemed this Qin Fan was destined to cross paths with them, which meant a confrontation was inevitable. He wondered what kind of protagonist he was dealing with this time. Ding. Reward settlement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Peach Blossom Halo card. Wang Haoran sat up, his interest piqued. The name alone sounded ridiculous, but the value was staggering. He opened his virtual backpack to read the description. Super Peach Blossom Halo card, value 110,000 villain points. Upon activation, the host receives the Super Peach Blossom Halo. This grants a 30% chance for a heroine to initiate contact, a 20% chance for a heroine to fall in love at first sight, and a 10% chance for immediate, total devotion upon the first meeting. Note 1 effects only trigger during the first encounter. Note 2 valid for all female characters, trigger probability is doubled for non-heroines. Note 3 only one effect can trigger per person, prioritizing the highest level of devotion. Chapter 421. The Big Sister is here. This was good. Incredible, even. Wang Haoran stared at the system description, his excitement mounting. Anything valued at 110,000 villain points had to be a game changer. Without hesitation, he issued the command. Use the Super Peach Blossom Halo card immediately. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully used the Super Peach Blossom Halo card. Congratulations on obtaining the Super Peach Blossom Halo. The thrill lasted for several minutes before his analytical side took over, cooling his fervor. As powerful as this aura sounded, it relied entirely on probability. And probability was a fickle mistress. He remembered his first bond card. Out of all the possible connections, he had rolled the worst one, the ex-girlfriend bond. With a track record like that, he couldn't help but feel a shadow of doubt about his luck. The second-tier effect, love at first sight, sat at a 20% chance. Statistically, if he met 5 heroines, only one would fall for him instantly. For a man who encountered beautiful women as often as he did, those odds felt underwhelming. The first-tier effect, total devotion, was even rarer at 10%. Only 1 out of every 10 women would trigger that level of immediate loyalty. Then there was the 30% chance for a simple hit-up or conversation starter. The most frustrating part was the hierarchy. If the hit-up triggered, the other 2 more powerful effects were blocked. By his estimation, a successful conversation starter would only bump a heroine's favorability to somewhere between 40 and 50. If his luck turned sour, the halo might not be worth the investment at all. Probability was a strange, unpredictable thing. Perhaps fortune would smile on him this time, but he had no way to test it yet. The halo only activated during a first encounter. In the villa, the evening was quiet. Luo Qingqian, Buletin Feiyan, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yue were each occupied with their own tasks. The doorbell rang. Lu Yue sat in the main hall, eyes fixed on her laptop as she analyzed the market conditions for the following day. The chime broke her concentration. Who could that be so late? Bian Su Wen and Chu Qianwei were out, but they both had fingerprint access to the villa. They wouldn't need to ring the bell. Curious and slightly wary, Lu Yue walked to the entrance and pulled the door open. A stunning figure stood on the threshold. Even as a woman, Lu Yue felt her heart skip a beat. It wasn't a matter of orientation, it was a visceral reaction to pure, radiant beauty. The woman looked familiar, though the recognition didn't click immediately. Yue, you don't even recognize me? The woman smiled. Big sister. The realization hit Lu Yue like a lightning bolt. This was Tantai Yaoyue, the eldest of their sisterhood. Overjoyed, Lu Yue lunged forward and pulled Tantai Yaoyue into a tight, frantic hug. After a moment of celebration, she grabbed the elder woman's hand and led her into the villa, her voice echoing through the halls. Second sister, fourth sister, sixth sister, come out and see who's here. Luo Qingqian, Buletin Feiyan, and Ji Shuiyao emerged from their rooms in a rush. When they saw Tantai Yaoyue standing in the foyer, the air filled with shrieks of excitement and emotional reunions. Once the initial chaos subsided, they gathered in the living room. Second sister, fourth sister, sixth sister, why are you all here? Tantai Yaoyue asked. She knew Lu Yue lived in Qingling and taught at the university, and she had come specifically to this address to find her. She hadn't expected to find nearly the entire group under one roof. It's not just us, Buletin Feiyan explained. The third and seventh sisters live here too. This is wonderful. Our seven sisters are finally reuniting. Ji Shuiyao, usually rigid and serious, wore a broad, genuine smile. Congratulations on completing your studies, big sister. Luo Qingqian knew Tantai Yaoyue had been secluded in the mountains, forbidden from descending until her training was complete. Her presence here meant she had mastered her arts. Tantai Yaoyue smiled at her. Since the third and seventh sisters live here, where are they? They went out, Luo Qingqian replied. They probably won't be back tonight. Tantai Yaoyue's smile vanished, replaced by a deep frown. What kind of girls stay out all night? What are they doing? The third sister said she went out to see a patient, Luo Qingqian said softly. And the seventh? Luo Qingqian hesitated, her eyes darting away. What's wrong with her? Speak up. Tantai Yaoyue's voice took on a sharper edge. She said she went to dinner with a friend, Luo Qingqian replied in a low voice. A dinner that lasts all night? As the second sister, how did you let this happen? Did you even ask questions? Tantai Yaoyue began to lecture. It was just dinner with friends. Maybe it ran late, or they stayed over. It's no big deal, Luo Qingqian defended. Boom. Tantai Yaoyue's palm slammed onto the coffee table. The force of the blow made the four sisters leap off the sofa in fright. They immediately fell into a line, standing straight and silent, not daring to move a muscle. When they were young, their parents were too busy to provide much supervision. As the eldest by several years, Tantai Yaoyue had raised the other six herself. Children were naughty and seven was a crowd. If she hadn't been fierce, she never could have controlled them. Her iron-fisted leadership had left a permanent mark. Reverence and fear for their big sister were bone-deep. The seventh sister is the youngest, Tantai Yaoyue reprimanded. You three are her elder sisters. She goes out in the middle of the night with friends, and you don't care what happens to her? What has become of this house? Buletin Feiyan, Lu Yue, and Ji Shuiyao kept their heads down, casting desperate looks toward Luo Qingqian, begging her to take the lead. Luo Qingqian felt a surge of familiar depression. Since childhood, she was the one who led the younger girls into trouble, and she was the one who caught the brunt of Tantai Yaoyue's discipline. Big sister, the truth is, she went out with her boyfriend. You don't need to worry, Luo Qingqian confessed. Chu Qianwei had shared the secret with her before leaving to avoid causing an alarm. Hearing this, Tantai Yaoyue's scowl deepened. A normal dinner would have ended hours ago. If she wasn't back yet, it wasn't hard to imagine what she was doing. Tantai Yaoyue was a traditionalist. She held her sisters to the same strict standards she followed. While she had no objection to Chu Qianwei falling in love, she was adamantly opposed to any intimacy before marriage. Chapter 422. The sisterhood interrogated. You still haven't called Yue back? Tantai Yaoyue snapped the question at Luo Qingqian, who remained frozen in a daze. The sharpness in the eldest sister's voice jolted her back to reality. Oh. Luo Qingqian nodded hurriedly. Her fingers trembled as she pulled out her phone and dialed the number. The line rang several times before the call was abruptly disconnected. Luo Qingqian swallowed hard and tried a second time, but the result was the same. She considered giving up, but one look at Tantai Yaoyue's hardening gaze forced her to persist. On the third attempt, someone finally answered. Seventh sister, it's me. Go home quickly, Luo Qingqian urged. On the other end of the line, Chu Qianwei sounded distracted, her voice distant. Second sister, no, not all of you, you told me. I won't be back tonight. The voice was intermittent, broken by heavy breathing and muffled sounds. Luo Qingqian froze. A sudden realization washed over her, and she instantly regretted sneaking aside to make this call. She didn't dare look at Tantai Yaoyue's expression, but she could imagine the cold fury settling onto her face. Seventh sister, the eldest sister is here. She told you to come back right now, Luo Qingqian said, her words tumbling out in a rush. Ah, Chu Qianwei's voice spiked, clearly startled. I see. I'll be right back. Right away. Luo Qingqian hung up and turned cautiously toward Tantai Yaoyue. The seventh sister said she will be back soon. What about the third sister? Do you want me to call her too? Call her. If she isn't doing anything vital, tell her to come back to me as well, Tantai Yaoyue commanded. Okay. Luo Qingqian nodded. This time, she retreated even further into the hallway to place the call. Lately, Bian Su-wen had been out seeing patients at night, only returning in the morning. Luo Qingqian hadn't bothered her before. The third sister was a skilled physician with enough martial arts prowess to handle herself. Ordinary thugs were no match for her. However, when the eldest sister gave an order, there was no room for debate. Sanmei, have you finished your consultation? Big sister is back. If you're finished there, come home and stay for the night, Luo Qingqian said. I'll be back soon, Bian Su-wen replied. Her voice was level, devoid of surprise at the news of the eldest sister's return. Luo Qingqian frowned. The sisters shared a deep bond. Under normal circumstances, Bian Su-wen should have been thrilled. Instead, she sounded as if she already knew. Could the third and seventh sisters be together? Luo Qingqian wondered. If she was with Chu Qianwei during that last call, she would have overheard everything. The seventh sister was with her boyfriend. If the third sister was there too, then... Luo Qingqian shook her head, trying to dispel the scandalous speculation. She would figure it out in private once they arrived. She had checked the sisters recently, including Bian Su-wen, and at that time, the third sister had still been innocent. A quick follow-up check would prove if her suspicions were correct. Luo Qingqian finished the call and waited nervously with the others. Before long, movement stirred at the entrance. Chu Qianwei and Bian Su-wen arrived one after the other. Luo Qingqian watched them closely, her eyes tracing their movements. Every small detail seemed to confirm her theory, but she kept her mouth shut. She and Chu Qianwei had already reached a private understanding regarding the girls' relationship. They had their own dynamic. In public, Luo Qingqian was the elder, but in private, she deferred to the hidden hierarchy. She breathed shallowly. If the eldest sister discovered the truth, her rage would be catastrophic. Now, with the suspicion that Bian Su-wen had joined the fray, the situation was a powder keg. 3 sisters involved with the same man. Tantai Yaoyue loved them dearly, but she would never tolerate such a mess. Luo Qingqian resolved to take this secret to her grave. Big sister, big sister. Bian Su-wen and Chu Qianwei rushed forward with bright smiles, surrounding Tantai Yaoyue with warmth and sisterly affection. Tantai Yaoyue smiled back, briefly softening, but as the initial greetings faded, her expression sank into a stern mask. The 2 new arrivals took their places in line alongside Luo Qingqian and the others, standing like students facing a headmaster. Tantai Yaoyue's gaze landed first on Chu Qianwei. Wei, I don't object to you having a boyfriend. But listen to me clearly. I don't care how you behaved while I was gone, but from now on, you will keep your distance. I do not want to see a repeat of you staying out all night. Do you understand? Eldest sister, I know. I will never do it again, Chu Qianwei replied, her head bowed weakly. Satisfied with the submissive attitude, Tantai Yaoyue shifted her focus to Ji Shuiyao. Eldest sister, I'm not in a relationship, Ji Shuiyao blurted out, her voice frantic with the need to avoid a lecture. I'm not saying you aren't allowed to fall in love. I'm reminding you to choose carefully. Don't let yourself be deceived. In fact, you should bring any potential partner to me before you make things official. I'll see for myself if he's worthy, Tantai Yaoyue said. Ji Shuiyao's face soured. Even if she found someone, she wouldn't dare bring him anywhere near this interrogation room. Tantai Yaoyue's eyes moved to Lu Yue. Big sister, I'm in a relationship. It's online. We haven't met in person yet, Lu Yue reported truthfully, her voice small. Online dating? Tantai Yaoyue's brows knitted together. It sounded unreliable and dangerous. When this person shows up, you tell me. I will be there to check him over. Ah, Lu Yue's face fell. Is there a problem? Tantai Yaoyue's voice dropped an octave. No problem at all, Lu Yue squeaked. Tantai Yaoyue nodded, then turned. 4th sister, what about you? Men would only slow my blade. As a professional killer, I have no room for feelings, Bulletin Feiyan stated. She kept her face in a motionless mask, hoping to bypass the lecture entirely. Are you planning to die alone? That won't do. If you meet someone you like, don't suppress your heart. You don't want to live with regrets, Tantai Yaoyue countered. Bulletin Feiyan blinked, her gaze subconsciously flickering toward Chu Qianwei. She did have someone she liked, but she feared the 7th sister's reaction. Sanmei, Tantai Yaoyue addressed the doctor. You have a wide network and know many talented young men. Do you have a boyfriend? Yes, Bian Su-wen replied with a simple nod. Chu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao didn't even flinch. Luo Qingqian, having already braced herself, remained calm. However, Lu Yue and Bulletin Feiyan exchanged shocked looks. They felt betrayed that their 3rd sister had kept such a secret from them. When you're free, bring him here. I'd like to see him, Tantai Yaoyue said. She felt more relaxed about Bian Su-wen, trusting her to be measured and responsible. We'll see when there's an opportunity, Bian Su-wen replied perfunctorily. She had no intention of bringing him into the lion's den. Hearing this, Chu Qianwei felt a surge of pride for her boyfriend. She couldn't help herself. Since all the sisters except for Tantai Yaoyue already knew the truth, she took a gamble. Eldest sister, do you want me to bring my boyfriend over to meet you as well? Chapter 423. Where is Xiao Chen? The words hung in the air, sparking a flicker of envy in the eyes of Ji Shuiyao, Bulletin Feiyan, Bian Su-wen, and Luo Qingqian. They watched the 7th sister with bated breath. Tantai Yaoyue remained expressionless. The light in her eyes shifted, dancing with unreadable thoughts. Big sister, what is it? Why don't you speak? Chu Qianwei pressed the issue, her voice tinged with urgency when the silence stretched too long. You still aren't bringing him here, Tantai Yaoyue finally replied. In truth, she felt a flicker of curiosity. She wanted to meet this man and judge her youngest sister's taste for herself. But Luo Qingqian had already whispered the truth. This wasn't the first night Chu Qianwei had failed to return home. It was clear the girl had been more than a little intimate with her boyfriend. Dissatisfaction swirled in the eldest sister's chest. But her youngest sister was 20 now. She couldn't simply drag her over and scold her like a child anymore. Instead, she directed that simmering coldness toward the absent boyfriend. If she met him now, she feared she might not be able to restrain herself from striking him down. Chu Qianwei pouted, her lower lip trembling. Big sister, it's not fair. You're willing to meet the others' boyfriends. Why won't you see mine? Are your other sisters so willful? So casual? Tantai Yaoyue's expression turned to ice. You aren't even married yet, and you're already throwing away your dignity. Have you no shame? Luo Qingqian and Bian Suwen stiffened, their faces flushing with a shared, hidden guilt. No, Chu Qianwei started to object. She instinctively glanced toward Bian Suwen, ready to use the third sister as a shield. Bian Suwen's eyes widened in panic. She winked frantically at the girl, a silent, desperate plea to stay quiet. Chu Qianwei caught the signal and bit her tongue. Tell me, what was it you wanted to say? Tantai Yaoyue demanded. She had caught the hesitation. I was wrong, Chu Qianwei whispered. Her apology was weak, lacking any real conviction. Internally, she was already plotting her next night away from home. Tantai Yaoyue saw the shallow nature of the apology, but decided not to press further for now. She turned her gaze toward Luo Qingqian. To everyone's surprise, she didn't ask a single question. Because Luo Qingqian held a formal marriage contract, the eldest sister felt no need for interrogation. It didn't matter if the girl had met her fiancé or not. Out of all the sisters, Luo Qingqian had been raised the most strictly. Tantai Yaoyue trusted her completely, certain that she would maintain her duty and never act out of turn. Luo Qingqian felt the weight of that trust like a heavy stone in her stomach. She was drowning in shame, but she didn't dare utter a word. If the eldest sister wasn't asking, she certainly wasn't telling. Big sister, you've asked all of us, Chu Qianwei said, her natural curiosity bubbling back to the surface. She was the baby of the family, spoiled by the others, and far less terrified of the eldest than the rest were. What about you? The other sisters leaned in. A collective gossip-fueled tension filled the room. I spent my time studying in the deep mountains, Tantai Yaoyue said flatly. The only person I saw was my master. What experience could I possibly have? Luo Qingqian frowned, her knowledge of the situation sparking a bit of suspicion. Big sister, I thought you mentioned your master wasn't that old. Isn't it possible that? Tantai Yaoyue's eyes fixed on her, cold and vacant. Big sister, don't. I was wrong. I take it back. Luo Qingqian's old fears resurfaced instantly. She shrank back, her hands flying up to cover her ears as she hurried to admit her mistake. I am not angry, Tantai Yaoyue explained calmly. My master is young, yes, but we are simply teacher and student. Do not let your thoughts become so filthy. She held Qin Fan in the highest regard. He was a rare gentleman, a man of absolute honor. Even during their martial arts training, he had never touched so much as her fingertip. They lived in separate houses hundreds of meters apart. Unless there was an emergency, he never visited her after dark. There was nothing to hide. Then what is your criteria for a partner? Chu Qianwei asked. The fire of gossip refused to die down. I have never thought about it. Tantai Yaoyue's voice remained level. She was surprisingly tolerant of the youngest sister's prying. Never? Well, think about it now, Chu Qianwei teased. There is nothing to think about. I don't believe I am capable of liking someone in that way. Chu Qianwei laughed. Don't be so sure, big sister. I thought the exact same thing before I met my boyfriend. Around the room, the other sisters nodded in silent agreement. Tantai Yaoyue narrowed her eyes. Are you questioning me? I wouldn't dare. Tantai Yaoyue saw the girl's fear and felt a rare moment of playfulness. Xiao Wei, let's wait and see. If that day ever comes, I will give you my position. I'll call you big sister and let you be the head of the house. Chu Qianwei's eyes brightened for a second before the light faded. It was an impossible bet. The eldest sister never broke a promise, and she never lost a wager. By the way, Tantai Yaoyue said, her tone shifting to something more serious. Where is Xiao Chen? Is he here in Qingling, or another city? The room went deathly silent. The sisters exchanged glances, none of them daring to speak. What is it? Tantai Yaoyue sensed the shift. Luo Qingqian sighed and stepped forward as the spokesperson. The six of us were actually planning to go see Xiao Chen tomorrow morning. Big sister, since you're here, you should come with us. In a quiet hotel room, Wang Haoran lay sprawled across the bed. He was alone and utterly depressed. He had spent the day sleeping to save his energy for a long night that never happened. Now, everyone was gone. His phone vibrated on the bedside table. My boy, tomorrow is the festival of the 9th. Wang Xiang's voice boomed through the speaker. I'll pick you up in the morning. We're heading up the mountain to honor the ancestors. Chapter 424. Sun, help. Qingling Mountain Cemetery lies to the east of the city, a place where mountains and rivers converge into a stunning landscape. The grounds are built along a rising slope that stretches from west to east, reaching toward the peak. It is a true feng shui treasure. Because of this, the inhabitants of these quiet slopes were once the elite, the individuals who were either incredibly wealthy or held significant status. In the early morning, a stubborn mist refused to disperse. At the foot of the mountain, the parking lots were already half full. Row after row of luxury cars lined the asphalt, and even the most modest among them cost millions. Visitors stepped out into the damp air, carrying incense, candles, and traditional offerings as they began the long trek up the mountain paths. The Wang family driver steered a Cullinan to a stop, carrying Wang Haoran and his parents. As a show of traditional piety, the driver remained with the vehicle, while the 3 family members prepared to climb on foot. Wang Haoran stepped toward the trunk to gather the sacrificial items. "My boy, give those to me. Let me handle it," Wang Xiang said. He hurried over, his voice thick with the indulgent tone he always used for his son. He seemed terrified that the boy might actually exert himself. "Yes, dear son, listen to your father," Zhenli added, hovering nearby. "How could we let you do such rough work?" Wang Haoran rolled his eyes. He didn't hand the items over. Instead, he looked his father up and down. "Dad, look at that waistline. It's a bucket. It's going to be hard enough for you to get yourself up this mountain without carrying extra weight. Let me do it." Over time, he had fully settled into this life. He had accepted this doting, slightly ridiculous father as his own. Calling him dad no longer felt like a performance. Wang Xiang subconsciously patted his protruding belly. A wide, gratified smile broke across his face. "My precious son has really grown up. He's so filial." "What do you mean grown up?" Zhenli beamed, her pride radiating in the morning mist. "Our son has been filial since he was a child." The trio shared a few light-hearted words before beginning their ascent. The Wang family's ancestral tombs had been moved to the very top of the mountain years ago, making the journey a true pilgrimage. The path was steep, with endless stone steps carved into the earth. Many travelers were already pausing halfway up, gasping for air and leaning against the railings. Despite the heavy load of offerings, Wang Haoran moved with effortless grace. His breathing remained steady, his pace relaxed. His parents were a different story. Neglected by years of office work and luxury, they were quickly out of breath. Wang Xiang, burdened by his middle-aged weight, was suffering the most. He stopped, clutching a handrail. "My boy, you're made of flesh and blood too. How is it that you aren't tired? You aren't even huffing." "I'm not flesh and blood, Dad. I'm made of steel," Wang Haoran joked. There was a bit of bravado in the statement, but it wasn't far from the truth. After all, a man in his position needed an extraordinary constitution to keep up with the demands of so many heroines. Wang Haoran checked his internal map of the cemetery. Based on the sluggish pace of his parents, they wouldn't finish the ritual until late afternoon. To a man who valued efficiency, that was an unacceptable waste of time. "Dad, Mom, you two rest here," Wang Haoran suggested. "I'll take the supplies to the top. Once I'm done, I'll come back down and carry you up one by one." Before they could object, he turned and vanished up the trail, moving as if he had wings on his heels. Shortly after he disappeared, a team of 7 world-class beauties appeared on the mountain road. They moved upward in a coordinated group, drawing gasps from everyone they passed. It was rare to see even one woman of such caliber in public, but seeing 7 together was a true spectacle. Wang Xiang, sitting on a roadside bench to catch his breath, couldn't help but stare. He began to scrutinize them with a practiced, appreciative eye until a sharp pain loomed in his side. He turned to find Zhenli glaring at him, her fingers still pinched firmly on his waist. He offered an embarrassed smile and quickly lowered his head, staring at the dirt. Satisfied, Zhenli turned her attention to the approaching women. Her eyes narrowed. She had a deep, visceral dislike for any woman who outshone her, and this group featured 7 of them. Jealousy burned in her chest. As the most graceful of the group, Tantai Yaoyue stepped past. Zhenli took a deliberate sip of mineral water. Instead of swallowing, she pursed her lips and spat the water toward the long, elegant legs swaying in front of her. Tantai Yaoyue's reflexes were sharp. She pivoted slightly, the water splashing harmlessly onto the stone steps. She stopped in her tracks and turned. A deadly chill settled in her eyes. She had recently learned of Lin Chen's death, and was already in a foul mood. On a normal day, she might have ignored such pettiness, but Zhenli had chosen the worst possible moment to be provocative. "Apologize," Tantai Yaoyue said. Her voice was a low, freezing blade. What are you talking about?" Zhenli pouted, crossing her arms. "I was just clearing my mouth. Who told you to walk right in front of me? Why should I apologize to you?" "My patience is limited," Tantai Yaoyue replied. "Oh, because there are 7 of you, you think you can bully me?" Zhenli stood up, her voice rising in a screech. "Go find out who I am before you open your mouth. Get lost before I get angry, or I'll make you regret ever coming here." Tantai Yaoyue remained expressionless. "You have 5 seconds to think about your next move." "The little girls these days certainly have big mouths," Wang Xiang grumbled, standing up to support his wife. "Look, my wife didn't even hit you with the water. Even if she had, what of it?" He snorted, puffing out his chest. "If you have any sense, you'll leave now. If you don't, I'll have my son deal with you when he gets back. He'll strip you all down. You're all pretty enough, I'm sure he'd be very interested." Tantai Yaoyue had been the only one truly angry until that moment. But as soon as Wang Xiang issued his threat, the others erupted. Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, Buletin Feiyan, Lu Yui Ji Shui Yao, and Chu Qianwei all felt a surge of cold fury. This couple was clearly rotten to the core, which meant their son was likely a monster. They didn't move to intervene. With their eldest sister there, no further action was required. 5 seconds are up, Tantai Yaoyue said, her gaze fixed on Wang Xiang. His threat had struck a nerve. She could tell he wasn't joking. He was the type of man who actually followed through on such vile promises. "Go on your way then. Are you looking for death?" Wang Xiang shouted. "Do you know who I am? Ask anyone in Qingling about Wang Xiang. He was the head of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He wasn't used to being spoken to with such contempt. But the words had barely left his lips when his heart gave a violent, erratic leap. A sharp, inexplicable tingling sensation shot through his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Xiang's face twisted in agony. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Husband, what's wrong? Zhenli shrieked, dropping to her knees to help him. She looked up at Tantai Yaoyue. What did you do to him? Her intuition told her this wasn't a random heart attack. But as she began to scream, she felt it too. Her own heart accelerated to a terrifying speed. A needle-like pain pierced her chest. In a panic, Zhenli fumbled for her phone. Her fingers shook as she dialed the only person she trusted. My boy, help us. Zhenli gasped. The pain was overwhelming. She managed to hit the speakerphone button and dropped the device on the ground, curling into a ball as she called out for her son. Mom, what's going on? Wang Haoran's voice rang out from the phone, sharp and impatient. At the sound of that familiar voice, the 6 sisters behind Tantai Yaoyue froze. Their anger vanished, replaced by a paralyzing shock. Chapter 425. The eldest sister's heartbeat. Zhenli collapsed, the pain stripping the words from her throat. Eldest sister, stop. They are my boyfriend's parents. Qin was the first to snap out of her shock. She rushed toward Tantai Yaoyue, her voice frantic. The mechanism of the attack remained a mystery, but the timing was too perfect. The agonizing rhythm of Wang Xiang and Zhenli's hearts was tethered to the cold woman standing before them. Following Qin's lead, Bian Su Wen, Luo Qingqian, and the others joined in a chorus of pleas. Please, sister, let them go. Don't do this. Hearing the collective desperation of her sisters, the icy resolve in Tantai Yaoyue's eyes finally wavered. She exhaled softly, and as if a physical weight had been lifted, Wang Xiang and Zhenli's heartbeats settled into a steady, painless thrum. They were normal again. Normal, but furious. They didn't speak, but their glares toward Tantai Yaoyue were sharp enough to draw blood. Dad? Mom? Are you okay? Wang Haoran's voice crackled through the speaker of the phone lying on the gravel. He had overheard Qin's shouts and pieced together the crisis, but the urgency in his tone remained. We are much better now, Zhenli gasped out. Wait there. I'm coming right now. The line went dead. Uncle, Auntie, I am so sorry. Please, forgive us. Qin scrambled to help the couple to their feet, dusting off their clothes with trembling hands. Wang Xiang and Zhenli had been too overwhelmed by the phantom heart attack to process her earlier cries. They looked at the beautiful young woman with deep suspicion and confusion. I am Haoran's girlfriend, Qin explained, forcing a gentle, reassuring smile. Zhenli's eyes flickered toward Tantai Yaoyue. And what is your relationship with her? Qin hesitated. For a fleeting second, she considered claiming the woman was a stranger, but she knew the couple wasn't foolish. The connection was written in their faces. She is my eldest sister, Qin admitted. She's had a difficult morning and acted impulsively. I apologize on her behalf. Please, don't hold it against her. An apology from you is worthless, Zhenli snapped, her voice regaining its shrill edge. Tell your sister to open her mouth and apologize herself. Qin turned, her eyes pleading as she looked at Tantai Yaoyue. Sister, please. Tantai Yaoyue remained a statue of indifference. I will not apologize to people of this sort. The dismissal stung. Zhenli realized she couldn't bully the eldest, so she turned her venom back on the younger one. When my son gets here, I'm telling him to dump you immediately. Auntie, please don't say that. Haoran and I truly love each other. Qin's face crumbled into misery. Then make her apologize. If she doesn't, you're through, Zhenli countered. Desperate to stay in the good graces of her future in-laws, Qin turned back to Tantai Yaoyue, her voice breaking. Big sister, I'm begging you. Do it for my happiness. Just this once? Impossible, Tantai Yaoyue sneered. Do you want to watch me lose him? Qin started to sob. This couple is rotten, Tantai Yaoyue said, her gaze sweeping over the parents. Which means their son is likely no better. Breaking up with such a family is a blessing, not a tragedy. Her perception of the invisible boyfriend had plummeted. Between the father's crude threats and the mother's petty malice, she had seen enough. The man was a shadow in her mind, a pig trying to ruin the cabbage she had spent years protecting. Eldest sister, look how sad she is, Bian Su Wen interjected. Just give her what she wants. Luo Qingqian stepped forward as well. It's just an apology, sister. It's a small price for the 7th sister's peace of mind. She's right, Ji Shui Yao added. It's only logical, Buletin Feiyan echoed. We all agree, sister, Lu Yue finished. All of you, shut up. Tantai Yaoyue's command silenced the group instantly. She turned a stern gaze on Qin. This is not up for negotiation. If your boyfriend is willing to discard you simply because his parents demand it, then he is worth nothing. As for an apology? That word does not exist in my dictionary. Qin slumped, her hope vanishing. She knew Wang Haoran wouldn't leave her over this, but a permanent rift between her sister and his parents was a recipe for a miserable future. Yet, when the eldest sister made a decision, the world itself seemed to bend before it. On the other side of the slope, Wang Haoran raced toward the resting area. As he rounded a bend, he activated his perspective vision. He saw the cluster of women and the unfamiliar face among them. This was the one. The mysterious eldest sister. Even from a distance, the sight of her through his enhanced vision sent a jolt through his system. Her aura was a tidal wave. Her temperament and beauty rivaled even Feng Xuanso, but there was something else, a crushing sense of danger. She felt more lethal than Feng Rao, a woman he already couldn't defeat. He slowed his pace, his mind racing. System, show me my points. Villain points 143,600. The pool was deep. He could exchange those points to boost his cultivation significantly, but he hesitated. He liked to keep a reserve for true emergencies. Besides, he had another card to play, the Super Peach Blossom Halo. He prayed for a favorable trigger. With a deep breath, he accelerated again, stepping out into the open where the group could see him. Haoran, Qin cried out, her face lighting up with relief. Tantai Yaoyue narrowed her eyes, a cold light flickering in their depths. In her experience, a man who inspired such desperate devotion usually relied on manipulation. She watched the figure approach, her hand twitching with the urge to end the threat to her sister's future. But as he drew closer, the coldness in her gaze didn't just fade, it evaporated. She froze. The world seemed to go quiet, the mist thickening around everyone but the man walking toward them. How can a man look like that? Thump, thump, thump. Tantai Yaoyue felt her own heart hammer against her ribs. The rhythm was frantic, heavy, and undeniably real. It felt as though her heart was trying to leap right out of her throat. Chapter 426. Can you forgive me? Ding. Congratulations to the host's great luck. Upon meeting the female protagonist, Tantai Yaoyue, for the first time, the Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first-class promise with one self-effect. Ding. The female protagonist Tantai Yaoyue's favorability toward the host has been raised to 80 deep love. Ding. The host has influenced the plot direction. You obtain 6,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -300, host villain Halo +300. 3 consecutive system messages flashed in Wang Haoran's mind, making him nearly jump with excitement. His most optimistic expectation was a second-class love at first sight effect. He never imagined he would trigger the top tier. Was there really a 10% chance for a first meeting trigger? After a quick mental calculation, he realized the probability was actually much lower. The Super Peach Blossom Halo followed a strict priority. First, it rolled for the 30% chance of the third-level attack effect. If that failed, it moved to the second level. Only if both failed would it roll for the first-class effect. If that missed, nothing happened at all. Luck had truly smiled on him today. Triggering this effect was crucial. This mysterious eldest sister was a far more difficult target than any previous heroine. Her combat power was off the charts. The old heroic rescue routine wouldn't work on someone who could likely level a building. This halo effect allowed him to bypass the struggle entirely. I should probably burn more incense for the Wang family ancestors, he thought. Maybe they really are blessing me. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Haoran approached the crowd. Qin hurried toward him, her voice trembling and on the verge of tears. My eldest sister didn't mean it, she cried. You can't blame me for this and dump me. Wang Haoran reached out and ruffled her hair. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin's worry vanished instantly. She leaped into his arms, clinging to him like a swallow returning to its nest. I knew you wouldn't. She had always been confident in him, but hearing the words directly brought a wave of relief that was entirely different. Nearby, Luo Qingqian, Yun Churan, Wang Haoran, and Yue.Will watched with envy. They longed to be as brazen with their affection as she was. Only Yue remained indifferent. She liked Wang Haoran's master, not the boy himself. Reluctantly, Qin stood up straight, though she lingered near his side. Wang Haoran felt a surge of confidence. He didn't even look at Tantai Yaoyue yet. Instead, he stepped toward his parents. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Zhenli wasted no time explaining. She conveniently reframed her intentional water spitting as a careless accident. She claimed Tantai Yaoyue had been aggressive, and that her mere presence made their hearts race and ache with severe pain. The other sisters knew the truth, but they remained silent. Contradicting their future mother-in-law was a social death sentence. If the matriarch of the Wang family took a dislike to them, their future lives would be miserable. Even Yue kept quiet. Since she believed Wang Haoran was her husband's disciple, she wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with his relatives. Wang Haoran, however, was secretly shocked by the description of the heart pain. If Tantai Yaoyue could cause physical trauma with a single glance, his parents would have been dead if Qin hadn't intervened. It was a terrifying, invisible method of killing. He processed his mother's biased story. According to Zhenli, she was a victim, and Tantai Yaoyue was a monster. Wang Haoran didn't believe a word of it. His family was a nest of villains. He knew his mother's character all too well. Nevertheless, he chose his side. The villain family had to stick together. Until a formal relationship was established, the heroine was technically the opposition. He turned toward Tantai Yaoyue. Despite her power, a favorability rating of 80 gave him a shield. He didn't believe she would actually hurt him. So it's you? Wang Haoran took several aggressive steps forward. He pointed a finger directly at her nose. The woman who bullied my parents? My eldest sister is fierce. Don't be impulsive. Qin gasped, grabbing his arm and trying to pull his hand down. She had heard from Luo Qingqian that the eldest sister was no ordinary person. She was terrified that a fit of anger would lead to Wang Haoran being killed on the spot. Luo Qingqian stepped between them, acting as a human shield. Eldest sister, he's just an ordinary young man. There is no need to care about him. Please, calm down. He's Kimei's boyfriend, Yun Churan added, her voice shaky as she grabbed Tantai Yaoyue's left hand. For her sake, please forgive him. Wang Haoran gripped the woman's right hand, while Yue.Will moved behind her, wrapping her arms tightly around the eldest sister's waist to restrain her. Big sister, anger is bad for your skin, Lu Yue said with a forced smile, trying to diffuse the tension. Don't be angry. Tantai Yaoyue looked down at the fair hands clutching her arms and waist. Her voice was cold and level. Release me. The sisters trembled, but they held on. Release. The second command was sharper. Frightened, they instinctively let go. Tantai Yaoyue stepped out of the circle and walked directly toward Wang Haoran. The sisters lunged forward again, desperate to hold her back before she struck. Then, she spoke. It was my fault, Tantai Yaoyue said, her voice surprisingly soft. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? The sisters froze, their hands hanging midair in the stunned silence. Chapter 427. Change of attitude. Luo Qingqian and the others stared at Tantai Yaoyue in sheer astonishment. They could only assume the eldest sister had taken the wrong medicine. This legendary, cold figure had actually apologized. Even stranger was her tone, which was unsettlingly gentle. Was this truly the same woman? What are you doing in the way? Tantai Yaoyue asked. Move aside. Luo Qingqian stood frozen in the middle of the path, inadvertently blocking the woman's view of Wang Haoran. Oh. Luo Qingqian nodded blankly and quickly stepped out of the line of sight. Without any obstacles, Tantai Yaoyue could finally take in Wang Haoran's face and figure again. She felt her pulse quicken, a frantic fluttering in her chest like a trapped bird. I was in a bad mood, she said, breaking the silence as Wang Haoran watched her. I was impulsive just now and almost did something terrible. Can you forgive me? Wang Haoran sensed his advantage. He wasn't about to let the matter drop easily when there were gains to be had. One sentence. You think that's all it takes? I can compensate you, Tantai Yaoyue offered immediately. That's what I'm talking about, Zhenli cut in. She couldn't fathom why this terrifying woman had suddenly softened, but she wasn't about to miss an opportunity to bully someone who seemed to be backing down. Pay us $1 billion, and we'll consider the matter settled. Tantai Yaoyue looked embarrassed. She had lived in the mountains for years to study her craft. She didn't have a cent to her name. I don't have the money, she admitted. Can I compensate you with something else? What do you have? Wang Haoran asked. Tantai Yaoyue bit back the urge to say I'll give you myself. The timing was wrong for that. She shifted her gaze and pointed at Chu Qianwei. My seventh sister will pay you. Chu Qianwei blinked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She's already my girlfriend, Wang Haoran said, a smirk playing on his lips. How is that a payment? Bian Su Wen felt a surge of excitement. She took a step forward, secretly hoping Tantai Yaoyue would offer her up as compensation instead. Luo Qingqian, Buletin Feiyan, and Ji Shui Yao all harbored similar, silent thoughts. However, Tantai Yaoyue didn't mention the other sisters. Instead, she made a new offer. I will do 3 things for you. No matter how difficult, as long as it is within my power, I will do it. How does that sound? Anything at all? Wang Haoran's smile turned inexplicable. Anything. 3 is too few, Wang Haoran said, pushing his luck. I want 10. No problem, Tantai Yaoyue agreed cheerfully. Fine, it's a deal. Wang Haoran relaxed. He knew he couldn't beat her in a fight, but with her word, his path to revenge would be much smoother. Tantai Yaoyue turned toward Wang Xiang and Zhenli, her expression shifting to one of genuine remorse. Uncle, Auntie, I had just heard the news of my brother's death, and I was overwhelmed. I'm sorry for offending you. Can you forgive me? The parents looked at each other, hesitant. Wang Haoran caught their eyes and gave a subtle wink. Zhenli, seeing that her son had already secured a deal, let out a huff. Since your attitude is sincere, we'll let it go. Yes, forget it, Wang Xiang added. Tantai Yaoyue breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dad, I'll carry you up the mountain, Wang Haoran said. Mom, wait here. I'll come back for you in a moment. Chu Qianwei considered offering to carry Zhenli, but she looked at her own petite frame and realized she'd struggle just to hike the trail herself. She stayed quiet. Tantai Yaoyue stepped forward. Auntie, I have some strength. Why don't I carry you? She felt the weight of her earlier actions. She had almost killed her future mother-in-law, a grave sin she needed to atone for. You. Zhenli eyed the woman's slender, perfect figure. You don't look like you can carry much. You'll know once we try. Zhenli didn't want her son to make 2 trips, so she eventually agreed. Tantai Yaoyue lowered herself, and Zhenli leaned onto her back. With Wang Haoran carrying his father, the group began the ascent. Zhenli was stunned by how stable and effortless Tantai Yaoyue's stride was. Big sister, your attitude really has changed, Chu Qianwei whispered as they walked. You are my sister, after all, Tantai Yaoyue replied calmly. I see how much you like him. I don't want to be the reason your relationship suffers. Chu Qianwei beamed. Thank you, big sister. You're so kind. I treat you well, Tantai Yaoyue said, her voice heavy with hidden meaning. Make sure you remember that. The group moved slowly, held back by the less athletic members of the party. It was nearly noon by the time they reached the cemetery at the summit. Lin Chen's tomb was new, a lavish site funded by the sisters. It sat only 10 meters away from the Wang family's ancestral plot. The group split up to perform their respective ceremonies. Wang Haoran finished quickly with his parents, then strolled over to Lin Chen's grave. He lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them in the dirt. I'll take good care of your 7 sisters, he promised silently. And if any of them have a son, I'll name him Wang Lin or Wang Chen in your honor. What do you think of that? Tantai Yaoyue stood before the tomb, her grief still raw. After a long silence, she turned to Bian Su Wen. Third sister, you are a genius doctor. Did you find any clues left by the murderer? He died from a heavy palm strike to the chest, Bian Su Wen said. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small, transparent glass vial. I estimate the killer's internal energy is between 50 and 80 years of cultivation. This vial contains a trace of true Qi I extracted from his body. It's unique, likely from a very specialized cultivation method. I haven't been able to identify it yet. Wang Haoran's interest peaked. He stepped closer. Third sister, remember when you were treating Yan Yuntian? Feng Suensa mentioned he practiced a very specific technique called the Ji Xiaoyue Gong. Could the murderer be him? Chapter 428. Enlightenment. Wang Haoran's suggestion caught Bian Suwen off guard. She paused, considering the medical data in her mind. I examined Yan Yuntian's pulse previously. His internal energy reflects between 70 and 80 years of cultivation. It matches the profile of the murderer perfectly. Tantai Yaoyue's eyes flashed with a frigid light. Where is this Yan Yuntian? He is staying in an ancient house in Qingling. He was seriously injured, and I am currently providing his treatment. Getting to him would be simple. Tantai Yaoyue nodded. She didn't rush off immediately. She wanted to remain at Lin Chen's tomb to mourn a while longer. Since the target was crippled and under her sister's care, he wasn't going anywhere. Luo Qingqian and the other sisters had already processed the grief of Lin Chen's death, but they stayed behind to accompany their eldest sister. Wang Haoran grew bored with the wait. He gestured for Chu Qianwei to step aside with him. Tell me exactly how the conflict between my parents and your sister started. Give it to me straight, no bias. Chu Qianwei nodded and recounted the events in detail. Wang Haoran listened, feeling a wave of speechlessness. It was exactly as he suspected. Wang Xiang steered a conglomerate worth tens of billions, and Zhenli ran her own listed company. They were supposed to be sharp, sophisticated business leaders. Yet, Zhenli had acted like a petty street brawler by spitting water on a stranger, and Wang Xiang's subsequent remarks sounded like those of a common thug. Their behavior didn't align with their status at all. After a moment of silence, the realization hit him. Wang Xiang and Zhenli were the designated villains in the original protagonist Chu Bai's storyline. In these plots, villains functioned normally until they encountered someone from the protagonist's camp. Then, their brains seemingly short-circuit, forcing them into bizarre, irrational actions that served only to advance the plot. Zhenli's inexplicable provocation was a narrative trap. Wang Haoran felt a sudden urge to find the author of that plot and give them a piece of his mind. Since that was impossible, he had to take matters into his own hands. His parents had survived this encounter, but they might not be so lucky next time. Having fully integrated into this world, he viewed them as his true family. He wouldn't let them throw their lives away. He walked over to where they were waiting near the ancestral plots. Son, are you ready to leave? Zhenli asked. No hurry, let's wait for the girls. Wang Haoran nodded toward the sisters before lowering his voice. Mom, you're the CEO of a major corporation. Why on earth were you spitting water at people? Zhenli looked away, her voice defensive. I told you it wasn't intentional. My girlfriend told me everything. Zhenli's expression soured. That girl certainly likes to talk. I asked her to tell me. Don't go blaming her. Don't make things difficult for others. Zhenli noticed the protective edge in his voice. Darling son, do you really like her that much? She's beautiful, she has a great personality, and she's loyal to me. Why wouldn't I like her? I thought you were just playing around, Zhenli muttered, glancing over at Chu Qianwei. The girl was watching from a distance. When she met Zhenli's scrutinizing gaze, she offered a soft, gentle smile. Zhenli forced a small smile back in response before turning back to her son. Fine, baby boy. I won't cause her any trouble. Don't worry. Mom, you have a status to maintain. Don't act like a commoner looking for a fight anymore, okay? I just didn't like the look of them. It was an impulse. It won't happen again. Wang Haoran could tell she was being perfunctory. He decided on a different tactic. Mom, let's make a deal. If you see someone you don't like in the future, don't provoke them. Just remember who they are and tell me. I'll handle the lesson for you. As designated villains, it was natural for them to hate the protagonists, but they lacked the power to survive a direct confrontation. Wang Haoran needed to be the one to intercept those threats. Okay, dear son. If someone upsets me, I'll stay quiet and bring the name to you. Dad. Wang Haoran looked at his father. Whatever you say, son. Wang Xiang responded cheerfully. Ding. The host has successfully enlightened the male supporting character Wang Xiang and the female supporting character Zhenli. Influencing the plot direction earns you 900 villain points. The system prompt startled him, followed by a surge of relief. He had been worried they were just humoring him, but the points confirmed their change of heart. Satisfied, he returned to Chu Qianwei. A moment later, Wang Xiang and Zhenli approached the couple. Chu Qianwei tensed up, cutting her conversation short. Uncle, Auntie, what was your name again? Zhenli asked, her voice surprisingly warm. Chu Qianwei. Then I'll call you Yue. Zhenli reached down and slid a jade bracelet off her wrist. I didn't know we would meet today, so I didn't prepare a proper gift. Take this bracelet for now. Once we get back, I'll prepare something better to welcome you properly. Auntie, I couldn't. It's too much. Yue, the bracelet is only worth about 2 or 300,000 yuan. It's a bit cheap, but consider it a token of your aunt's affection. Just take it. The couple had moved past their initial animosity. They loved their son, and if he loved this girl, they were professional enough to make her feel welcome. When they weren't under the influence of the protagonist's aura, their emotional intelligence was actually quite high. Chu Qianwei looked at Wang Haoran, seeking permission. My mom is giving it to you, he said, patting her head. Just accept it. Chu Qianwei relaxed, taking the bracelet from Zhenli with a bright smile. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, auntie. Chapter 429. Dispute. Qin smiled as she slid the jade bracelet onto her wrist. It fit perfectly. To her side, the other sisters watched with a clear, sharp envy. Even without a word, their eyes betrayed a deep longing to take the bracelet for themselves. It was more than a piece of jewelry. It was a badge of acceptance from the Wang family. Tantai Yaoyue's grief had finally begun to ebb, her features smoothing into a calm mask. With the ceremonies concluded, the group gathered their things and began the long descent from the mountain peak. As they walked, Zhenli stayed close to Qin. The two women chatted frequently, the older woman pressing for details about the girl's life. When she learned that Qin was a world-class concert pianist, both Zhenli and Wang Xiang beamed with pride. Their son's choice in a partner became more impressive by the minute. The descent ended at the base of the mountain, where the Wangs insisted on hosting a dinner for Tantai Yaoyue and her sisters. The meal passed in surprising harmony, a stark contrast to the morning's tension. Once the last plates were cleared, the parties finally separated, and the three members of the Wang family returned home. Meanwhile, in a sprawling mansion elsewhere in Qingling, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. I said I won't eat. Get out of here. Yun Yuntian's voice cracked with rage. He lunged from the bed, shoving a servant who had been trying to coax him into taking a few spoonfuls of broth. The tray clattered to the floor, spilling across the rug. Master, you haven't eaten in days, the servant pleaded, trembling. You must eat to recover. Get out. If you don't leave this room, I will kill you. The servant bolted, terrified by the fire in the young man's eyes, and rushed to find Yan Fipeng. Within minutes, the elder Yan hurried into the room, his brow deeply furrowed. Are you truly going on a hunger strike? Yan Fipeng asked, standing at the foot of the bed. Why must you make yourself suffer like this? Do you agree to do it? Yun Yuntian countered, his voice low and dangerous. His original plan was to recover and kill Wang Haoran with his own hands. But the news of what Feng Rao had done for the boy was poison in his veins. He couldn't stand the thought of it. He would rather die than live with a new stepfather. Since that revelation, peace had fled him. He couldn't sleep. His mind was a whirlwind of fury. He knew that only Wang Haoran's death could quench the fire. Because his injuries left him unable to act, he had demanded his father do the deed. But Yan Fipeng remained stubborn. No, the older man said, looking pained. I promised a Rao. I cannot touch that boy. Fine. Then prepare to collect my corpse. I'll starve to death in this bed. Son, why are you doing this? Yan Fipeng's voice was bitter. A Rao warned me repeatedly. If I take action against Wang Haoran, she will never forgive me. Don't put me in this position. Forgive you? What can she do? Kill you? No, she wouldn't do that. But if I kill him, she will be devastated. Her sadness would be more than I can bear. As Yan Fipeng spoke, the image of Feng Rao's graceful figure filled his mind. He looked every bit the devoted, pining lover. She left you. Yun Yuntian spat. Why do you still care? Even if we are apart, I want her to live well. Don't you want your mother to be happy? Yun Yuntian snorted in disgust. He felt no affection for his mother now, only a cold, hard resentment. He didn't care about her happiness at all. I am asking you one last time. Will you help me kill Wang Haoran? If you refuse, we are no longer father and son. Yan Fipeng winced at the ultimatum. Son, let me think. I'll give you an answer in a while. I want the answer now. The elder Yin looked trapped. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He checked the screen, seeing a call from his company. I have business to attend to. We will talk when I am finished. What kind of business? Yin Yuntian asked suspiciously. I'm transferring 60% of my assets to a Rao's name. Yin Yuntian sat bolt upright, his face pale. Are you joking? Why would you give her anything, let alone 60%? I want her to have a good life, Yin Fipeng said, sounding remarkably casual. She lived a simple life on Fengzi Mountain, but now that she has found a man in the secular world, she will need resources. Think of it as her dowry. Yin Yuntian felt as though smoke might actually pour from his ears. Those assets were his inheritance. Now, more than half was being handed over to a woman he despised, knowing full well the money would eventually end up in Wang Haoran's pockets. I won't allow it. You aren't giving her a single penny. Yes, it's me, Yin Fipeng said into the phone, ignoring his son's outburst. Is the contract ready? Good. Fax it over so I can sign. He walked out of the room without a backward glance. A heavy thud echoed through the room as Yin Yuntian slammed his fist into the bed frame. His hands had regained some movement after weeks of treatment, but the sudden force sent a jolt of agony through his broken body. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he doubled over in pain. When the servant returned later with a fresh meal, Yin Yuntian didn't reach for the tray to throw it. He sat in silence. He realized now that relying on his father was a dead end. In Yan Fipeng's world, Feng Rao's smile was worth more than his son's life. He needed a different way. After finishing the meal, he demanded pen, paper, and envelopes. He scrawled a series of words across the page, sealed it tightly, and told the servant to fetch Yun Churan. The subordinate arrived shortly after. Yun Churan, deliver this letter to the address on the back of the envelope. What is it, master? Yun Churan asked, eyeing the sealed paper. A letter to an old friend, Yin Yuntian lied. He no longer trusted his parents, and he certainly didn't trust his subordinates. Yes, sir. Yun Churan bowed and left. However, instead of heading for the exit, he went straight to Yuning. The two men huddled together, breaking the seal to read the contents. They stared at the page, perplexed. The message was a jumble of nonsensical words and strange phrasing that didn't form coherent sentences. Worried, They called Wang Haoran to report the strange behavior. Take a photo of the letter and send it to me immediately, Wang Haoran ordered, his voice sharp with suspicion. A few seconds later, the image arrived on his phone. Wang Haoran studied the screen, squinting at the jumbled characters. Even he couldn't make sense of the cryptic message. Chapter 430. Cryptic Betrayal. Wang Haoran returned to the villa near Qingling University, his mind churning with unanswered questions. What are you thinking about? Feng Xuanso asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she took in his pensive expression. I intercepted a letter from Yan Yuntian, Wang Haoran replied. He pulled his phone from his pocket and pulled up the photo taken by Yu Ning. I can't make sense of a single word. Do you understand it? Feng Xuanso leaned in close, her shoulder pressing intentionally against his as she squinted at the screen. She studied the messy handwriting for several long moments before sighing and shaking her head. I don't understand it either. Can I see? Ning Aoxiu interjected from the sofa in the hall. Of course, Ning Aoxiu joined them at Wang Haoran's side. She tiptoed to get a better look, her cheek inadvertently brushing against his face. Feng Xuanso's eyes widened, her gaze darting between the girl and her husband. Ning Aoxiu seemed oblivious to the tension, continuing to lean into Wang Haoran as she scrutinized the image, refusing to pull away. Finally, Feng Xuanso snapped. Well, do you understand it or not? The jealousy in her voice was thick enough to taste. Ning Aoxiu felt a flicker of pride at the reaction. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I do understand it. Feng Xuanso crossed her arms, her skepticism clear. Really? Then tell us. What does it say? This is a secret cipher, Ning Aoxiu explained, pointing at the jumbled characters on the screen. The order of the words has been scrambled to look like nonsense. It requires a specific regrouping method to reveal the message. As she moved her finger from word to word, Wang Haoran and Feng Xuanso recited the translated text in their minds. The hidden message was blunt, kill Wang Haoran. The contact point was a specific and used by the Qiyutang, a notorious assassin organization from the hidden world. Fury flared in Feng Xuanso's eyes, but Wang Haoran remained eerily calm. Yin Yuntian wanted him dead, and the feeling was entirely mutual. I'm going to find him, Feng Xuanso hissed. We'll go together, Wang Haoran said. Ning Aoxiu bit her lip, her worry surfacing. I heard Yin Yuntian's parents are in Qingling. That woman, Feng Rao, has an unfathomable level of cultivation. If you go in recklessly, you might suffer for it. Why don't I come along? An extra pair of hands can't hurt. She knew Wang Haoran was powerful, but in her mind, he was still a tier below the master of Fengzi Mountain. Wang Haoran didn't bother correcting her assumption regarding his relationship with Feng Rao. He simply nodded. As the three prepared to leave, Wang Haoran's gaze landed on Feng Anna, who was busy mopping the floor. You're coming too. There was no real danger in this confrontation. Since Ning Aoxiu, the ex-fiancé, was attending, it only made sense to bring Feng Anna along. The more witnesses there were, the faster Yin Yuntian's mental state would crumble. Wang Haoran knew that if he didn't squeeze every bit of value from Yin Yuntian's misery today, he might not get another chance tomorrow. By now, Tantai Yaoyue had likely finished escorting the sisters home, and would be looking for blood soon. They headed to the garage. A Lamborghini and a Pagani sat waiting, 2 seats each. It was perfect. Wang Haoran and Feng Anna took the wheels, driving Feng Xuanso and Ning Aoxiu toward the Yan mansion. Yu Ning and Yun Churan were already waiting outside the gates. They moved quickly, ushering the group inside. Instead of heading for the bedroom, Feng Xuanso sought out Feng Rao first. Inside her own room, Feng Rao was busy admiring herself in a mirror, trying on various sets of modern clothing. A knock at the door interrupted her, and she stepped out to find the group waiting. Her eyes lit up when she saw Wang Haoran, but her expression shifted to curiosity when she saw the 2 new faces. And these are? Ning Aoxiu of the Kangzhou Ning family, Feng Anna of the Xiangdao Feng family. The names clicked instantly. Feng Rao recognized them as Yin Yuntian's former fiancés. She opened her mouth to ask their purpose, but Feng Xuanso beat her to it. Sister, did you know your son is trying to hire Qiyutang assassins to kill Haoran? What? Feng Rao's face went pale with shock. Master, please look at this. Yun Churan handed her the original letter. Feng Rao stared at the nonsensical words, her confusion growing until Ning Aoxiu stepped forward and demonstrated the cipher. Once the pattern was clear, Feng Rao's face turned to stone. Follow me. Cold fury radiated from her as she led the way to Yan Yuntian's bedroom. Inside, the young man was far calmer than he had been earlier. He was already picturing the Qiyutang assassins ending Wang Haoran. In his mind, the hit was as good as done. The sound of approaching footsteps broke his reverie. His mother entered first. He snorted and turned his head away, intending to ignore her. But as the rest of the group filed in, his heart sank. Feng Xuanso, Ning Aoxiu, Feng Anna, Yun Churan, and Yu Ning entered, all of them standing protectively around the man he hated most. They looked unified, a tight-knit circle that excluded him entirely. The jealousy began to burn, but it was quickly replaced by a cold dread when he saw the letter in his mother's hand. Did you write this? Feng Rao demanded, throwing the paper into his face. Yin Yuntian picked it up, his expression a mask of feigned ignorance. I've never seen this before. Yun Churan stepped forward, his voice firm. You wrote it. You told me to deliver it immediately. Ding. The host has damaged the protagonist Yin Yuntian's mental state. You gain 800 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -40. Host villain Halo +40. Yin Yuntian's teeth ground together. He wanted to rip Yun Churan apart. Yu Ning's betrayal had been bad enough, but Yun Churan was even more blatant. Yet, trapped in his bed, he was powerless. Even if I did write it, so what? Yin Yuntian spat, trying to maintain his composure. I was writing to a friend. Is that a crime? Ning Aoxu didn't answer. She simply walked to the bedside, picked up the very pen Yin Yuntian had used, and began circling specific words on the page. When she finished, she held the letter up with both hands, spreading it out so he couldn't look away. Read it yourself, she said coldly. Yin Yuntian's face froze. He stared at her, his eyes looking as though they might vent actual fire. Ding. The host has damaged the protagonist Yin Yuntian's mental state. You gain 1000 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host villain Halo +50. Chapter 431. The man who asks for his life is here. After Ning Aoxu exposed the truth, Yin Yuntian's expression turned hideous. He scrambled for a defense, his face pale and ugly. What else do you have to say? Feng Rao asked. Her voice was a shard of ice. I wrote it, so what? Yin Yuntian snapped, his defiance finally breaking through the cracks of his composure. Feng Rao's expression darkened. Have you forgotten what I told you? Of course I didn't forget. You are my biological mother, yet for the sake of an outsider, you completely disregarded my feelings. You said those things to me. How could I possibly forget? Yin Yuntian shouted, his anger fueling a reckless confidence. Even though his plot to hire a killer had been discovered, he didn't care. He remained convinced that Feng Rao would never actually kill her own son. I heard you shouting from down the hall. What's the matter? Yin Fipeng hurried into the bedroom, his eyes darting between the tense figures. Feng Rao snatched the secret letter from Ning Aoxu's hand and threw it at Yan Fipeng. He caught it, his eyelids twitching as he scanned the ink. He looked up at Yan Yuntian, his voice trembling. What did you write? Yin Yuntian remained silent, a wordless admission of guilt. Yan Fipeng's face wrinkled with regret. He realized he had been negligent. Yin Yuntian had been so frantic to kill Wang Haoran before, and even after being refused help, the boy had clearly found another way. Despite the gravity of the situation, Yan Fipeng's parental instinct took over. He could not bring himself to accuse his son. Areo, Yuntian was just impulsive. Let me talk to him, enlighten him. I promise he will never do such a thing again. Yan Fipeng noticed the murderous gloom on Feng Rao's face and panicked, fearing she might do something irreversible. Feng Rao didn't answer. A complex, flickering light danced in her eyes as she stared at her son. Yan Fipeng pressed on. Areo, I will transfer 70% of the assets to you. Just give me this face, okay? Feng Rao still remained silent. 80%. No, 90%. Yan Fipeng pleaded. Feng Rao didn't speak, but Yan Yuntian couldn't bear it any longer. To him, Yan Fipeng's assets were his own future inheritance. His father didn't seem to feel the loss, but Yan Yuntian felt every percentage point like a physical wound. Father, don't say anything. Don't stop me. Just stand aside. I want to see exactly what my mother can do to me today. Yin Yuntian's voice was laced with a twisted confidence. In his mind, Wang Haoran was just a wealthy second-generation heir from the secular world. Aside from money and a handsome face, the man was nothing. Even if Feng Rao wanted to protect him, there had to be a limit. It was impossible for her to sever her own flesh and blood for such a person. Yin Fipeng did not move. He was not as optimistic as his son. You did something wrong. Is this the attitude of someone admitting a mistake? Feng Rao spoke solemnly. I'm right. Yin Yuntian gritted his teeth. Yuntian, I warned you. Don't blame me if you refuse to listen to advice. The complicated light in Feng Rao's eyes suddenly condensed into a sharp, singular focus murderous intent. Yin Yuntian felt the temperature in the room drop. The hair on his arms stood on end. Panic, fear, and resentment collided in his chest. For the sake of this rich outsider, his mother actually intended to kill him. Ding. The host caused Yin Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Obtained 1200 villain points. Yin Yuntian's protagonist Halo -60. Host villains Halo +60. Areo, I beg you? Yuntian is your son. Yin Fipeng sensed the killing intent and stepped between them. He turned and barked at Yin Yuntian. You brat. Admit your mistake now. Do you really want to die? Yin Yuntian recovered from his stupor. Mother, it was my fault. I shouldn't have ignored your advice. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. The lethal glint in Feng Rao's eyes remained. Yin Yuntian played his final card. Mother, I am your own son. I was carried by you for 10 months. Even if I make a massive mistake, you should give me a chance to fix it. Tears welled in his eyes, squeezed out by the sheer pressure of the moment. Feng Rao's gaze flickered. She seemed moved, her resolve wavering. Feng Suanso arrived, her own anger boiling over. She had expected Feng Rao to handle the matter, but seeing the hesitation, she couldn't stand it. She stepped past Feng Rao, intent on ending Yin Yuntian herself. Yin Fipeng blocked her path. Feng Suanso's cultivation was a step below Yin Fipeng's. Realizing she couldn't push past him alone, she glanced toward a figure standing nearby. Ning Aoxu, help me block him. If Ning Aoxu engaged Yin Fipeng, Feng Suanso could strike. Ning Aoxu merely folded her arms. Her expression was leisurely, showing no intention of lifting a finger. She cast a brief, knowing look at Wang Haoran. Feng Suanso didn't know Wang Haoran's true strength, but Ning Aoxu did. Neither Yin Yuntian nor the killers from Qiyutang were a real threat to him. If Wang Haoran wanted Yin Yuntian dead, it would be a simple task. Since he hadn't acted, he likely had other plans. Intervening now might ruin his game. Ning Aoxu turned a deaf ear to the request. Feng Suanso felt helpless. She couldn't act rashly. She turned her eyes back to Feng Rao. Feng Rao was caught in a tormenting loop. She feared for Wang Haoran's safety, and wanted to remove the threat of Yun Yuntian permanently, but her heart wouldn't allow it. She stole a glance at Wang Haoran, searching his face for a sign. Wang Haoran caught her gaze. He walked to her side and leaned in, whispering into her ear so softly that only she could hear. The brilliance in Feng Rao's eyes shifted, and the killing intent slowly receded. Yun Yuntian, terrified for his life, had been watching his mother's face like a hawk. When he saw her soften, he let out a long breath of relief. A surge of smug triumph washed over him. Wang Haoran, you're just a pretty face, Yun Yuntian thought. Do you really think my mother would do anything for you? I am her son. You wanted to convince her to kill me? Stop dreaming. In his mind, Wang Haoran's whisper had been a plea for his execution. The fact that Feng Rao had calmed down meant the boy had failed. Wang Haoran watched Yun Yuntian's smug expression with amusement. Feng Rao had been on the verge of killing her son out of care for Wang Haoran. If he had actually pushed for it, Yun Yuntian would be a corpse. But if she had done it, the act would have left a permanent scar on her soul. Yun Yuntian was her son, after all. Wang Haoran knew he had already dismantled Feng Rao's world and caused her enough silent suffering. He didn't want to add the burden of filicide to her heart. He was always more tolerant toward beauties. He had whispered for her to stay her hand. However, his mercy was calculated. Through his perspective abilities, he saw that other people looking for Yun Yuntian's life had already arrived. The storm has passed, Yun Fipeng said, forcing a smile to lighten the heavy atmosphere. He looked at his son. Yuntian, you must never do this again. Do you understand? I know, Yun Yuntian lied. In the dark corners of his mind, he was already plotting Wang Haoran's eventual death. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Doctor, you've arrived, Yun Fipeng said, greeting Bian Suwen politely as she entered. He paused, noticing the beautiful woman following her. This newcomer was stunning, but her face was carved from stone. She radiated a sense of cold authority and a crushing pressure that felt even more potent than Feng Rao's. She was clearly not here for a social call. Tantai Yaoyue walked directly up to Yun Yuntian. She pulled out a photograph. Do you know him? The photo showed a cute, innocent child. Yun Yuntian looked at the image, and the color drained from his face instantly. Chapter 432. The Invisible Executioner. Tantai Yaoyue stared at Yun Yuntian, capturing every flicker of panic in his eyes. Her voice was as cold as a winter morning. This is my younger brother. Not long ago, he was struck in the chest and killed. My third sister conducted a detailed investigation to determine the murderer's cultivation level. His true chi is likely between 70 and 80 years. She took a step closer, the air around her tightening. Tell me, who killed my brother? Yun Yuntian flustered, his chest heaving as he tried to maintain a facade of calm. How should I know that? This little boy is so cute. How could my son kill him? You must be mistaken. Yun Fipeng scrambled forward, his hands raised in a placating gesture as he tried to shield his son. The reason why is something only your son knows, Tantai Yaoyue replied. I don't like your tone. You make it sound as if I'm the only one capable of this. There are plenty of masters in Qingling. Why point at me? Yun Yuntian's eyes darted around the room, before landing on Ning Aoxiu. Take her, for example. Her cultivation almost perfectly matches your description of the killer. Ning Aoxiu's brows furrowed at the sudden accusation, but she remained silent, her expression one of detached annoyance. You want evidence before you die? Fine. I will grant you that. Tantai Yaoyue's eyes flashed with a strange, hypnotic brilliance. Yun Yuntian caught her gaze inadvertently. Instantly, his mind turned to lead. His consciousness slipped away, leaving him a hollow shell. My brother, Lin Chen. Did you kill him? Tantai Yaoyue's voice carried a weight that seemed to vibrate inside his skull. Yes, Yun Yuntian replied, his voice dull and his eyes blank. I shook him to death with one palm. Then I threw him into the lake. Why? Why did you kill him? Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the false trail he had planted through Yuning, suggesting that the boy Lin Chen was the one who had taken Qin Yunhan. It was a lie designed to provoke Yun Yuntian's murderous intent. While the excuse might hold up under scrutiny, he didn't want the boy's actual motives investigated too deeply. Lies were fragile things. You bastard. So my classmate Lin Chen was killed by you. Wang Haoran roared with feigned fury. He rushed forward and planted a heavy punch squarely on Yun Yuntian's jaw. The impact snapped Yun Yuntian out of his trance. He staggered back, clutching his face, his mind a blurred mess of pain. He didn't remember what he had just confessed. He only knew that Wang Haoran was in front of him, attacking. Rage surged through him. Even if he couldn't move his lower body, he could still strike. But as he reached out to grab Wang Haoran, his heart gave a violent, rhythmic thud. Thump, thump, thump. Yun Yuntian's hand froze midair. A searing, white-hot pain erupted in his chest. Ah, my heart. Son, what's happening? Yun Fipeng cried out. He turned his desperate gaze toward Tantai Yaoyue, realizing this was her doing. Terrified by her bizarre, invisible tactics, he dropped to his knees. Spare him. Take my wealth, take everything, just let him live. Tantai Yaoyue remained unmoved, her eyes fixed on the dying man. Yun Fipeng looked to Feng Rao, begging for intervention. She stayed silent. If not for Wang Haoran's earlier persuasion, she might have killed Yun Yuntian herself. Besides, she could feel the raw power emanating from Tantai Yaoyue. This woman was stronger than her. Father, save me, save me. Yun Yuntian's voice was a ragged whisper of despair. Driven by a father's desperation, Yun Fipeng circulated his true chi. He was a master of the Huajin stage, and his full-strength strike carved through the air with the force of a gale. But as his palm came within a foot of Tantai Yaoyue, he gasped. The same crushing pain seized his heart. His gathered energy collapsed, and he slumped to the floor, his strength vanishing. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of Yun Yuntian's heart accelerated until it sounded like a frantic drum. It reached a violent crescendo. A sickening pop echoed in the room. Blood sprayed from Yun Yuntian's mouth as his heart burst. He slumped back, his breath leaving him for the last time. Ding. The host manipulated events from behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Yun Yuntian to be killed by the heroine Tantai Yaoyue. 5,000 villain points earned. Moments later, Yan Fibeng also coughed up a spray of crimson. His eyes went dull, and he collapsed, lifeless, beside the bed. The father and son lay still, one on the mattress and one on the floor. Wang Haoran sighed internally. Yun Yuntian was finally gone. He looked at Tantai Yaoyue with genuine amazement. Her methods were terrifying. She hadn't touched them once. She had simply ended them with a look. By any secular standard, she was innocent. You couldn't arrest someone for killing with a stare. Tantai Yaoyue and Bian Suwen looked relieved, their grim task finally complete. Lin Chen, your spirit can finally rest in peace, Wang Haoran said, his voice heavy with faked sorrow. To the two women, his grief looked entirely genuine. They knew he was Lin Chen's classmate and Chu Qianwei's friend. It was only natural for him to be affected. Feng Rao looked at the two bodies on the ground. A flicker of sadness crossed her face. Though her love for them had long since died, they were once her family. Seeing them dead stirred a lingering, melancholy ache. 2 days later, the matter was settled. Under the guise of a sudden, shared illness, Feng Rao had the two men buried quickly at the peak of the Qingling Mountain Cemetery. As she walked down the mountain path after the funeral, the weight on her chest began to lift. At the foot of the hill, a pagani was parked on the flat ground. A familiar figure stood leaning against the car. The last of Feng Rao's sadness vanished the moment she saw him. She broke into a run, a smile lighting up her face. What are you doing here? I was worried you'd be too sad, Wang Haoran said. I wanted to be here to comfort you. He felt a bit silly saying it, given how happy she looked to see him. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Rao's smile vanished. She lowered her head, letting out a few soft, performative sobs, and threw herself into his arms, holding him tight. Chapter 433. Ma Hongsheng wakes up. Warmth and softness fell into his arms. Wang Haoran froze, his body turning rigid as anxiety spiked. He didn't dare move a muscle. Feng Rao sobbed against him for a long moment. Feeling the empty space around her waist where his hands should be, she reached down, grabbed his wrists, and pulled them firmly around her. Wang Haoran sighed internally, yielding to the inevitable. Eventually, the sobbing ceased and she pulled back. He searched her face for tears, but the skin around her eyes remained dry. Instead, he met a gaze full of smoldering resentment. She was blaming him for being dense. A beautiful woman had thrown herself into his embrace, and he hadn't even attempted a response. Would you like to take a walk with me? Her voice was soft, leaving little room for a refusal. Wang Haoran opened his mouth to mention he had things to do, but before the words could form, she caught his hand and pulled him along. Qingling Mountain was bathed in the afternoon light. They wandered the base of the peaks, following a trail that wound through thick greenery. Feng Rao led the way with purpose, steering them toward a secluded grove where the sounds of other tourists faded into silence. Wang Haoran whispered a silent prayer, "It's over." As if confirming his suspicion, his lips were suddenly under attack. He couldn't win this fight. Giving up all resistance, he let the wave wash over him. After a few minutes, Feng Rao broke away and returned to her usual composure. She led him to the bank of a nearby stream, sitting on the grass and pulling his head down onto her shoulder. They sat in silence, watching the water ripple over the stones. Wang Haoran felt a flicker of confusion. He didn't understand why her conscience had suddenly kicked in, ending the persecution so abruptly. "My relatives are visiting," she whispered. Wang Haoran felt a wave of sudden depression. He hadn't been in the mood initially, but he was a healthy young man, and his body had naturally begun to react to her proximity. Now, she dropped that sentence. "Aren't you happy?" She caught the shift in his expression out of the corner of her eye. "No, I'm fine," he managed a quick smile. He was actually relieved by the reprieve, but a lingering sense of physical frustration remained. Feng Rao didn't press the issue. However, as she looked down, she caught a glimpse of his physical state. "The water in this creek is quite clear," Wang Haoran blurted out, desperate to change the subject. His face burned with embarrassment as he tried to distract her. Feng Rao's lips curled into a faint, knowing smirk. An idea seemed to take root in her mind. Later that afternoon, Wang Haoran drove Feng Rao away from Qingling Mountain, heading toward her grand mansion. She sat upright in the passenger seat, her cheeks flushed a deep rose. She kept her head down, uncharacteristically silent. The cold, domineering queen who usually dictated terms was gone, replaced by a shy, quiet woman. Wang Haoran stole a glance at her while navigating the road. He noticed something. Feeling his scrutiny, Feng Rao tilted her head toward him. He pointed to the corner of his own mouth and made a small gesture. She froze, touched her lip, and realized what he was pointing at. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She scrambled to grab a tissue from the console and wiped the corner of her mouth clean. When the car pulled up to the mansion gates, Feng Rao moved to get out. Before she did, she leaned close to his ear. "You are the first, and the only one. Be honored to have this privilege." Her voice was a low murmur. Before he could process the cryptic remark, she regained her regal posture, stepping out of the car with her usual air of authority. Wang Haoran watched her disappear into the house, a small smile playing on his lips. No wonder she had been so clumsy. He turned the car around and began the drive back to his villa at Qingling University. At that same moment, an uninvited guest entered Ma Hongshan's ward at the Tianwei Clinic. The stranger performed a feat that left the attending doctors in a state of shock. Ma Hongshan, who had been trapped in a deep coma for weeks, suddenly opened his eyes. Cheng Rui was in the middle of a board meeting at the company when the news reached her. She dropped everything and raced to the clinic. She hadn't believed the caller, but the sight of Ma Hongshan sitting upright against his pillows forced her to accept the truth. Hongshan, you're finally awake. Cheng Rui was a master of self-control. She pivoted into her role instantly, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to the bedside. Ma Hongshan's heart melted. He felt as though he must have lived 100 virtuous lives to deserve a wife as devoted and loving as her. After a few minutes of crying, Cheng Rui wiped her eyes and noticed a strange man sitting leisurely in a chair in the corner of the room. Master, please forgive the display, Ma Hongshan said, his voice raspy. He turned to his wife. Rui, this is my master, Qin Fan. Cheng Rui blinked in surprise. This Qin Fan looked unremarkable, perhaps 30 years old at most. He was significantly younger than Ma Hongshan. It was difficult to reconcile his youthful appearance with the title of master. It is an honor, master, Cheng Rui said, bowing politely. Qin Fan offered a curt nod. His eyes drifted over her, noting her youthful beauty and the curves of her figure. He felt a flicker of base desire, but he quickly suppressed it. She was his apprentice's wife, after all. He wasn't the type to steal from his own student. Besides, with his abilities, winning over beautiful women was a simple task. There were plenty of others in the world. Master, has the poison been completely purged? Ma Hongshan asked, his voice laced with anxiety despite his renewed energy. The poison was in your system for a long time. It penetrated deep, Qin Fan said calmly. I was able to neutralize 70% of it today. The remaining 30% is embedded in your tissues. It will take roughly 2 months of gradual treatment to clear it entirely. Ma Hongshan exhaled a breath of pure relief. 2 months was nothing compared to an eternity in a coma. Thank you, master. I am in your debt. Who did you provoke to end up like this? Qin Fan asked. Ma Hongshan sighed, shaking his head. My enemies are mostly business rivals. I honestly have no idea which of them would go to such lengths. I'll be staying in Qingling for a while, Qin Fan said, watching Ma Hongshan closely to see how he would react. If the opportunity arises, I'll look into it for you. If master is willing to help, I have nothing to fear. Ma Hongshan turned to his wife. Rui, go and prepare 500 million in cash flow. Put it on a card for my master. Qin Fan had lived in the mountains for years and likely had no modern currency. Ma Hongshan was a shrewd businessman. He knew exactly how to show his gratitude. Qin Fan felt a surge of joy at the mention of the money, but he kept his expression neutral. This is unnecessary. I cannot take your money. Master, this is a small token of my respect. Please, accept it, Ma Hongshan insisted. If you refuse, my conscience will never be at peace. Then, if you insist, Qin Fan replied, his voice heavy with feigned reluctance. Chapter 434. Qin Fan's hero saves the beauty. Ma Hongshan smiled as Qin Fan accepted the arrangement. Master has just arrived in Qingling. You must need a place to stay. I have no permanent residence, Qin Fan replied. Allow me to handle the details. Cheng Rui stepped forward before her husband could speak. Ma Hongshan nodded, reaching out to pat her hand. You've worked so hard while I was in that coma. It was exhausting, but it won't be for much longer. Cheng Rui returned the smile, her expression soft and dutiful. Once you are fully recovered, Hongshan, I'll hand the company affairs back to you. I can finally be free. Ma Hongshan felt a wave of relief. It was clear to him that his wife had no desire to usurp his position or covet the company's power. He trusted her completely. Cheng Rui pulled out her phone and made a quick call to settle the logistics. A few minutes later, she tucked the phone away. Master, a car is waiting outside. The driver will take you to your new residence. Please, see if the environment suits you. If it isn't to your liking, tell me immediately, and I will find another. Qin Fan nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the respect shown to him. The lingering poison in Ma Hongshan's system began to take its toll, making him feel heavy and lethargic. Within minutes, he drifted into a deep sleep. Cheng Rui waited until his breathing evened out, then received a confirmation call from the driver. She walked Qin Fan to the hospital entrance and stood on the curb, waving with a pleasant smile as the luxury car pulled away. The moment the vehicle vanished into the city traffic, the smile vanished from her face. Inside the car, Qin Fan rolled down the window. He watched the city streets sway past. After 10 years hidden away in the deep mountains, returning to the urban sprawl made him feel like a traveler in a foreign land. Everything felt fresh and vibrant. The summer heat was oppressive, but it forced the local women into light, revealing clothes. Qin Fan felt an inexplicable restlessness stirring in his chest. As the car reached the downtown district, the flow of traffic slowed to a crawl. He didn't mind the congestion. The gridlock gave him more time to observe the pedestrians. His standards had become critical after seeing a woman as breathtaking as Tantai Yaoyue. Unless a woman was truly exceptional, he found himself looking away with indifference. He was just about to pull his head back inside the car when a woman stepped out of a high-end watch boutique. Qin Fan's posture straightened. She was a high-scoring beauty, the kind that commanded attention. He desperately wanted to strike up a conversation, but couldn't think of a valid excuse. Tang Bingyun gripped a small velvet box containing a luxury watch. He should like this, right? She murmured to herself, She stepped toward the curb, intent on reaching her car, when a man blocked her path. Beauty, you're stunning. My name is Zhen Shui. Do you recognize me? The man leaned in, his tone arrogant and airy. I'm not interested. Tang Bingyun's voice was cold. She tried to step around him, but Zhen Shui mirrored her movement, cutting her off again. Do I look like an easy target to you? Her eyes narrowed. As the head of the Tang family's assets and a prominent figure in Qingling, she wasn't easily intimidated by a common thug. Feisty? I like that even more. Zhen Shui grinned, refusing to budge. He didn't care who she was. His uncle ran a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, and his aunt presided over a listed company. With those connections, he felt untouchable. Move out of my way. Tang Bingyun snapped. Watching from the car, Qin Fan realized his opening had arrived. Back at the hospital, Cheng Rui checked the ward to ensure Ma Hongsheng was truly asleep. Cautious as ever, she slipped away to a deserted corner of the facility and dialed a familiar number. Ma Hongsheng is awake, she reported solemnly. Wang Haoran, who had just pulled up to his villa gates, felt a jolt of surprise. He's awake already? It's true. Cheng Rui detailed everything that had transpired in the ward. Wang Haoran's expression turned grave. He knew the potency of his own poison, especially after the divine Dr. Xue had inadvertently made the condition worse. For this master to neutralize 70% of it so quickly suggested a medical prowess that rivaled Lu Chen. How old is this man? What is his name? He's around 30. He goes by Qin Fan. I've sent a photo to your phone. Qin Fan, Wang Haoran whispered the name. He opened the message, memorizing the man's features. What are my instructions? Cheng Rui asked. Perform your duties perfectly. Do not lose the trust of either man. As for that 500 million in cash, find a way to delay the transfer for as long as possible. Understood. I will update you if anything changes. Wang Haoran ended the call and stepped out of his car. He reached for the fingerprint scanner on the heavy villa gate, but the sound of slow, steady footsteps behind him made him pause. He turned to find Tantai Yaoyue approaching. I heard from Kame that you lived here. I hope I'm not disturbing you, she said. Her lips were tinted a light red, and she stood with a quiet, graceful poise. Not at all. You're welcome here, Wang Haoran replied with a smile. The scenery around here is lovely. Would you care to walk with me? She made the invitation with a sudden flash of courage. Of course. Wang Haoran left his car at the gate and fell into step beside her. He had several questions for her, but hadn't wanted to intrude on her space. This was the perfect opportunity. They walked in silence for a few minutes before she turned to him. Was I scary yesterday? You were grieving for your brother, Wang Haoran replied. He knew she was referring to the cold, lethal intent she had displayed when executing Yun Yuntian and his father. Actually, normally, I'm quite gentle. I hardly ever lose my temper. Tantai Yaoyue offered him a sweet, radiant smile. Wang Haoran felt a start of recognition. Her demeanor felt familiar, her smile almost an exact replica of Chu Qianwei's. She was deliberately imitating the other woman's charm. Is she doing this for me? Wang Haoran wondered, hiding a secret smile as they continued down the road. Chapter 435. The second cousin Zhen Shui. You don't believe me? Tantai Yaoyue's voice trembled with a sudden, nervous edge when Wang Haoran didn't respond immediately. I trust you, of course, Wang Haoran replied, recovering quickly. He steered the conversation forward with a pointed question. What method did you use to deal with Yun Yuntian and his father 2 days ago? To a certain extent, the legilimency dafa is a form of spiritual attack. It can control a person's heartbeat and confuse their mind. Tantai Yaoyue didn't hide anything. Her honesty was absolute. Wang Haoran nodded as the realization settled. A deeper question took root in his mind. Previously, he had clashed with the remnant thoughts inside Lu Chen's ancient jade. To protect his consciousness, he had exchanged points for an intermediate-level soul attack immunity halo. He wondered if that protection could withstand Tantai Yaoyue's unique technique. Where did you learn such a skill? My master taught me. A master? Yes. My master has lived in the mountains for a long time. He is a recluse, a master of the world. He is truly amazing. He possesses so many skills and has trained many outstanding apprentices. Reverence colored her tone, her eyes brightening at the memory. Wang Haoran felt a jolt of alarm. Based on her description, this master fit the classic protagonist template perfectly. How old is this master? What is his name? He's around 30. His name is Qin Fan, she replied. Wang Haoran's eyelids jumped. The name hit him like a physical blow. Was this the same man Cheng Rui had mentioned? He had originally assumed Qin Fan was merely a skilled doctor, but the reality was far more complex. The man was significantly more powerful than he had imagined. When you were studying your arts, you lived in the mountains with him, didn't you? Wang Haoran trailed off as a terrifying thought occurred to him. I only view him as my teacher, Tantai Yaoyue explained hurriedly, desperate to preserve the image of her innocence. Master is a rare gentleman. I studied in those deep mountains for 3 years. When he taught me ancient martial arts, he never once touched so much as a finger on my body. Wang Haoran looked deep into her eyes. She wasn't lying, but he felt a strong surge of skepticism regarding her view of Qin Fan as a rare gentleman. A protagonist of that caliber usually built a harem of heroines. If the man were truly a saint, the plot would lead nowhere. He was certain Qin Fan was merely wearing a mask of virtue. There was no doubt the man harbored impure thoughts toward a beauty of Tantai Yaoyue's caliber. Very good, Wang Haoran said suddenly, his mind spinning with new plans. The way you handled Yun Yuntian was incredible. I want to feel what it's like. Can you use it on me? Tantai Yaoyue's favorability toward him was already high. While the method was dangerous, he knew she wouldn't truly hurt him. He needed to verify if his soul immunity halo could resist the legilimency Dafa before he ever crossed paths with Qin Fan. It isn't something you should want to try. It isn't a pleasant sensation. She was reluctant to agree. I'm just curious. Give me a small taste, then stop. All right. Seeing his persistent interest, she chalked it up to childish curiosity and relented. Afraid of causing him real distress, she performed the technique for only 2 seconds. It was a brief window, but enough for Wang Haoran to test his defenses. Hiss. Wang Haoran buckled slightly, clutching his chest. He gasped for breath, feigning a sharp pang of agony. Tantai Yaoyue reached out immediately to steady him. Are you all right? Is it very uncomfortable? Just a little bit, he lied, feigning embarrassment. As she supported him, they were pressed close together. Their faces were only a palm's width apart, near enough to feel the warmth of each other's breath. Tantai Yaoyue's heart began to race. Wang Haoran felt the internal turmoil as well. Neither of them retreated. The air between them grew heavy. If Wang Haoran leaned in just an inch, he could claim a kiss. Given her current feelings for him, she wouldn't be angry. The perfect moment was shattered by the vibration of his phone. Startled, Tantai Yaoyue took a step back, her face flushing with shyness as she restored a polite distance. Wang Haoran felt a wave of frustration. He pulled out the device to see the caller ID, second cousin Zhen Shui. He frowned. This guy rarely contacted him, and it was almost never for a good reason. He gave a quick apologetic nod to Tantai Yaoyue and walked several paces away to answer. What is it? His tone was sharp. He felt like reaching through the signal to give Zhen Shui a thrashing for the interruption. Cousin, I was just beaten up in Qingling. Do you know any underworld guys? Call some people and get them down here. Zhen Shui's voice was thick with rage. You were beaten? Why are you calling me? Wang Haoran was confused. He was close with his fourth cousin, Zhen Simon, but he and Zhen Shui rarely spoke. Normally, a problem like this would go straight to Wang Xiang or Zhen Li. I called our uncle first. He said he was too busy to deal with it and told me to call you. The pieces clicked into place. Wang Haoran had previously warned Wang Xiang about the family's behavior. Clearly, his father had taken the hint. Instead of jumping to the rescue, he had diverted the nuisance to his son. Tell me exactly what happened. Tell me everything. If you lie to me, I'm hanging up and leaving you to rot. I just saw a gorgeous woman on the street and wanted to chat with her. Some blind bastard interfered and slapped me a few times. Zhen Shui grumbled. What do this woman and the man look like? I was worried they'd run off, so I took some photos on the sly. I'll send them to you now. The images arrived a second later. Wang Haoran stared at the screen, recognizing both figures instantly. A murderous urge toward his cousin bubbled up in his chest. Chapter 436. The calculated move. Cousin, if you're done with the questions, hurry up and call someone, Zhen Shui urged. His voice crackled through the phone, thick with impatient entitlement. Whoever told you to pick a fight with a beautiful woman deserves the beating you got. That's all. Don't bother anyone else with this, Wang Haoran replied. Zhen Shui's tone soured. Fine. If you won't help, I'll find someone myself. I have money, so I'm sure I can find a thug. Bye. Wait a minute, Wang Haoran interrupted. Changed your mind? Don't call anyone. I'll take care of this. Reluctance weighed heavy on his words, but he accepted the burden. Indulging Zhen Shui's desire to provoke Qin Fan was a recipe for disaster. If the situation escalated, the entire Zhen family, and perhaps the Wang family, could be dragged into the fallout. Wang Haoran, Wang Xiang, and Zhen Li would all be trapped in the blast radius. Zhen Shui was set on revenge. It was a fixed point in his mind. Short of killing his own cousin, there was no changing it. But in the grand scheme of things, killing Zhen Shui solved nothing. As a villain's halo grew, it became a magnet for a protagonist's hatred. Even if he remained passive, someone in the villain camp would eventually strike a match. Conflict with Qin Fan was inevitable. Rather than wasting effort on silencing Zhen Shui, it was better to steer the situation. Confronting Qin Fan head-on was out of the question for now. Tantai Yaoyue's methods were bizarre and lethal, so her master was likely far more dangerous. Wang Haoran exchanged a few more words with his cousin before hanging up. He needed a countermeasure. His eyes drifted across the distance to where Tantai Yaoyue stood, her gaze fixed intently upon him. A spark of an idea flickered to life. He pocketed his phone and walked back toward her. I kept you waiting, he said. Tantai Yaoyue shook her head softly. It's okay. Big sister, can I call you that? The question hung in the air. Tantai Yaoyue offered a warm smile. You are Yue.Will's boyfriend. Of course you can. Then I'll call you eldest sister from now on. Wang Haoran let out a long, practiced sigh. I'm an only child. Growing up, my parents were always busy with the business. It was lonely. I always dreamed of having a sister. He looked her in the eyes, his expression softening. I feel a strange kindness coming from you. I'd like to treat you as my own sister from now on. What do you think? Given her high favorability toward him, he knew she would defend him if he asked. But that would ignite Qin Fan's jealousy. Qin Fan might act the gentleman on the surface, but his secret motives were a different story. Establishing a familial bond changed the game. If they were siblings in spirit, Qin Fan wouldn't see him as a romantic rival. He might even treat Wang Haoran with kindness to win favor with Tantai Yaoyue. Tantai Yaoyue's face paled slightly. This, eldest sister, is that a no? Wang Haoran asked, his face a mask of innocence. I'm not sure it's a good idea. We aren't related by blood, she declined politely. Weren't you and Lin Chen unrelated by blood? You treated him like a brother, why not me? Xiaochen is gone. I'm afraid that if I recognize you as a brother, I will constantly be reminded of him. It would be too painful. It was a clear rejection disguised as grief. Wang Haoran allowed his face to fall. He fell into a long, heavy silence. Worried by his sudden gloom, Tantai Yaoyue reached out. Are you okay? Since you look down on me, and don't want a brother, then forget it. I was just being overly sentimental. Dejected, he turned his back on her and began to walk away. Tantai Yaoyue couldn't bear the thought of him ignoring her in the future. Don't go yet. He stopped but didn't turn around immediately. I promise you, she said after a few seconds of internal struggle. Wang Haoran pivoted, his feigned worry vanishing into a look of pure joy. Sister, you'll be my sister from now on. I'll respect you just as much as Lin Chen did. Bitterness swirled in Tantai Yaoyue's chest, but she forced a smile to match his excitement. They chatted for a few more minutes before parting ways. Wang Haoran returned to the villa gates, intending to pull his car into the underground garage, when his phone buzzed again. I'm free today. Are you at the school, or the villa? Tang Bingyun's voice was a welcome distraction. It's almost dinner time. Let me come to you. We can eat together. Where are you? The villa was currently housing 3 guests. Bringing Tang Bingyun there was a risk he wasn't willing to take. How about the old place? She suggested. I'll see you there. He redirected his car toward a quiet couple's restaurant. Tang Bingyun was already waiting in a private room. Her eyes lit up when he entered, and she immediately pushed a gift box across the table. This is for you. Inside was a Vacheron Constantine watch. He stared at it, momentarily stunned. Yang Jingwan had recently given him a watch, and now this. You don't like it? She asked, her smile faltering. If it's from you, I love it, he reassured her. She beamed and began to order food. As they waited, Wang Haoran kept his voice casual. Did anything special happen to you today? One thing, she said. While I was out buying that watch, a rogue stopped me. He tried to force me to give him my contact information. She walked him through the encounter outside the shop. Wang Haoran's brow furrowed. Did he touch you? Satisfied by his protective streak, she laughed. No. I didn't let him touch a single hair. He nodded, the urge to eliminate Zhen Shui subsiding for the moment. What about the man who saved you? What did you two talk about? Are you so worried that you need me to open my heart and show you how much I love you? She teased with a playful roll of her eyes. I don't doubt you. I just suspect that man might have intentions of his own. Tang Bingyun smiled, clearly enjoying the attention. He wanted my number. He seemed quite desperate for it, actually. But I ignored him. I said my thanks and drove away. Chapter 437. The Hidden Danger. Tang Bingyun finished her explanation, and Wang Haoran nodded. They settled into a comfortable rhythm, chatting for a while longer until the first plates arrived. Halfway through the meal, Tang Bingyun's phone vibrated against the tabletop. The screen was facing up, and a quick glance revealed the caller ID, Expectant Mother. The name sent a subconscious jolt through Wang Haoran. He realized exactly who was on the other end of the line. Across the table, Tang Bingyun looked a bit embarrassed. She offered an awkward smile before answering the call shyly. Sister Bingyun, do you have any high-quality jade jewelry in stock? Wang Haoran focused his hearing, and Zhenli's voice came through clearly from the receiver. His chest tightened. Zhenli had previously gifted Chu Qianwei a jade bracelet, mentioning at the time that it was merely a temporary token, and that a more significant gift would follow. Since the Tang family dominated the local jade trade, the intention behind this sudden call was obvious. Panic flared in his gut. The conversation between the two women did not last long, but for Wang Haoran, every second felt like a century. Fortunately, Zhenli only mentioned she wanted to purchase jewelry. She didn't specify the recipient. Tang Bingyun assumed Zhenli was shopping for herself, and didn't press for details. Is it very hot in here? Tang Bingyun asked as she set the phone back down. A smile remained on her face, but she leaned in closer. A small bead of sweat had formed on Wang Haoran's forehead. He fought the urge to look away. Relying on his resilience and psychological training, he quickly found a cover story. It has been quite a while since we last saw each other. Just looking at you makes me a little warm. Tang Bingyun froze, her cheeks reddening. She gave him a charming, sideways glance. Then, let's finish our meal quickly. She lowered her head, picking up her pace. As the head of the Tang family's vast business interests, she was a woman of efficiency and precision. Wang Haoran followed her lead, nodding silently as he focused back on the food. Ding. The host captures the heroine Tang Bingyun. 500 villain points awarded. Tang Bingyun heroine Halo -25. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -25. Host villain Halo +50. The system prompt flickered in his mind. The reward felt meager. Tang Bingyun's starting aura was not particularly high, which limited the payout. These numbers would have been impressive in the early days, but they seemed small now. Still, progress was progress. Every point added up. Ding. The host captures the heroine Tang Bingyun. 500 villain points awarded. Tang Bingyun heroine Halo -25. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -25. Host villain Halo +50. The messages continued to scroll as the night progressed. The next morning, Wang Haoran woke alone in the massive bed. Tang Bingyun had already left for work. The life of a company president left little room for lingering mornings. He washed up and prepared to leave the hotel. As he stepped out into the hallway, a woman in heavy makeup stormed out of the neighboring room. What a waste of time, she muttered, her voice dripping with dissatisfaction. The dead eunuch actually came out here to play. Wang Haoran paused. Curiosity got the better of him, and he used his perspective vision to peer through the wall. The figure inside looked incredibly familiar. It was his second cousin, Zhen Shui. The disgruntled woman marched toward the elevator, leaving the door to the room slightly ajar. Wang Haoran pushed it open and walked inside. Zhen Shui looked up, expecting the woman to have returned. He froze when he saw his cousin. Haoran, second cousin, it's been a while. I see your lifestyle hasn't changed a bit, Wang Haoran teased. The woman's loud complaints had carried clearly into the room. Zhen Shui looked devastated, his face flushing with shame. That woman was talking nonsense. I'm strong, he shouted, a desperate defense of his pride. Wang Haoran didn't believe a word of it. You should probably see a doctor. Cousin, please. Don't tell anyone about this. Keep it a secret for me. Zhen Shui realized there was no point in lying to him. Consider it done, Wang Haoran replied perfunctorily. A thought struck him. If Zhen Shui was suffering from such a condition, why would he have tried to hit on Tang Bingyun yesterday? Tell me, when did this failure start? I was perfectly fine the night before last. But last night, for no reason at all, everything just stopped working. I couldn't stand up. Zhen Shui ran a hand through his hair, his face full of confusion. Wang Haoran felt a cold certainty. If Zhen Shui had been like this earlier, he wouldn't have approached Tang Bingyun. The timing was too perfect. Qin Fan must have done something to him. It was a classic move for a protagonist to strike at a man's virility as a form of petty vengeance. In a way, Zhen Shui had invited this. Wang Haoran had previously considered sabotaging his cousin's ability himself to keep him away from the heroines, but Qin Fan had done the dirty work for him. It saved him the effort. Women are like floating clouds, anyway, Wang Haoran said, offering a hollow bit of comfort. Try not to dwell on it. Zhen Shui looked up, his brow furrowing. Haoran, have you ever even been in a relationship? No, Wang Haoran lied smoothly. Then you wouldn't understand. You haven't tasted the sweetness, so you don't know what it's like to lose it. Zhen Shui sighed heavily, though a spark of hope remained in his eyes. Maybe I'm just exhausted. I'll head to the hospital for a checkup later. It's still early. I was heading out for breakfast. Do you want to join me? Zhen Shui nodded and followed him out. They headed toward a large hotel nearby. As they walked, Zhen Shui finally regained enough of his senses to be curious. Cousin, why were you staying in a love hotel? Is there a law against staying in one alone? Wang Haoran asked with a smirk. Zhen Shui laughed, shaking his head. All right, almost had me. I don't believe for a second you were in there by yourself. He looked at his cousin's face, a face any woman would want to be near, and thought of his family's wealth. It would be a miracle if a man like Wang Haoran didn't have a girlfriend tucked away somewhere. Chapter 438. The God-level master. Qin Fan stepped out of his room in the mansion, adjusted his clothes, and made his way to the hall. The temporary housekeeper met him there, extending a hand to offer a sleek card. Qin Fan assumed this was the 500 million in cash Cheng Rui had promised. A quick glance at the logo revealed a different story. It was a supreme membership card for a local luxury hotel. Mr. Qin, Mr. Cheng asked me to convey her apologies. Mobilizing 500 million in liquid cash takes time. This is a supreme membership card for a 5-star hotel. You can enjoy any meal there without cost. The housekeeper bowed slightly while delivering the explanation. Qin Fan nodded in understanding. He held a high opinion of Cheng Rui. She didn't seem the type to make things difficult on purpose, and 500 million was indeed a massive sum to move. Seeing that Qin Fan intended to head out, the housekeeper signaled the driver to pull the car around. Across town, Wang Haoran and Zhen Shui sat in the hotel restaurant. Zhen Shui picked at his food, his mood sour and his appetite non-existent. Wang Haoran, feeling the drain of the previous night's activities, ate with relish to replenish his energy. His phone vibrated against the table. Seeing Cheng Rui's name on the screen, he answered immediately. Regarding Qin Fan, I've temporarily handled his basic living arrangements, housing, travel, and meals. I haven't given him any cash yet. Is that acceptable? Yes, Wang Haoran replied. He felt a sense of relief at her thoroughness. What are you doing? Cheng Rui asked, her tone shifting from professional to conversational. Having breakfast. What a coincidence. So am I. Her laughter echoed through the receiver. What are you eating? Wang Haoran prepared to respond, but his eyes snagged on Zhen Shui. His cousin was staring toward the restaurant entrance, his face contorted with fury. Following that gaze, Wang Haoran spotted Qin Fan walking through the door. I have to go. Something came up. Wang Haoran hung up before she could protest. Cousin, it's that little thug who beat me. Zhen Shui pointed a trembling finger at Qin Fan. Calm down. I'll find someone to handle it, Wang Haoran whispered, trying to keep his cousin from making a scene. Simultaneously, he activated his system to scan the newcomer. Protagonist Qin Fan. Combat Strength, 16,726. Charm, 87. Protagonist Halo, 11,308. Skill, God-level Apprenticeship System. This system grants the host 99 God-level abilities, including ancient martial arts, medical skills, physiognomy, and feng shui. Status, completed the core task of training 99 world-class apprentices. Wang Haoran took a sharp breath. His own combat strength sat at a mere 4,736. Qin Fan was over 3 times more powerful. With 99 God-level skills, this man was a walking disaster. He checked his own panel. Villain points, 160,600. Without hesitation, he invested in raw power. 1,000 villain points for 1 year of internal energy. He exchanged a full century's worth. His points plummeted by 100,000. He checked the combat power update. The value jumped from 4,736 to 9,236. He nearly cursed out loud. Despite spending 100,000 points, he was still nearly 7,500 points behind. To even match Qin Fan, he would need another 180,000 points. To kill him easily, he needed at least 200,000. He only had 60,000 left. He was a long way off. Qin Fan scanned the room for a seat. Most were taken, except for a table directly adjacent to Wang Haoran and Zhen Shui. He strolled over and sat down. "Cousin, call your people now. Don't let him escape," Zhen Shui hissed. Wang Haoran glared at his cousin, wanting to smash his plate into the man's face. He saw Qin Fan's ears twitch. The master had heard every word. Qin Fan turned his head, his gaze landing on Wang Haoran with a trace of cold hostility. Wang Haoran had no intention of a direct confrontation. Qin Fan was a walking cheat code. Attempting to poison him was useless against a man with god-level medical skills. Any rash move would put his life in immediate danger. But he was prepared. Wang Haoran pulled out his phone and typed a quick message. "Sister, I'm at breakfast. Can you join me?" The reply was instant. "Where?" He sent his location and waited. Zhen Shui, unable to see the screen, assumed the thugs were on their way. He shot a smug, vicious look at the next table. Qin Fan remained indifferent. He finished his meal and used the membership card to settle the bill. As he rose to leave, Zhen Shui couldn't help himself. "Hey, you think you're so tough? Don't run away." Wang Haoran watched his cousin with disbelief. This man had a death wish. The worst part was that any fallout would inevitably drag Wang Haoran down with him. Qin Fan paused. He turned back and walked toward their table. "I went easy on you last time. You clearly have a short memory. Things are different now. My cousin called for reinforcements. If you're a man, stay right there." Qin Fan's brow arched as he shifted his focus to Wang Haoran. "Is your skin itching for a beating too? Don't think your fighting skills make you untouchable," Wang Haoran replied, his voice steady. "I called my sister. She's incredibly powerful. Don't start begging for mercy when she gets here." He spoke with confidence, because through his perspective vision, he saw his savior approaching. Chapter 439. Destiny and Deception. Qin Fan let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Looking around the world, he was certain that the man capable of making him feel a shred of jealousy had not yet been born. He sneered, his eyes hard and dismissive. "Fine. I'll wait. I'll wait right here until you and your sister are both on your knees begging for mercy." A strange, knowing smile touched Wang Haoran's lips. He ignored the threat, instead looking past Qin Fan toward the restaurant entrance. He raised a hand and waved. "Sister, over here." Tantai Yaoyue stepped into the hotel restaurant, her eyes scanning the crowd. She looked slightly lost until the shout reached her. Her face instantly brightened with joy as she spotted Wang Haoran. Qin Fan followed the boy's gaze with deep disdain, curious to see what kind of sister could possibly protect him. But the moment he saw her, he froze. His heart hammered against his ribs in a burst of pure ecstasy. "Yaoyue? What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here." Qin Fan had been wondering how he would begin his search for her in the city, but here she was. He felt a surge of conviction. Surely, this was destined fate. Tantai Yaoyue approached, her surprise turning into a genuine smile. "Master, you've descended the mountain as well." "I did. After you left, the mountain felt a bit too quiet," Qin Fan responded. Then his eyes shifted to Wang Haoran. His expression turned guarded and a bit confused as he looked back at his apprentice. "Is he your brother?" "Yes," Tantai Yaoyue confirmed with a firm nod. Wang Haoran didn't miss a beat. He looked at her with a wounded expression. "Sister, he was going to beat me. He said he wanted both of us on our knees begging for mercy." Qin Fan shifted uncomfortably, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Master, you are an expert from beyond the secular world," Tantai Yaoyue said, her brow furrowing in displeasure. She moved closer to Wang Haoran, her protective instincts flaring. "My brother is just an ordinary person. Why would you bully him? It's a misunderstanding." "All a misunderstanding," Qin Fan stammered, his mind racing for an excuse. He remembered Tantai Yaoyue mentioning her family back at the mountain temple. She had 6 younger sisters and 1 younger brother who, while not related by blood, were her entire world. This boy had to be the one. Qin Fan harbored deep, impure desires for his beautiful apprentice. Seeing how much she cared for the boy, he realized he couldn't afford to be at odds with him. Besides, as she said, crushing an ordinary person would only stain his reputation as a master. "Haoran, are you hurt? Do you feel any discomfort?" Tantai Yaoyue asked, her voice thick with worry. She knew Qin Fan possessed a repertoire of strange, invisible techniques and feared he might have struck her brother secretly. "Yaoyue, I didn't touch him, I promise. You can rest easy," Qin Fan defended himself before the boy could speak. Tantai Yaoyue exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. "I made a bit of a blunder just now. My apologies." Qin Fan extended a hand toward Wang Haoran, forcing a friendly, welcoming smile. While he hadn't liked the boy initially, he saw the path forward. To get to the sister, he had to win over the brother. If he played his cards right, this Wang Haoran would one day be his brother-in-law. He didn't want a family feud to stand in his way. "It's no problem," Wang Haoran said, shaking the offered hand. "Since you're my sister's master, that makes you family." Qin Fan's smile widened, pleased by the boy's apparent generosity. Ding. The host successfully disguised his intent and gained the friendliness of the protagonist Qin Fan, shifting the plot. Obtained 2800 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -140. Host villain Halo plus 140. Wang Haoran felt the surge of rewards and was secretly stunned. A protagonist with over 10,000 aura points provided massive payouts. The goal of 140,000 points suddenly felt much more attainable. The strategy was clear now. Being friendly to Qin Fan's face was only the first step. The real work would happen in the shadows, targeting the 99 apprentices. They were the pillars of Qin Fan's influence. By dismantling them, he would dismantle the protagonist's narrative. He would treat the men and the women differently, of course, but the result would be the same, a horde of villain points to fund his own growth. Once his strength eclipsed Qin Fan's, he would drop the act and end him. Cousin Haoran, what are you doing? Zhen Shui finally found his voice, having been stunned into silence by Tantai Yaoyue's beauty. Didn't you call someone to teach him a lesson? Why are you shaking hands? Haoran, is this man your cousin? Qin Fan asked, his tone now intimate and familiar. Wang Haoran nodded to Qin Fan before turning to the disgruntled Zhen Shui. Cousin, it's a misunderstanding. He's one of us. Let's just drop it. He slapped me. How can I just drop it? Stop talking nonsense. The matter is closed. Go back to wherever you came from before I tell our family about. Wang Haoran trailed off, leaving the thread hanging. Fine. I'm going. Zhen Shui snapped, realizing the implication. He slunk away, fuming. Your cousin is not a good man, Qin Fan remarked, adopting a lecturing tone once Zhen Shui was out of earshot. He was harassing a woman on the street earlier, acting like a common thug. You're right to keep your distance. Wang Haoran feigned a look of shocked realization. My cousin was beaten for harassing a girl? Qin Fan blinked. What did he tell you happened? He said someone bumped into him on the road, refused to apologize, and then started swinging. Wang Haoran lied with a straight face. He lied to you. Qin Fan looked at Wang Haoran with a newfound sense of pity. He decided this future brother-in-law was a good person at heart, just a bit naive and easily manipulated. I won't trust a word he says from now on, Wang Haoran grumbled, playing the part of the disillusioned relative. He turned back to Tantai Yaoyue. Sister, I'm buying. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, she replied with a soft smile. She didn't care about the menu, she only cared about the company. Wang Haoran ordered a second round of breakfast. Qin Fan, already finished, remained at the table. He found himself mesmerized by Tantai Yaoyue. Every small movement, every smile, was captivating. As he watched her eat, his fingers began to move in a subtle, rhythmic pattern, calculating the flow of fate and her marriage prospects. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a mix of shock and delight. Tantai Yaoyue noticed the stare. Master, is there something on my face? No, Yaoyue. It's better than that, Qin Fan said, his voice brimming with excitement. She swallowed her food quickly, her interest piqued. What is it? What did you calculate? The stars are aligning for you. A great joy is approaching. Your marriage fate is close at hand. Qin Fan tried to keep his voice level, but his inner triumph was immense. Wang Haoran, who had been distractedly scrolling through his phone, snapped his head up in genuine astonishment. He stared at the two of them, the silence at the table suddenly very heavy. Chapter 440. The Red Lewin Moves. Tantai Yaoyue glanced at Wang Haoran, her eyes drifting as if by accident, before she turned back to Qin Fan in disbelief. Master, are you joking? What I said is true, Qin Fan responded, his tone official and heavy with certainty. I am not joking. Confirmation from her master sent a wave of secret joy through her. She knew Qin Fan's skill and physiognomy was unmatched. If he spoke of destiny, it was as good as written in stone. A faint, rosy flush crept up her neck, warming her cheeks as anticipation took root. Despite her racing heart, she lowered her head, playing the part of the dutiful student. Master, your disciple only wishes to devote herself to the path of ancient martial arts. I have never given a thought to marriage. Qin Fan watched her closely. He saw the flicker in her eyes and knew the words were a shield for her true feelings. He leaned in, his voice softening with encouragement. Yaoyue, when destiny arrives, you must grasp it firmly. Do not let it slip away, or you will find yourself drowning in regret when it is far too late. She fell silent, her expression thoughtful. Observing her, Qin Fan felt his suspicion grow into a conviction. She clearly had someone in her heart. But who? Was it possible that the person she longed for was himself? The thought sparked a fire in his chest. He began to probe, testing the waters. Yaoyue, I am no outsider. If there is something weighing on your mind, you can speak freely to your master. Nearby, Wang Haoran felt a chill of unease. Would she actually confess her feelings right here? He steadied his breathing, rationalizing the situation. It seemed unlikely. Even if Tantai Yaoyue intended to tell Qin Fan the truth, she wouldn't choose a public setting for such a delicate revelation. A confession was a private matter, and besides, she still had to consider Chu Qianwei's feelings. She wouldn't be so reckless. Life is rarely what we wish it to be, Tantai Yaoyue sighed, her voice laced with a bittersweet weight. There are some things that aren't about what I want, but simply what they are. Qin Fan nodded inwardly. This confirmed it. The person she loved must be someone special, someone whose status or circumstances created a barrier. She had lived in the mountains for 3 years, seeing no man but him. Who else could possibly compare to his abilities? In this world, there was no one better. If she didn't love him, who else could it be? Joy surged through him. He was her master, a sensitive role that would surely draw the gossip and criticism of worldly people. She was likely paralyzed by those social pressures. Moreover, he realized she might be unsure of his own feelings. Back in the mountains, a system ban had forced him to act like a perfect, detached gentleman. He had treated her strictly as an apprentice, never showing his hand as a man. He burned with the urge to tell her the truth, that he had loved her for a long time, spending countless sleepless nights with her image burned into his mind. But with Wang Haoran standing right there, he had to maintain his dignity. Yaoyue, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, you are not bound by the mundane world, Qin Fan said, his voice ringing with authority. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of common people. Acting from the heart is the true path. If you suppress your desires, the resulting depression will only hinder your cultivation. A sudden clarity dawned in her eyes, replacing the confusion, yet a sliver of doubt remained. Master, I understand, she said solemnly. She stole a nervous glance at Wang Haoran before turning back to Qin Fan. Then, should I let nature take its course, or should I take the initiative? Qin Fan paused to consider. If she waited for things to happen naturally, she was essentially waiting for him to make the first move. But if he encouraged her to be proactive, would his image as a refined gentleman crumble? Would she suspect his intentions? He calculated his response quickly. Physiognomy can reveal the signs, but those signs are mere omens, not a fixed future. Many variables can shift the path. If you let nature take its course, the marriage may still happen, but the probability is much lower than if you take action yourself. He kept his tone professional, hiding his personal stake behind the mask of a seer. The red Luan star is moving. Marriage is imminent. Whether you grasp that destiny, or let it pass is entirely up to you. The change in her expression was immediate. Her eyes sharpened with focus, her mind clearly racing through ways to take the lead. Qin Fan watched her, savoring a secret triumph. For 3 years in the wilderness, he had played the role of the stoic teacher, never letting a single improper glance slip. But inside, he had been starving. In the silence of the night, his energy and frustration had nearly driven him mad. Now, finally, the harvest was near. When his disciple finally made her move, he would pretend to resist just enough to save face before giving in to his long-cherished desire. Wang Haoran remained a silent observer, tracking every micro-expression. He could see the gears turning in Qin Fan's head, and the hidden hunger in the man's eyes. Qin Fan was delusional. He had no idea that the barrier Tantai Yaoyue worried about wasn't her master's identity, but her bond with Qin Wei, and her status as Wang Haoran's sister. Wang Haoran suppressed a dark laugh. Qin Fan was being played for a fool, but the situation presented its own set of problems. If she actually confessed, how should he handle it? Accepting her would shatter their sibling dynamic, and turn Qin Fan into an immediate, vengeful enemy, potentially derailing his long-term plans. But rejecting her was out of the question. Tantai Yaoyue was a major heroine with a massive amount of luck. Linking himself to her would yield a goldmine of villain points and halo points. It was a sustainable resource, a crop he could harvest over and over again. By deepening their connection, he could slowly drain Qin Fan's protagonist luck, weakening the man until he was nothing. He needed a way to have it both ways. He wanted to reap the benefits of the heroine, while maintaining the safety of their sibling status. But how? Tantai Yaoyue was the eldest, assertive and fiercely self-aware. She wasn't the type of woman one could simply use and discard. The plan would have to be perfect. Chapter 441. Make up and dress up. The 3 people at the table were each lost in their own thoughts. After a short while, Tantai Yaoyue finished her meal. She seemed uneasy, her mind clearly elsewhere. She offered a brief greeting to Qin Fan before preparing to take her leave. Wang Haoran and Tantai Yaoyue were headed the same way, so naturally, they walked out together. Before they departed, Tantai Yaoyue turned to Qin Fan with a lingering question. Master, if the marriage you calculated for me is missed this time, will the opportunity still exist in the future? I am no immortal, Qin Fan replied, his voice calm and distant. It is impossible to calculate things so far off. But I have one word for you: opportunity. Give it an inch, and it's gone. He saw her hesitation, and decided to bolster her confidence with an inscrutable remark. Having delivered his piece, he turned and left with an air of unrestrained calm. He had said enough. Tantai Yaoyue would have to make up her own mind now. All he had to do was wait. Sister, let's go back. Wang Haoran spoke softly, watching as Qin Fan's car pulled away. Tantai Yaoyue stood dazed, her mind spinning from the master's parting words. She shook herself out of the trance at the sound of Wang Haoran's voice and nodded. The pagani started with a low growl, drawing the admiring gazes of passers-by as it smoothly merged into traffic. Inside the cabin, Wang Haoran kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Even so, he couldn't help but notice Tantai Yaoyue glancing at him repeatedly out of the corner of his eye. He suppressed a sigh. If she spoke her mind directly, he wouldn't know how to respond. It was a difficult position to be in. However, as the car drove on, Tantai Yaoyue remained silent. She merely watched him with secret, stolen looks. Wang Haoran realized she hadn't reached a final decision yet. More accurately, she likely wanted to be fully prepared before she broached the subject. Feeling a bit more relaxed, a thought occurred to him. He decided to plant a few ideas in her head. Sister, can I ask you a question? He asked suddenly. What do you want to ask? Go ahead, she replied. Do you have someone you like? Tantai Yaoyue froze. After a moment's thought, she realized there was no point in denying it. Wang Haoran had been right there during her conversation with Qin Fan. He must have seen something. Yes, she admitted. But I saw you looking so conflicted earlier. Why is that? I have someone I like, that's true, she said, her expression clouding with sadness. But being with him is not an easy thing. Sister, do you like a married man? Wang Haoran ventured, pretending to make a bold guess. Of course not. She shook her head immediately. She gave him a deep, searching look before adding quickly, however, it isn't much better than that. No wonder you're so troubled. Wang Haoran pretended to miss the meaning in her eyes. He responded with a sympathetic tone. Then, what are you going to do? I want to tell him, she said, her brow furrowed. But I'm afraid of hurting someone I don't want to hurt. You could tell him secretly. If he likes you too, why not just stay together in private? He had finally steered the conversation to the point he wanted. He waited to see if she would take the bait. If she were willing to listen, the problem would be solved perfectly. But his hopes were dashed when she spoke in a slightly proud, defiant voice. That's no good. I don't do sneaky things, and I refuse to feel wronged like that. That's fair, Wang Haoran laughed, agreeing with her. He now had a better grasp of her mentality. She was as self-aware as he had guessed, for too proud to accept a life in the shadows. She was different from Qin and the others. Her favorability rating sat at 80, which wasn't enough to make her endure such a compromise. If it were 90, things might be different, but raising it further from 80 would be an uphill battle. Suddenly, a memory flickered in his mind. He had forgotten a tool at his disposal. He quickly communicated with the system, issuing an instruction to use the charm aura on her. Ding. The effects of Charm Halo and Super Peach Blossom Halo cannot be superimposed. Charm Halo failed. At that, Wang Haoran realized he couldn't take the easy way out. In a slightly depressed mood, he pulled up to the curb and dropped Tantai Yaoyue off outside Yue's villa. He waved goodbye and drove off. Several trucks were parked outside the gates. Delivery workers moved furniture, carrying new beds and dressers into the house. Tantai Yaoyue walked inside to find Yue busy directing the workers and arranging the rooms. The sight wasn't a total surprise. With so many people living in the villa, the original 4 bedrooms were no longer enough. Recently, several of the sisters had been forced to share beds. Yue had mentioned rearranging the house the previous night, converting the gym and leisure rooms into extra bedrooms. By the middle of the morning, the work was finished. The villa consisted of 2 floors, and after the renovation, there were 4 bedrooms on each level. 7 sisters, 7 rooms. The 8th room, which was the smallest, was designated as a guest room. To prevent any confusion, number signs were posted on the doors from 1 to 7. Tantai Yaoyue's room was number 1, the largest and most spacious of the lot. Once the bill was settled and the workers departed, the house fell quiet. Where are the others? Tantai Yaoyue asked, noticing the absence of her sisters. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th sisters all went shopping, Yue replied. To buy food. Tantai Yaoyue sounded surprised. Qin intends to show off the results of her cooking practice. She's inviting her boyfriend to dinner tonight. Tantai Yaoyue nodded, though she still felt something was off. Does it really take that many people to buy groceries? The 7th sister only asked the 3rd sister to go, Yue explained. But the others all wanted to tag along, so they just followed. Tantai Yaoyue didn't think much more of it. She assumed they were just worried Qin couldn't carry everything and wanted to help. 5. Tantai Yaoyue said suddenly, do you know how to dress up and do makeup? Those are essential skills for a woman. Of course I do, Yue responded instinctively. Then she noticed Tantai Yaoyue's serious expression and added quickly, but sister, you are so beautiful. You don't even need makeup. You'd look stunning regardless. Teach me, Tantai Yaoyue commanded. She was a natural beauty with a figure and temperament rare in the world, but she knew that the right style could still enhance her appeal. Besides, as Yue said, these were necessary skills. Women dressed for those they wished to please. She hadn't cared before, but now, things were different. Chapter 442. Imitation. With Yue's help, Tantai Yaoyue finished dressing and applying her makeup. The cosmetics and clothes were all borrowed from Qin, the 7th sister. When the final touch was applied, Tantai Yaoyue stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror and turned. She nodded frequently, satisfied with the reflection. The makeup and dress created an overall impression of gentleness and sweetness. Yue stepped back, assessing the look. Eldest sister, I still think the cold, elegant style suits you best. This gentle, sweet look is really 7th sister's signature. Tantai Yaoyue had insisted on this specific style before they even started. Yue had gone along with it simply because there was nothing else to do, but seeing the final result only reinforced her initial thought. The eldest sister was a natural for the high-fashion, icy beauty look. Tantai Yaoyue continued to admire herself in the mirror, her smile fading slightly at the critique. What was that? Yue caught the shift in the air, an unpleasant aura radiating from her sister. Her mouth twitched, and she quickly changed her tune. I said, eldest sister, you really pull off this gentle and sweet style. You actually wear it better than 7th sister. The tension left Tantai Yaoyue's face. She resumed her slow turns, admiring the view in the glass. Her physique mirrored Qin's. If there was a difference, the curves of her chest were more pronounced than the younger girl's. From the back, however, the two were identical. She wore Qin's clothes. She had styled her hair in exactly the same way. She meditated silently on a single thought, would he like it? Watching from the side, Yue felt a sense of oddity. It was clear her sister was imitating the 7th sister's entire aesthetic. She brushed the thought aside, assuming Tantai Yaoyue simply admired the style. A sudden burst of movement sounded outside the door. Qin and the others had returned from their shopping trip. Tantai Yaoyue and Yue went down to the hall to meet them. Qin and the rest were weighed down with bags of vegetables. It looked as though they had cleared out the entire market. 7th sister, do you really plan to cook all of this yourself? Tantai Yaoyue asked, her voice skeptical. Can you even handle it? Don't worry, eldest sister, Yue interrupted. I've been a guinea pig for her for a long time. I can promise you, seventh sister has a real talent for cooking. Agreed, Ji Shui Yao echoed. Luo Qingqian, Bian Su Wen, and Bulletin Feiyan all nodded. They had joined the household later, and hadn't suffered through as many experimental meals as the others, but they had tasted enough to know. Chu Qianwei's skills were improving steadily. Tantai Yaoyue cast an envious look at the youngest. She sighed inwardly. Chu Qianwei was talented and virtuous, a master of the piano, and a gifted cook. She could grace a grand hall, or command a kitchen with equal ease. Compared to her, Tantai Yaoyue felt she lacked any skill beyond raw, overwhelming force. Eldest sister, why are you dressed like that? Chu Qianwei asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I think your style is very beautiful, so I wanted to learn it. The makeup, clothes, and perfume are all yours. You don't mind, do you? How could I mind? Chu Qianwei smiled warmly. We're sisters. What's mine is yours. There's no need to be so polite. Relief washed over Tantai Yaoyue. The phrase what's mine is yours sparked a strange, fluttering excitement in her chest. Eldest sister, seventh sister, stand together for a second, Luo Qingqian said, her voice sharp as if she discovered a secret. Puzzled, the two stood side by side. Luo Qingqian walked behind them, inspecting the view. Come look. From the back, they look exactly the same. The other sisters crowded around. It's true, Bian Su Wen whispered. If you both wore the same outfit, I don't think I could tell you apart from behind. Why don't we test that? Tantai Yaoyue suggested, her voice bright with excitement. The sisters couldn't say no to the eldest. Besides, it sounded like a fun game. Since Chu Qianwei didn't own two identical outfits, Luo Qingqian and the others turned their backs, while the two went into a room to swap into neutral, matching clothes. When they emerged, they stood with their backs to the group. Guess who is who? Tantai Yaoyue called out. The sisters turned around. Left is eldest sister, right is seventh sister, Luo Qingqian guessed. No, seventh sister is on the left, Bian Su Wen countered. I agree with the third sister, Bulletin Feiyan said. I'm with the second sister, Yue added. Third sister is right, Ji Shui Yao finished. The votes were split. Tantai Yaoyue and Chu Qianwei turned around to reveal the truth. Tantai Yaoyue was on the left. Luo Qingqian and Yue had won. Tantai Yaoyue's interest didn't flag. They repeated the game several times, changing clothes and positions. Soon, everyone realized that identifying them from the back was purely a matter of luck. Tantai Yaoyue was secretly thrilled. The more she resembled Chu Qianwei, the happier she felt. Seventh sister, Tantai Yaoyue said suddenly, your room is a bit small. Take my room, number 1. It's the largest. I'm the youngest, Chu Qianwei declined. I should have the smallest room. It's fine. Because you are the youngest, you should be favored. I'm giving you room number 1. Tantai Yaoyue spoke with the finality of a command. The other sisters looked on with envy, but they accepted it. Chu Qianwei was the baby of the family, and she was always the most spoiled. Eldest sister, you're too kind to me, Chu Qianwei said, visibly moved. It's only right. Tantai Yaoyue pinched the girl's cheek dotingly. But if I ever do something to make you unhappy in the future, you won't hold it against me, right? You might be strict with me, or even scold me sometimes, but I know it's for my own good, Chu Qianwei replied, completely missing the hidden meaning in her sister's words. Chapter 443. Mistaken Identity. In the morning, Wang Haoran received a call from Chu Qianwei inviting him to dinner. By evening, he arrived outside Yue's villa exactly as scheduled. He rang the bell at the perimeter gate and waited. After a moment, Yue stepped out to pull the gate open and welcomed him inside. As they entered the main hall, the house seemed quiet, though the faint clatter of pots and pans drifted from the kitchen. Seventh sister is in charge of the kitchen today, Yue said, noting his questioning look. Everyone else is in there helping her. Wei is the chef? Wang Haoran asked, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. He knew she was a master at the piano, but the idea of her cooking made him skeptical. A pianist's hands are precious. Chu Qianwei had even taken out a massive insurance policy on hers. Could such valuable hands really handle the grease and heat of a stove? Wei started learning in secret after she got together with you, Yue explained. She fixed him with a serious, solemn stare. The rest of us have been her guinea pigs many times. I can tell you with total certainty, this dinner will not disappoint. She paused, her voice dropping an octave. She is so good to you. You'd better treat her well, or as your mistress, I'll never let you hear the end of it. Wang Haoran found the thread amusing. Professor Liu, you haven't even officially appeared yet. Do you already think of yourself as my wife? I have excellent conversations with your master, Yue replied proudly. We get along very well. Even if I haven't made my debut in your life yet, our foundation is stable. Once the relationship is confirmed, I will definitely be your wife. She leaned in, testing the waters of her future role. Go on then. Call me wife once just so I can hear it. Let's wait for you to actually show up first. It won't be too late to shout it then. Wang Haoran flashed a meaningful, cryptic smile. Yue snorted, clearly dissatisfied, but she didn't press the issue. She sank onto the sofa and suddenly pulled out her phone to send a message. Husband, I miss you so much. What are you doing? The message sat there. No reply came. Watching her from the corner of his eye, Wang Haoran stifled a secret grin. He didn't have that specific WeChat account active at the moment. I'll go check on the kitchen, he said, needing to escape before he laughed out loud. He stood up and made his way toward the back of the house. Inside the kitchen, 6 beautiful women were clustered together, their backs turned to the door. The space was decent in size, but with 6 people moving about, it felt crowded. Near the entrance, one figure stood with her back to him, busy with a task. Recognizing the clothes and the familiar silhouette, Wang Haoran didn't hesitate. He reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist in a gentle hug, and whispered softly, "Yue, thank you for working so hard." The figure froze instantly. "You're here," Qin Fan's actual voice called out from several meters away. She turned around from the stove to greet him, but her face paled the moment she saw the scene. One by one, the other busy figures turned their heads. Yue was still in the hall. Here in the kitchen stood Luo Qingqian, Yun Churan, Wuletan Feiyan, Ji Shuiyao, and Qin Fan. It was immediately obvious who was missing from that list. Wang Haoran felt a wave of heat rush to his face. He recoiled, snatching his arms back as if he had been burned. The woman he had been holding turned around slowly. It was Tantai Yaoyue. Her makeup and dress were a perfect, uncanny mirror of Qin Fan's style. Qin Fan dropped her whisk, abandoned the bowl of eggs, and hurried over. She stepped between them, shielding Wang Haoran with a nervous expression. "Eldest sister, he just mistook you for me. Please, let's talk this out. Don't hit him." Tantai Yaoyue's heart was pounding against her ribs, but she kept her expression icy and indifferent. She gave Wang Haoran a sharp, fleeting glance. "I'll let it go this time. Pay more attention in the future." "He definitely will," Qin Fan promised on his behalf. She turned to Wang Haoran and nudged him toward the door. "Go rest in the hall. We have enough help here. You're a guest, so just wait until it's time to eat." The other sisters, including Yun Churan and Luo Qingqian, chimed in with their agreement. Only Tantai Yaoyue remained silent, maintaining her cold dignity to save face. Wang Haoran nodded and beat a hasty retreat. He hadn't intended to help anyway, but the awkwardness was enough to drive him back to the lobby. Yue was still on the sofa, her eyes darting between a stock market graph on her laptop and the silent mobile phone beside her. While the other sisters were busy showing off their domestic side in the kitchen, Yue stayed put. The person she wanted to impress wasn't here yet. She analyzed market trends, but her focus was shot. Every time the phone vibrated, she snatched it up, hoping for a reply from her husband. Each time, it was merely a student or a colleague. Seeing her growing distress, Wang Haoran discreetly logged into his alternate account and sent her a quick message. Yue's face lit up. She let out a sudden, excited laugh that she couldn't quite contain, though she quickly tried to mask it when she remembered Wang Haoran was sitting right there. He glanced at her with a knowing smile. "What are you looking at?" Yue snapped, feeling teased. She channeled her inner mistress and gave him a fierce glare. "You look beautiful," he said casually. "Mind your manners," she countered, acting the part of the stern teacher, though she didn't seem truly angry. Wang Haoran lapsed into silence. Satisfied, Yue went back to her chat. However, the husband suddenly claimed to be busy and went offline again. Her mood plummeted. Finally, dinner was served. The 8 of them gathered around the table, opened a few bottles of red wine, and began the feast. Qin Fan's cooking was impressive, while not quite professional level. The dishes were savory and well prepared. The atmosphere was lively. They chatted and laughed, sharing stories as the hours slipped away. By the time they finished, the wall clock in the hall struck 11. "It's getting late," Wang Haoran said, standing up to leave. "I should head back." "You drank quite a bit of wine," Qin Fan said, her voice laced with concern. "Are you sure you should walk back alone?" "No problem at all." Wang Haoran patted his chest. A few glasses of wine couldn't touch him, but Qin Fan wasn't convinced. She saw his confidence as a sign of intoxication. "Just stay here," she suggested. "The guest room is vacant anyway. I don't want you out in the middle of the night." "All right," he agreed. The house eventually fell into a deep, silent night. Everyone retired to their respective rooms. Wang Haoran lay in the guest room, his mind sharp and alert. As he scrolled through his phone, a message from Qin Fan popped up. "I can't sleep." He understood the invitation instantly. He slipped out of bed and moved quietly into the hallway. Soft moonlight filtered through the windows, painting pale squares on the floor. He navigated past the obstacles, counting the doors. Room 1 through room 7. Since Qin Fan was the 7th sister, she had to be in room 7. He noticed the door to that room was standing slightly ajar. There was no need to hesitate. Wang Haoran stepped silently into the room and closed the door behind him. Chapter 444. A fleeting opportunity. Curtains blocked the windows and choked out the moonlight. The room was pitch black. Wang Haoran possessed night vision, but even that had its limits. He could map out the layout and pinpoint the location of the figure on the bed, but the fine details remained hidden in the gloom. "Yue," he called out softly, his voice barely a breath. He was almost certain who was in the room, but he checked just in case. The occupant had been asleep, but the subtle vibration of the door waking her. Tantai Yaoyue was no ordinary woman. Even in deep slumber, her instincts remained sharp. She had been alert the moment he touched the handle, though she couldn't see who had entered. She assumed it was one of her sisters. The newly arranged bedrooms didn't all have internal toilets. Someone likely needed the restroom and stumbled into the wrong room in a daze. She opened her mouth to ask who was there, but the soft whisper stopped her cold. The voice was unmistakable. She realized his intention instantly. This was the smallest room, the one originally assigned to the 7th sister. However, to please Qin Fan, she had swapped rooms earlier that day. The man standing by her bed had come here with a crooked mind, seeking a late-night tryst. Tantai Yaoyue prepared to cough, a subtle signal to let him know he had the wrong room. It was the easiest way to ease the inevitable embarrassment for both of them. Your Hongluan is moving. The happy event is approaching. Opportunity is fleeting. Qin Fan's cryptic warnings flashed through her mind. She stayed silent. He was clearly ignorant of the switch. If she said nothing, he would believe she was the seventh sister. In this chaos of mistaken identity, nature would take its course. Master's calculation would come true. A wave of intense admiration for Qin Fan washed over her. He said her marriage was near, and here it was. But as he warned, the outcome depended entirely on her ability to grasp the moment. Whether this succeeded or failed rested on her choice. Yue. The familiar voice sounded again, closer this time. He was right beside the bed. Tantai Yaoyue's thoughts turned sharply. She decided to follow her teacher's wisdom. Opportunity was indeed fleeting. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, and slowly pulled him toward her. Wang Haoran sensed the movement. Her touch confirmed his judgment. He wasn't wrong. This was the right room. Ding. The host captured the heroine Tantai Yaoyue for the first time. Gained 12,000 villain points. Tantai Yaoyue heroine Halo -600. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -600. Host villain Halo plus 1,200. Wang Haoran was panicking. At first, he was sure of himself. But halfway through, the reality of the situation hit him. He was wrong. Outrageously, dangerously wrong. Although his partner remained silent, the experience was different. He wasn't deaf. He could hear the subtle differences in her breathing and the timbre of her muffled sounds. But he couldn't exactly stop halfway. He had to see it through to the end. One mistake had already been made. He might as well finish the error. Still, the consequences loomed. Qin Fan was a protagonist with explosive combat power. If Tantai Yaoyue refused to stay quiet about this, and Qin Fan found out, the fallout would be miserable. Would his career as a villain be cut short by a furious master? He wasn't reconciled to that fate. His brain worked at high speed, searching for a solution that satisfied both worlds. The woman beside him, however, didn't give him much time to think. You, who are you? In the darkness, Tantai Yaoyue finally spoke. She sounded breathless, pretending to be utterly at a loss. Wang Haoran stayed silent for a beat. He knew she was faking it to save face. Yue? He asked, playing along. I'm not Yue. Her voice carried an edge of icy anger. The anger was mostly a performance, but a sliver of it was real. She felt a mix of joy and indignation. Seventh sister might be used to this behavior, but she certainly wasn't. She wanted to beat him for his audacity, yet she found herself reluctant to actually strike. What? You are. Wang Haoran feigned terror, acting as if he had just made a horrifying discovery. You're the eldest sister. He followed the revelation with a bitter self-critique. Why didn't you say something earlier? Tantai Yaoyue felt a flash of shame. He was right. A single word from her could have prevented this entire situation. But she had trusted her master's prophecy. I thought I was dreaming, she whispered. It was a ridiculous excuse, but it served to hide her embarrassment. To prevent him from dwelling on the absurdity of it, she threw out a heavy question. This has happened. There must be a solution. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? The choice was a threat. Wang Haoran knew that if he chose to live, he would have to carry the burden of the consequences. He would have to explain himself to a heartbroken Qin Fan. Tantai Yaoyue would remain the victim, her dignity intact, while logically taking the position she desired. She could tell Qin Fan that she spared his life only for the sake of their sisterhood. The subtext would be clear: little sister, you know what you owe me. Qin Fan, out of guilt and respect, would likely step aside. The eldest sister's plan was brilliant. But Wang Haoran knew this path led to disaster. If he chose to live this way, Qin Fan would eventually learn the truth. Tantai Yaoyue would likely confess everything to her respected master once her position was secure. Choosing death was the only way to break the cycle. He knew she wouldn't actually kill him. There was nothing to fear. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he said, his voice thick with simulated pain and guilt. I never expected such a mistake. It's all my fault. You should just kill me. Only death can pay for this sin. Tantai Yaoyue froze. The triumphant smile she had been wearing in the dark vanished instantly. Chapter 445. High highs and low lows. Wang Haoran possessed a vast wealth of experience and superb acting skills. His display of self-blame was so convincing that Tantai Yaoyue believed every word. She remained stunned for a long time. This situation had veered far from her expectations, leaving her completely caught off guard. She could never kill Wang Haoran. Yet, if they stopped now, what would become of her? She wasn't reconciled to that fate. Tantai Yaoyue fell into a heavy, hesitant silence. Wang Haoran continued his performance, but when he saw no response, he decided to employ a drastic measure. He reached out, fumbling in the dark until his fingers found the light switch. The room flooded with sudden, harsh brightness. He glanced around the space and spotted a pair of small scissors resting on the vanity mirror. He rushed toward them and snatched them up. It's all my fault. I've betrayed Weiwei's trust, and I've harmed the person I respect most. Resentment colored his voice, though it was unclear if he was addressing her or himself. He raised the scissors, ready to strike. Just as the blades began to close, a hand clamped firmly around his wrist. Tears streamed down Wang Haoran's face as he turned his head to look at his captor. You can't blame yourself for this, Tantai Yaoyue said, her voice strained. What's done is done. Why hurt yourself? Internally, she felt a strange conflict. She gritted her teeth. Shouldn't she be the one seeking a way out of this through such desperate measures? Somehow, he had stolen the role of the victim from her. But Wang Haoran didn't lower the scissors, his voice trembling as he tried to speak. There are no buts. We will act as if nothing happened. Now, get out. Tantai Yaoyue wrestled the scissors from his grip, her tone thick with complex emotions. Wang Haoran wiped away his tears and retreated, his face a mask of sorrow. The moment he reached the safety of the guest room, however, a slow smile spread across his lips. He checked his phone. Several messages from Qin Fan sat waiting. By the way, I'm in room 1. Don't go to the wrong door. I miss you. Are you asleep? Hello? Okay, good night. The timestamps showed she had waited quite a while between each text. Wang Haoran chose not to reply immediately. Instead, he waited until the next morning to send his response. Oh, I drank a bit too much yesterday and fell straight asleep. Qin Fan replied almost instantly. Did you sleep soundly? Very, he typed back. I didn't sleep well at all, she admitted. Blame me, blame me. It's okay. I've made breakfast. Get up and come eat. On my way. Wang Haoran rose and washed up. A few minutes later, the group of 8 gathered around the dining table. Sisters, the stock market trends look incredible today, Yue said, her eyes fixed on the laptop screen beside her plate. If you want to make a fortune, I have the wealth codes ready. Fifth sister, which stocks should we buy? Qin Fan asked. She was excited by the prospect of making some extra money to buy a gift for her boyfriend. Yue turned the laptop toward her. Buy these 3. I guarantee you won't lose a cent. Her confidence stemmed from the conversation she had with her husband the previous night. His opinions were always right. If he said they would go up, they would go up. Qin Fan leaned in, scribbling down the codes to prepare for the market opening. Let me see too, Yue said, setting down her bowl of porridge. No one turned down the chance for extra funds, especially when it could go toward research or gifts for loved ones. Which 3? Bulletin Fayan added, her interest piqued. She lived by a strict principle of charging only $1 for her professional tasks, which left her bank account rather lean. Seeing the enthusiasm, Luo Qingqian and Bian Suwen joined the huddle. Laughter filled the hall as the sisters plotted their investments. Tantai Yaoyue, however, sat in a dark cloud. The cheerful noise grated on her nerves. Eat your food and be quiet, she snapped. The cold command sliced through the air. The lively scene died instantly. Qin Fan and the others sat back, eating obediently, while stealing suspicious glances at their eldest sister. Her face was set in a hard mask, her beautiful eyebrows knit together in a frown. Eldest sister, is something wrong? Qin Fan asked gently. Was room 7 uncomfortable? If you didn't sleep well, we can change back. A sharp crack echoed through the room. The chopsticks in Tantai Yaoyue's hand had snapped in two. Mentioning the room only served to highlight her embarrassment. Big sister, here. Luo Qingqian, ever the observant one, quickly brought a fresh pair of chopsticks and set them down. No need. This is fine. Tantai Yaoyue felt a sense of futility. They could swap rooms back, but they couldn't undo what had happened in that bed. Why bother changing now? The rest of the meal passed in silence. Eldest sister, do you want me to help you with that gentle, sweet makeup look again today? Yue asked as she prepared for her morning classes. I think you were right yesterday, Tantai Yaoyue replied, her voice flat. I'm better suited for the cold, elegant style. Her attempt at imitation had brought her nothing but complications. It was time to return to being herself. No problem, Yue said. Wang Haoran stood up, flashing a smile as bright as a spring breeze. Why wait, sisters, I have to head to class. Bye for now. Tantai Yaoyue narrowed her eyes, watching him. An urge to strike him surged through her. Only hours ago, he was weeping and begging for death. How could he act like a normal person now? Wang Haoran caught her gaze and immediately projected a look of total innocence. Tantai Yaoyue felt helpless. Despite her anger, she couldn't bring herself to hurt him. She couldn't even manage a slap. At most, she could only imagine giving him a proper scolding. Wang Haoran waved a final goodbye and strolled out of the villa. Several days passed in a blur. In the quiet of his mansion, Qin Fan stared at the silent landline phone. His face was a picture of misery. After their last meeting, he and Tantai Yaoyue had exchanged contact information. Since he had no money for a mobile phone, he had given her the house number. He had waited for days, fueled by excitement and anticipation, but the phone hadn't rung once. He was deeply puzzled. He had shared so much wisdom with his beautiful apprentice. She should have taken the initiative by now. Yet, there was no movement at all. He wondered if she was simply too hesitant. It had been days. Had she still not made up her mind? He couldn't wait forever. Chapter 446. The Miscalculation. Qin Fan paced the confines of the mansion, his mind a battlefield of restless thoughts. He had reached his limit. He was flat broke, and for the last several days, he had been a prisoner of his own anticipation. Aside from the occasional meal, he remained cooped up in these silent rooms. The boredom was a physical weight. 10 years in the mountains had bred habits that were hard to break. When the silence became too loud, and the panic of idleness set in, he found himself falling back into old patterns of self-entertainment just to pass the hours. He was done with it. He needed a change, and he needed it now. He crossed the room, picked up the landline, and dialed the number Tantai Yaoyue had left behind. The line clicked. Hello? Is that you, master? It is I, Qin Fan replied, his voice dropping into the calm, measured tone of a worldly expert. Yaoyue, I was thinking. Before you left, did I not read your fortune regarding your marriage? Tell me, have you met your true soulmate yet? He kept his tone light, a master simply checking in on a disciple. In reality, he was holding his breath, playing a delicate game of pretending he didn't know she harbored feelings for him. Silence stretched across the line. Days had passed since their last encounter, and Tantai Yaoyue had found a semblance of calm. But the question reignited memories she had tried to bury. Happiness and longing tangled with a sharp sense of melancholy. Qin Fan felt a surge of secret triumph at her hesitation. He interpreted her silence as the bashfulness of a student struggling to confess her love for her teacher. He decided to give her a gentle nudge. Yaoyue, I told you before, opportunity is a fleeting thing. Did you meet the right man only to lose him because you were too reserved? He waited. He could almost see her making up her mind, preparing to admit her heart belonged to him. He already had his response scripted, a display of surprise, a polite initial decline, and then a gracious acceptance. It would be a perfect, seamless transition. Yes, master, her voice finally came through, sounding strained and heavy. I missed it. Qin Fan froze. This wasn't the script. You actually met your soulmate. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had misread the situation entirely. She wasn't talking about him. You were right, master. My stars were moving, and a happy event was close. But things did not go as planned. She let out a long, weary sigh. Heartbreak flared in Qin Fan's chest. He looked at his beautiful, talented apprentice and felt a sudden, sharp jealousy. The person she loved was a stranger. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has damaged the protagonist Qin Fan's mental state. You have earned 2,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, -100. Host's villain Halo, +100. Yaoyue, tell me exactly what happened, Qin Fan said, forcing his voice to remain steady and concerned. Perhaps your teacher can solve this trouble for you. Behind the facade, his thoughts took a dark turn. Once he identified the man, he would ensure the relationship never progressed. He would ruin the rival's manhood if necessary to preserve her innocence. Once the bond was shattered, he would step in to claim the prize. Master, it's over. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I am not an outsider, Yaoyue. What can't you tell me? Speak freely, and I will guide you. Master, when it comes to marriage, once the moment is gone, it's gone. I only want to focus on my cultivation now. My heart is closed to such matters. She was lying. Qin Fan could hear the fabrication in her voice, but it brought him a strange sense of relief. Even if she wouldn't name the man, it was clear things had ended badly. She sounded defeated, ready to give up on love entirely. That meant he still had a chance. After a few more strained words, she ended the call. Qin Fan stared at the receiver, a hollow feeling settling in his gut. He had waited by this phone for days for nothing. He looked out the window at the bright afternoon sun. He wanted to leave, to breathe fresh air, but the reality of his empty pockets held him back. There were few places a man could go in a city this size without a cent to his name. It's been days. Is Cheng Rui's 500 million still not ready? The urge to call and demand the money was strong, but he didn't want to lose his dignified image. He sighed, forcing himself back into a chair to wait. The campus grass was soft beneath Wang Haoran. He lay with his eyes closed, the afternoon sun warming his skin until a shadow suddenly blotted out the heat. He opened his eyes and looked up. A pair of elegant legs led his gaze toward a face tight with icy frustration. Yun Churan stood over him. Is something wrong? Wang Haoran asked, flashing a smile. You know exactly what you've done, she replied, her voice dangerously calm. Wang Haoran sat up, brushing blades of grass from his clothes. I've done quite a lot of things. You'll have to be more specific. Yun Churan's expression darkened. That abnormality I'm experiencing. It's because of you, isn't it? What abnormality? I wretch. She stopped abruptly, a sudden heave interrupting her sentence. She gripped her jaw, eyes flashing. That right there. Don't go pointing fingers, Wang Haoran said, his tone mocking. What does your pregnancy have to do with me? You're not trying to make me the fall guy, are you? Do I look like the type to raise someone else's child? I'm not pregnant, Yun Churan snapped. Wang Haoran's laughter died instantly. He narrowed his eyes, studying her face. She had found a crack in the lie. The little medical saint diagnosed you herself, he said, injecting a note of shock into his voice. Her skills are legendary. How could she be wrong? Does a pregnant woman still have her monthly cycle? The question was blunt and undeniable. Wang Haoran realized the game was up. Even the most careful deception eventually ran into the stubborn reality of biology. Common sense had finally caught up to his scheme. Chapter 447. The troublemaker is here. Ever since Yun Churan's secret was exposed, she had been living in a secluded corner of the mansion. Wang Haoran kept close tabs on her every move, receiving frequent updates from Yun Suan and Yuning. His original plan was straightforward. Once Yun Churan prepared to return to her sect, he would intercept her while wearing a mask, knock her unconscious, and then stage a convincing birth scene. This would prevent her from simply finding a random suitor to take responsibility for the child, which would have rendered his efforts pointless. He had considered the risk of her seeking a medical examination while away from Qingling. However, Yun Churan was a martial artist, far healthier than any ordinary person. She had no immediate reason to visit a hospital. Beyond that, she was only 18. Walking into a clinic alone for such an examination at her age would invite judgmental stares. She was far too proud to endure that embarrassment. Even if she did seek a second opinion, logic suggested she would go to Bian Su Wen. After all, the little medical saint had already made the diagnosis. Wang Haoran never truly believed she would uncover the truth. He had overlooked one fundamental piece of common sense. Standing on the campus grass, he realized the deception was crumbling. He tried to maintain the charade just a moment longer. He looked at her with feigned surprise. So, you aren't pregnant? It seems the little medical saint misread your pulse. With her medical skills, a mistake is impossible, Yun Churan said, her eyes boring into him. The only explanation is that she lied. You two orchestrated this together. She stepped closer, her voice tight with fury. When I followed Bi and Su-wen the other day, she must have spotted me. She waited until I was off guard, then used a sedative to stun me. I remember thinking the person's face felt stiff. Now I know why. She was wearing a skin mask. Once I was out, you came in and then you blamed everything on Lu Chen. Her fists clenched at her sides. The faint, sharp pop of her knuckles punctuated her anger. Your goal was to take revenge on Yin Yuntian and Lu Chen. I was just an innocent pawn to be used. She was incredibly close to the truth. Her only error was believing Bi and Su-wen had been the one to administer the drugs. She had come to him first, likely out of fear of confronting the little medical saint. She viewed him as the softer target. It was a grave miscalculation. Calm down, Wang Haoran said quickly. Things aren't as dire as you think. You are still innocent. Yun Churan froze, her anger giving way to confusion. What do you mean? At the time, I clearly felt. That was the effect of a specific medicine. It was applied to your skin to cause redness and swelling. It created a sensation of discomfort to make the scene believable, he explained. A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Are you serious? If you don't believe me, go to Bi and Su-wen and have her check. On second thought, you probably don't trust her right now. You should find a woman you trust implicitly to verify it. Yun Churan searched his face for a long time. Seeing no trace of a lie, she let out a long, shuddering breath of relief. But then, a new thought took hold. Who applied that medicine? Bi and Su-wen, of course. She staged the entire scene. You've seen how close we are. Do you really think she would just stand by and let me take advantage of you? He leaned into her logic, making the lie sound like simple reason. Yun Churan nodded slowly. It made sense. From Bi and Su-wen's perspective, she would never allow such a thing to happen. The dark cloud that had hovered over her for days began to lift, though a spark of resentment remained. Even so, you both took advantage of me. This can't just be ignored. She glared at him with renewed hostility. There are too many people around, Wang Haoran said, gesturing toward the students scattered across the lawn. Don't cause a scene. If you're obedient, I won't have to, she threatened. Her voice dropped to a cold whisper. Now, take me to see Bi and Su-wen. She had approached Wang Haoran believing he was easy to bully. She planned to use him as a shield to force the little medical saint's hand. No, Wang Haoran said, shaking his head. Bi and Su-wen was entirely in the dark. If Yun Churan confronted her, the entire web of lies would collapse instantly. That wasn't a request. Yun Churan moved with the confidence of a superior fighter. She reached out, intending to strike his pressure points and spirit him away from the campus. But as her hand moved, she gasped. Her body seized. It felt as though an invisible, crushing net of air had wrapped around her, pinning her limbs to her sides. She couldn't move an inch. Terror surged through her. This level of power surpassed even her father's. Her father was the master of a top-tier sect, ranked among the 10 greatest masters in the hidden world. Whoever was holding her now was far stronger. She scanned the area frantically, her eyes darting as far as her frozen neck would allow. She searched for a hidden guardian, a master lurking in the shadows. She found no one. She looked back at Wang Haoran, her confidence shattered. You've made your point. Whatever you've planned, just tell the expert protecting you to let me go. She could only compromise. Against a master of this caliber, even her father would stand no chance. Wang Haoran blinked, momentarily stunned by her conclusion. He realized she had invented a guardian to explain his own power. He didn't correct her. Instead, he let out a sharp, mocking laugh. You're afraid now? It's a bit late for that. What do you want? Her face was deathly pale. Wang Haoran didn't answer immediately. He let the silence hang for a few seconds before asking, what are your plans once you return to your sect? Will you just find another powerful family and marry whoever they choose for you? Yes. That is my destiny, she said, her voice heavy with resignation. Wang Haoran suppressed a scoff. Her upbringing must have been incredibly rigid for her to accept such a fate so easily. It was time to give her a new path. Listen closely. When you go back, you are not allowed to marry. My senior guardian has taken a great interest in you. If you don't want your sect to face a slow, painful decline, be obedient. You will marry the man protecting me. Chapter 448. The Invisible Net. Wang Haoran chose his words with cold, calculated precision. Currently, Yun Churan's favorability was far too low to ensure her obedience through charm alone. With his focus pinned on dismantling Qin Fan, he simply didn't have the luxury of time to win her over properly. Yet, letting her return to her sect without a leash was out of the question. Left to her own devices, she would undoubtedly be traded off to another powerful faction in a strategic marriage. Wang Haoran had no intention of letting that happen, even if he wasn't ready to claim her for himself just yet. Leveraging her misunderstanding was the most efficient move. The technique he had used to bind her required the cultivation of a grandmaster, something achievable only when one's internal qi reached a 200-year threshold. Yun Churan, raised in a premier sept, possessed enough knowledge to recognize the sheer impossibility of that power level. Terror of such a force would keep her in line. Unless she was willing to watch her entire sect be wiped from existence, she would not dare to rebel. Once Qin Fan was dealt with, there would be plenty of time to attend to her. Yun Churan stood paralyzed, her face pale, as she processed his ultimatum. When she finally found her voice, it was brittle with defiance. No, I won't agree to that. In her mind, anyone possessing strength far beyond her father's had to be a relic of a previous century. She pictured a man in his 80s or 90s, perhaps even older, with a long gray beard and withered skin. As much as she prioritized her sect's prosperity, the thought of being tethered to a century-old man made her stomach churn. Fine, I respect your choice. Wang Haoran offered a thin, sharp smile, and looked toward the empty air beside him. Senior, you can handle it now. With a subtle flick of his will, he tightened the invisible net of qi. Yun Churan gasped as the air around her began to constrict. The fine, shimmering pressure began to shrink, pressing inward with lethal momentum. She had no doubt that if it continued, she would be crushed where she stood. Wait, we can discuss this. Tell that senior to stop. Panic finally broke through her pride. You aren't in a position to bargain, Wang Haoran replied, his voice dropping an octave. After you're gone, your sect will be next. They'll be joining you soon enough. The blood drained from Yun Churan's face. She knew he wasn't exaggerating. A master of that caliber could dismantle a sect in a single night. I promise. She shouted the words, her survival instinct overriding everything else. She didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want the blood of her disciples on her hands. Wang Haoran let out a short, mocking laugh. So much for your backbone. Yun Churan gritted her teeth so hard her jaw ached. She glared at him, the silent thought screaming in her mind, if you didn't have that monster protecting you, I'd have you in tears by now. Outwardly, she tried to salvage a shred of dignity. A wise girl knows when to yield to the inevitable. Wang Haoran's lips curled at her attempt to paint her surrender as wisdom. He released the pressure, and Yun Churan stumbled back as her freedom returned. She immediately spun around, her eyes darting across the campus lawn, searching for the hidden master. She saw only groups of students laughing and walking to class. There was no sign of a legendary old man. She eventually gave up. Masters of that level were elusive. If the senior didn't want to be seen, she would never find him. She turned back to Wang Haoran, her gaze suspicious. Which side of the hidden world do you come from? Are you the young master of some super first-class sect? In her eyes, a normal boy from the secular world could never command the loyalty of such a supreme expert. Only the heir to a legendary power would receive that kind of protection. Wang Haoran gave her a strange look. Why do you ask? Thinking of marrying into my sect and becoming my wife? Don't flatter yourself, she snapped, finding her courage now that the pressure was gone. I care about the sect, but I have standards for a husband. At the very least, he can't be a weakling. He shouldn't be a fragile, ordinary man of the world. Wang Haoran's brow arched. Do I look weak to you? If you weren't weak, you wouldn't need a shadow to protect you. She lifted the corner of her lip in a mocking smirk. Wang Haoran stared at her for a beat, then chuckled. From her perspective, the logic was sound. Why would a capable fighter bother with a bodyguard in the relatively safe secular world? Just go, he said, waving her off with a dismissive gesture. Yun Churan didn't need to be told twice. Too much had happened in Qingling, and she needed to report these developments to her father as soon as possible. She hurried away without a backward glance. Inside the finance department building, Yue sat behind her desk, the afternoon sun streaming through the blinds. Professor Liu, it's been several days. Can I finally get a teaching assignment? Lin Mo stood before her, his posture rigid. After the humiliation on the basketball court, Lin Mo had spent days in self-imposed isolation. He had finally rebuilt his confidence and was determined to regain his reputation. Teaching was his path to redemption. Let me check the schedule, Yue said. She had promised him this opportunity, but Wang Haoran's constant presence had pushed it to the back burner. Class 113 has a session during the second period this afternoon. You can take that one. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated, halfway to the door. Professor Liu, isn't Wang Haoran in class 113? You remember what happened last time, don't you? I remember, Yue sighed. But that was a minor misunderstanding. He's already caused enough trouble. I'll be there to observe, so he shouldn't step out of line. Lin Mo wasn't convinced. The last time she made an oath like that, she had ditched the class to talk to her boyfriend. Professor Liu, I think it's better if you speak to him beforehand. I'm genuinely concerned about how he might react. Yue nodded. Lin Mo was a dedicated graduate student, and she wanted to help him secure a permanent lectureship. It would reflect well on her as his mentor. She picked up her desk phone and dialed. Come to my office. Now, she said, her voice carrying the sharp authority of a professor. She hung up and looked at Lin Mo. Wait outside. I'll talk to him alone. Lin Mo wanted to stay and hear the lecture she gave the boy, but he knew better than to argue. He stepped out and closed the door behind him. A few minutes later, the office door swung open without a knock. Wang Haoran sauntered in, bypassing the formalities and dropping into the chair directly across from Yue. What's up? He asked, leaning back casually. Yue's brow furrowed at his lack of respect. This is a school, Wang Haoran. Remember where you are. I am your professor, and you are a student. Are your hands so fragile that you can't manage a simple knock before entering? Chapter 449. Prepare for a showdown. Fifth sister, we are already so close. Is the act really necessary? Wang Haoran spoke with a hurried grin, watching Yue settle into her familiar, stiff posture behind the desk. Outside these walls, I allow that title. Within the university, you will address me as Professor Liu. Her expression remained granite. Very well, Professor Liu. Should I step back into the hallway, knock properly, and start our introduction over? That won't be necessary. She waved a hand dismissively, impatient to reach the heart of the matter. I am well aware of the friction between you and Lin Mo. You have already humiliated him once. I am telling you now, do not target him again. Understood? Professor Liu, have you taken up a new career as a peacemaker? Be serious. Lu Yue snapped. Lin Mo is scheduled to guest lecture your class this afternoon. If his presence is so unbearable to you, I will grant you permission to skip the session. That is the limit of my tolerance. Wang Haoran leaned back, his eyes dancing with mischief. That doesn't seem right. We already agreed that I can come and go from your classes as I please. Skipping is a right I've already earned, not a favor you're granting. Lu Yue's brow pinched. By the sound of it, you intend to disrupt his teaching again. Is that it? Congratulations. You guessed correctly. He made no effort to hide his intent. He and Lin Mo were natural enemies, a biological certainty that no one could reconcile, not even the woman sitting in front of him. I am ordering you, as your fifth sister, your professor, and your elder, not to disrupt that classroom. Do you hear me? Her voice dropped to a low, dangerous warning. Wang Haoran reached up to scratch his ear, looking everywhere but at her. The silence was his answer. He hadn't heard a word. Wang Haoran. The blatant challenge to her authority finally broke her composure. I have done more than enough to protect you. You need to give me something back. Lin Mo is my graduate student. When you embarrassed him last time, I was the one who smoothed it over with the administration. Do not push your luck. My request is simple, he said, his voice turning blunt. Keep Lin Mo out of the lecture hall. Impossible. Her tone left no room for negotiation. If the graduate students I mentor cannot even manage a guest lecture, my reputation is worthless. I have a responsibility to their futures. This is a matter of principle. Even if you called seventh sister to plead your case, my answer would remain the same. And if I called my master, could we discuss it then? There is no room for busy, she caught herself, the final word dying in her throat. She stared at him, eyes wide with sudden disbelief. You can actually get your master to come here? Through her long, late-night chats with her husband, she had been told repeatedly that he was far too busy to travel. Naturally, she took Wang Haoran's claim with a heavy dose of skepticism. Of course I can. Why should I believe you? She maintained a shield of distrust, convinced he was merely playing a game to get his way. Bring him here, and the truth will speak for itself. Initially, Wang Haoran hadn't planned on a showdown this early. Managing multiple identities was already a logistical nightmare, and adding Lu Yue to his active schedule would only drain more of his time. However, her constant reliance on her status as his elder was becoming grating. He needed to teach her a lesson in humility, and a showdown was the perfect vehicle. Furthermore, it solved the Lin Mo problem. If he could bring Lu Yue to heel, she would be the one to restrict Lin Mo's movements for him. He knew the risks. Her favorability sat at 70, but that was for the peerless stock god, not for him. If the two identities merged poorly, that rating could plummet, creating more chaos than it solved. He needed a controlled environment and a flawless execution. If you can truly bring your master to me, Lu Yue said, her stern mask softening into something almost friendly, then everything is open for discussion. Principles were heavy, but the weight of her husband was far greater. The months of digital longing had left her restless and aching for a real connection. If there was even a slim chance of seeing him, she had to take it. He is currently abroad, Wang Haoran reminded her. It will take time to arrange his return. Until then, Lin Mo stays out of the classroom. If you agree to that, I'll find a way to bring him back. If not, then forget I mentioned it. If you are lying to me, I will make you regret it. Make me regret it? We'll see about that, Wang Haoran muttered under his breath as he walked out of the office. Later that afternoon, Lin Mo arrived at the faculty building, looking energized and hopeful. He practically bounced into Lu Yue's office. Professor Liu, did you speak with him? Is it safe for me to teach the afternoon session? Your teaching schedule is being postponed for the time being, she said, her voice clipped. Lin Mo's face fell. What happened? You're a professor, surely you can handle one student. Is he bribing you? Is that why you're protecting him? The accusation hit a nerve. Knowing her secret motivations, Lu Yue reacted with explosive indignation, slamming her palm onto the desk. How dare you slander me? Lin Mo jumped, startled by the sheer violence of her reaction. Professor Liu, I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. He backpedaled quickly. As a woman with a multi-billion-dollar net worth, Lu Yue had no need for petty bribes. Her integrity was legendary on campus. He searched for another explanation. Then how do you plan to resolve this? He pleaded. I just need some clarity. I am meeting with one of his elders, she said vaguely. Everything will be settled then. It was a shrewd answer, one that satisfied Lin Mo without technically being a lie. He felt a wave of relief, assuming she was calling in Wang Haoran's parents to discipline the spoiled heir. Thank you, Professor Liu. She barely heard him. As Lin Mo left, her mind drifted toward the upcoming meeting. She was already visualizing the scene, wondering if her husband really did have the 8-pack ABS he had described during their late-night messages. She couldn't wait to find out. Chapter 450. For surprise. Professor Liu, then I'll go first. Watching Lu Yue drift into a daze, Lin Mo assumed she was calculating the difficult negotiation ahead with Wang Haoran's parents. He didn't dare interrupt her focus. After a quick nod, he walked out of the office and pulled the door shut with a gentle click. When Lu Yue finally snapped back to reality, the room was empty. What am I even thinking? She shook her head, trying to banish the distracting thoughts cluttering her mind. The giddy, schoolgirl crush in her heart began to dissipate. She knew the truth, the higher the expectation, the harder the fall. Wang Haoran had promised to call his master, but it felt like a hollow check that would never clear. Her husband was far too busy with work to simply take time off. Even if Wang Haoran was his prized apprentice, would the master really value the boy's request more than hers? If she couldn't convince him to visit, why would Wang Haoran be any different? Suspicion clouded her thoughts. She didn't want to get her hopes up only to be played for a fool. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself back to the paperwork on her desk. Only through hard work could she suppress the longing in her heart. Meanwhile, in the finance department's class 113, Wang Haoran sat in his usual seat. His head was down, his eyes vacant and unfocused as he plotted his next move. Suddenly, a presence broke his line of sight. His vision sharpened, landing directly on two exaggeratedly soft curves. He looked up to find the baby-faced Mu Zhaozhao staring him down. "What are you thinking about so intensely?" She sat in the chair next to him, her eyes wide with curiosity. "I was wondering what you ate to grow up like this." Wang Haoran wasn't one to give a straight answer. He let his gaze linger on her with a playful, teasing smirk. "I hate you," Mu Zhaozhao huffed, though her eyes twinkled. "The day after tomorrow is the campus masquerade party. Are you going?" "Not interested." Wang Haoran shook his head. His time was precious, and he had no desire to waste it on tedious social mixers. But the moment the words left his mouth, a realization struck him. "Wait. Is a mask mandatory at this party?" "Of course it is. Why do you ask?" "I'm interested again." A smile spread across his face as a plan for Yue began to brew. "What's that look for?" Mu Zhaozhao asked, sensing the shift in his mood. "I'm just wondering what you'll be wearing." "What's your costume?" Mu Zhaozhao flashed a happy, innocent smile. She leaned in close, whispering like a co-conspirator. "What would you want me to look like?" The question was heavy with meaning. Wang Haoran's mind immediately went to several vivid suggestions, but he realized that at a public masquerade, he wouldn't be the only one seeing her. He quickly dismissed the more private ideas. "Whatever you want to be, tell me, and I'll give you some advice," he said. "A little rabbit." Mu Zhaozhao held up her fair hands in the shape of scissors behind her head, twisting her face into a look of explosive cuteness. "Perfect. The little rabbit it is." It suited her perfectly. At that moment, when Jing entered the classroom and took the seat on Mu Zhaozhao's other side, she stared at Wang Haoran, her eyes unblinking and quiet, listening intently to the pair. "What about you?" Mu Zhaozhao asked. "What's your costume?" "I'm going as a carrot," Wang Haoran replied without missing a beat. "A carrot? Haha. The little rabbit eats the carrot." "Ah, I'm going to eat you." Mu Zhaozhao opened her mouth wide and snapped at the air with a fierce, milky expression. Wang Haoran's smile turned meaningful. When Jing caught the undertone and covered her mouth to hide a snicker, Mu Zhaozhao froze, the realization flushing her face deep crimson. She reached over and smacked Wang Haoran's shoulder. "Hate. I hate you." The school bell rang, cutting through the laughter. The first class of the afternoon had begun. Once the session ended, Wang Haoran made a beeline back to Yue's office. He walked straight in without knocking. This time, Yue didn't bother to scold him. She was simply too exhausted to repeat herself. "Professor Liu, are you attending the campus masquerade the day after tomorrow?" "No." She didn't even look up. The dance was open to staff and students alike, but in all her years there, she had never attended once. "Are you absolutely sure you won't go?" The weight in his voice made her suspicious. She looked up, narrowing her eyes at him. "Why are you so insistent on me going? What's your angle?" "No angle. Absolutely none. I just thought it would be lively, and I wanted to invite you along." He emphasized the words with exaggerated sincerity. Yue's suspicion deepened into a full-blown internal investigation. This boy had promised he could bring her husband back. She hadn't believed him. But what if he wasn't lying? What if the husband really was coming back? How would Wang Haoran know? Unless the husband told him. But why wouldn't he tell her directly? Suddenly, it clicked. The masquerade. The invitation. He was planning a surprise. She felt a rush of enlightenment. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. No wonder Wang Haoran was so confident. He was using the secret information from her husband to manipulate her into handling Lin Mo. She felt as though she could see through everything now. She wouldn't expose him, of course. If her husband was going to such lengths to surprise her, he must be very close with this apprentice. If she wanted to keep her connection to the master, she had to stay on good terms with the middleman. "The masquerade party?" she said, her voice forced into a calm, professional tone. "I suppose I'll be there after all." "Good." Wang Haoran stepped out and closed the door behind him. Through the wall, his perspective vision caught Yue leaping from her chair. She pumped her fists and jumped in place with giddy excitement. Wang Haoran's smile widened. He couldn't wait to see her reaction when she finally realized what the surprise really was. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.